Open-minded for the better. Had my share of changing weather. I can deal with win and failure. I'm not waiting for my savior. I don't need no vision. I'm just letting go. Made up my decision. Let the dice roll. After all, who knows where I belong? We might be right or wrong, and memories are meant to last. But life keeps going on. I know I get along. I might go right or wrong, and enemies follow my path. But life keeps going. Trying harder, been a hater, been a lover. Wanna live up to expectations, makes me feel I lose my patience. I don't need no vision, I'm just letting go. Made up my decision, let the dice roll. After all, who knows where I belong? We might be right or wrong, and memories are meant to last. But life keeps going on. I know I get along. I might go right or wrong, and enemies follow my path. But life keeps going. Open-minded for the better. Had my share of changing weather. I can deal with win and failure. I'm not waiting for my savior.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
Much and more has happened since we last heralded the conclusion of the Open Finals. But with the passing of a brand new year, we welcome you back to the Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB stage for the beginning of the challenge season. My name is Stafa. Joining me today is none other than Husky to bring you guys even more Mobile Legends action once again.
Yeah, very exciting to open the curtains for the challenge season. For season 6, we are coming off not just a brand new year, but a conclusion of a great one, right? Thunder Heralds reigning over the M series. So many different stories have been written. A new hero has been released. Lucas is now on the battlefield, and now we get to witness potential upsets in the challenge season with more teams that we might not have more opportunities to look in the open finals, but are now here to prove themselves.
As we all know, the Open Finals happened quite a few months ago. Ever since then, a lot has happened in the world of Mobile Legends. We witnessed the conclusion of the World Championship once again. Like you mentioned, Husky coming out with a brand new World Champion, who we'll actually get to see playing today as well. So I'm sure you're all very excited to see that. But once again, let us highlight the entirety of the format here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. We've already concluded the Open Qualifiers 1 and 2, as well as the Open Finals, and now the challenge season officially begins.
Yeah, and that is going to only ramp up the competition because we have 4 teams on Open Finals joining 12 invited teams, and they will all be playing in a GSL format where if you are good enough, you are going to win your series and proceed straight into the challenge finals. But if you fall short, there is still the last chance qualifiers where we will pick 2 more teams from that point to join the others in the challenge final. So again, it's like a boss rush, right? You have 6 invited teams from the in the challenge finals already awaiting these challenges, and the craziest part is that our reigning world champions is in the challenge season, so expect some exciting matches coming up.
I think it's pretty clear that recently a lot has changed in the world of MLBB, so expecting the unexpected is something that we have to keep in mind all the time. But today, let's start by highlighting the groups. In Group A, we will be witnessing Blacklist International versus Lazy Esports, and then followed up by Evos versus Onic, who of course are our reigning world champions. Each group we'll see 1 team directly qualify to the challenge finals if they're able to beat 2 opponents. After that, there will only be 1 slot to move on into the last chance qualifiers, where you will have to face off against teams from all the other groups for the final few slots.
Absolutely, and just to make it even simpler for viewers who might be confused, we will have 1 team from each group who will directly qualify to challenge finals, and 1 team from each group to qualify for the LCQ, where again 2 teams from LCQ will make it to the challenge finals at the end of it. For Group B, with RSG Singapore, Alter Ego, Team Liquid Philippines, and RRQ Hoshi, I think this group, personally for me, is probably one of the more explosive ones, with TLPH missing out the M series, and you have RRQ Hoshi not being able to make a deep enough run to Axiata. And then you have Group C, where a couple of roster changes has happened, and I'm gonna let you do the honors and talk about some of them.
Yeah, of course, we've got the homeboys who recently have switched up their roster a good bit, and they'll be facing off against Evos Holy to start off the challenge season. After that, we also have Team Flash KH going up against a team that was pretty close in being able to claim that championship title, but fell a little bit short. None other than Team Liquid Indonesia, a team that definitely has a lot still to prove to the world.
Yeah, if you guys want to have a bit of an insight to how TLID operates, I do recommend you checking out the 4-part documentary of M6, where they went into great lengths about that. But for Group D, we got Bigatron, Alpha AI Esports, Todak, and Aurora. Also teams with plenty of histories, but I personally feel like for Aurora, they are here to prove themselves once more after falling so short during the M Series Swiss stage. So this is probably one of the few chances that they have to redeem themselves before the MPL season starts again.
It's definitely a bit of a proving ground here in Group D, because not only do you have Aurora, a team many people expected to make it far in the M Series and yet fell desperately short. On top of that, you have teams like Todak and Bigatron with long legacies and not quite able to achieve the same heights that they had once before in the early days of the MLBB ecosystem. So lots of really exciting teams to keep an eye on here, but we've only got time for so many matches today, so let's have a look at today's schedule.
Yeah, gonna be able to sate your appetites hopefully, because we will start with Blacklist International taking on Lazy Esports, followed by Evos Holy against Onic PH, RSG Singapore against Alter Ego, and we'll close out the night with Team Liquid Philippines against RRQ Hoshi.
A lot of exciting matches here, and once again, these are all going to be best of 3 series, so there's going to be plenty of action for you guys to watch all the way until the end of the day. So you guys want to make sure to stay in your seats so that you don't miss a single minute of the action. And of course, this is a mix of matches from both Group A and Group B. So we'll get to see a little bit of what is going on there and what the power levels are going to be looking like between the different groups here.
Yeah, and speaking about power levels, I want to talk about the power rankings as well, because, you know, obviously not just us, but everyone has their own opinions. I'm going to start with mine. Onic PH at the top of the world. I think that is without a question. Liquid ID in second. RQ Hoshi for me is a third in the challenge season power ranking. And then I got Liquid PH in fourth, Blacklist fifth, and Todak in sixth, because I really want to see Todak make that comeback.
Yeah, I agree with you actually. I think we'll get to see my power ranking very soon, but I do also have many of these teams on it. I think many people are expecting Onic Philippines and Team Liquid ID to make it through. This is the top 2 from the recent M6. It's not like much time has passed since M6 as well. We expect their performance to be about as expected, or maybe even better, depending on how much preparation they've done ever since the end of the M Series. RQ Hoshi, of course, a team that a lot of people will still have an eye on, and since we're both Malaysian, right, we want to see more of our Malaysian representation up on that stage. And Todak put up a very strong fight in the recent MPL Malaysia Season 14, just slightly falling short of qualifying to M6. However, they've also gone through a little bit of a roster change, so I'm curious to see how they will perform, because as we can see, right, my power ranking is very similar. In fact, I think my top 4 is exactly the same as you. I have Todak up there, but I also have Aurora. And I think a lot of people are going to wonder why I have Aurora up there after an abysmal performance in M6. But this is a team that has a lot of potential. A lot of people had expectations of them. I personally do still have expectations of them. And after what happened to them, I think they have something to prove.
Yeah, absolutely. I think statistically, funnily enough, Aurora was the team that gave Onic PH the toughest fight, and that was back in the MPL PH finals, right? I think Onic PH, even Kelra himself said that they had an easier time cruising through M6 than they did winning MPL PH. So I think Aurora definitely hit a speed bump. I think the Swiss format during M6 was a bit of a surprise, so hopefully we see that resurgence coming back for Aurora. But of course, new season, new year, new resolution means new roster changes, and I think there are a couple of exciting ones, and some have been public. The very first one, of course, is Gojes getting loaned over to Homeboy Spy SRG. I know the public has been wanting to see him play ever since Cram joined the roster, and now we get to see him on a different end.
I think Gojes and Albert are both similar situations of players that have the potential, have the capability to really perform on the professional MLBB stage, but don't really get the chance to because they are on the bench a lot of the time, where they have a player that they really have to compete with within their own team. So I'm very happy to see that they're going to get the chance to be part of the main lineup somewhere else. But Dreams is definitely a bit of a surprise, because I do feel like he was performing really well in Evos. So the switch here, I wonder how well it'll work out for him.
Yeah, I agree. I think, you know, after seeing kind of the run that we had for Evos, not not too long ago. But we'll see what happens in Alter Ego later on. We gotta talk about the patch though, because Lucas is now unleashed on the battlefield. We got plenty of heroes buff. I think the standout for me is the CC and the carry, because the light wheels now travel insanely fast. We also got the buffed up Malefic Gun, the RGM, the Demon Hunter Sword, a bit of adjustment for Heart's Claw. But overall, I think, this patch doesn't change, in my opinion, doesn't change too much about what's currently good. Although Fanny has been reverted a little bit to her previous state after the devs saw how strong she actually is.
Yeah, I do think that the nerfs to Bruno and Cecilion are also very necessary, but if you ask me personally, I don't really feel like Bruno was nerfed enough. It's just that because of the changes to Malefic Gun as well, is not quite as oppressive as he used to be. In my personal opinion though, what I'm the most excited to see is whether or not this special attention given to auto attack fighters during this patch will actually change anything, because this has always been the most neglected genre of heroes in the entire game. Heroes like Aulus, like Zilong, like Argus have just not gotten much love over the years in terms of meta, in terms of changes, and they finally did something here. But is it going to be sufficient?
I think just based off of what I've seen, I don't feel like it's enough. I think that the biggest thing is like the kit given to these fighters, right? The good ones or the more relevant ones don't utilize the items that have been adjusted for them. Like Lapu Lapu doesn't buy Heart's Claw or Demon Hunter's Sword, but if we look at Aulus and Argus, there are so many ways to stop them in their tracks, so it definitely is a multi-layer problem. I would like to see that Badang show up somewhere down the road though, but we'll see if that is going to... I'll have to wait for Diablo to confirm that, which even then is an uncertainty. So yeah, I think a lot of work still needs to be done to bring these auto attack fighters back into the meta, but right now unfortunately hasn't been much improvements on that regard.
I do definitely like the approach they're taking to these updates though, just trying to patch up things where certain heroes feel completely neglected. So hopefully we get to see a little bit more variety. But as for the teams that we have to watch out for today, right? I think Onic Philippines is pretty obvious, right? M6 champion, you definitely gotta keep an eye on them if anyone. RQ, I think did a very, very good job. I think the lineup still has a lot of growth to do and has potential to take over the MLBB world. But we both agreed that Lazy Esports is a bit of a surprise dark horse.
Yeah, they were the MDL Philippine champions, but also they had a few players that did play in the previous season SPS under the banner of Onic Philippines, Fnatic Onic Philippines at that time, because the main roster wasn't feuded. I know James Pangs, I think Chovy also played there as well. But not only that, this current roster, they brought in Shizogod, right? We've seen him back then with Todak, and even when he was back in the tier 2 MDLPH scene alongside people fighting against people like Game Labs, he was one of the 5 gods of the tier 2 scene from the Philippines.
Yeah, and we know Shizo quite well as well. He's played in MPL Malaysia before, did very respectably as well. Lazy Esports has had a pretty impressive run for an MDL team. They've been able to put up strong fights against a lot of other squads, even were able to take a game against Team Liquid ID towards the end of the Open Finals. So definitely cannot be underestimated, right? We have seen an overhaul in the whole MLBB ecosystem recently. A lot of veteran teams not being able to even make it to M Series, and a lot of new faces showing that it truly is a new era. So you cannot let your guard down even if you are one of the top teams, because everyone is going to have a target on their back.
Absolutely. If I remember correctly, there were some teams that even after the MPL playoffs for MY in Johor just went straight to prepping for SPS, right? I think even though they didn't make it, you can see the dedication some of these guys have. But I think for me, I want to see how far Todak can go, even though they're not playing today, because they were one best of 5 away from making it back to the M Series. But obviously, the team that they fell to was the eventual bronze medalist. So I wouldn't put it past them. Definitely a lot more opportunities in SPS. But I think today's opening is going to be explosive just because we have both TL, well, not TL, but we got Onic PH playing.
Yeah, Onic Philippines already surprised the world with their champion victory. But our first match of the day is going to be between Blacklist International and Lazy Esports, both Filipino representatives, to open up the challenge season. We're going to be jumping into a very short break, but when we come back, it'll be the official first match of a brand new era of MLBB gameplay, so you don't want to miss it. I'll see you guys in just a short moment.
I'm not giving up this time. Oh, I'm not giving up. Ooh, give it all I got. Ooh, don't you ever stop. Just you keep on, keep on, keep on. Just you keep on. Every day I work hard trying to prove myself. I know I'm worthy, don't rely on no one else. You're gonna see me fly. I'm gonna do it right. Ooh, I got it in my sights, alright. Ooh, I'm gonna get my dreams this time. I can't live without it. I'm not giving up this time. Oh, I'm not giving up. Ooh, give it all I got. Ooh, don't you ever stop. Just you keep on, keep on, keep on. Just you keep on. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it on. Manifest this year, your new anthem. Yeah, you gotta keep it going. Stay on the path that you've always chosen. I know that you got the power in you. Believe in yourself, cause you know that it's true. Repeat the same words loud every day. I'm a boss, I was born to slay. I'm not giving up. Ooh, give it all I got. Ooh, don't you ever stop. Just you keep on, keep on, keep on. Just you keep on. Back to love. Back to love. Thought that I would never.
All right. Thanks for being patient with us, ladies and gentlemen. We are back with the official first match of the Snapdragon Pro Series challenge season. It's gonna be between Blacklist International and Lazy Esports.
A clash between two Filipino teams, one in the big league, one who just won their MDL. But again, we have kind of set up expectations for both of them. Lazy Esports, some of the players have played under the banner of Onic Philippines last season, but at the same time, they also brought in veterans like Shizo. But we gotta talk about Blacklist International first, because they definitely have went through major changes in 2024, but they also kept some of the names that you might still remember, right? First of all, they got JM Pikmin in, but we got MP the King, who joined after MSC. We got Haj, we got Perziva, and we got Outplay.
This is a very interesting lineup of players here. Obviously, Haji still sticking around, the KDA machine himself, always a fan favorite among the Blacklist roster, but filling out the rest with some interesting new faces. MP the King, I think especially, a lot of people are going to have their eyes on. Be joining a Filipino team, definitely an interesting acquisition here, and we'll see how well he's able to mesh with the rest of the players. Outplayed as well, has been playing with Blacklist for about one season, I believe, and still has a lot more to prove ever since coming from the roster of Team Liquid. Blacklist is a name that's been around for a very, very long time, and now they're eager to set up a brand new era with a new roster. But if we're talking about new rosters, we gotta talk about the MDL champs, Lazy Esports.
Yeah, We got Dur in the XP lane, we got James Punks in the jungle, we got Choskirt in the mid lane, Puckbat in the roam, and Shizo in that gold lane. Mix and matches of a lot of tier 2 giants who eventually found their way to the main stage. If last season taught us anything about James Punks, that he is an absolute beast in the jungle. So let's see if he can take on MP the King, right? Like if we get that Link showdown in this best of 3.
Yeah, Lazy Esports is anything but. This is a very active team. They know what they want and they're willing to do what it takes to achieve their goals and win conditions within the land of Dawn. Like you mentioned, Husky, a lot of these players have shown very promising potential. There is a mix of players with some international experience and some with none here. And I'm sure they're very eager to show what they have to the world. But going up against a team like Blacklist International is not going to be a simple journey, even if they've just recently changed up their roster.
Yeah, and well, so both, actually even for Blacklist, right, like we've always been talking about them breaking the code. This is a good chance for them to do so with such a fresh lineup. When Aurora entered the scene, a majority of the ex-Blacklist members went over. Now we get to see them really have the time to nurture and grow these existing talents. Not to mention full PH lineup. I think that makes communicating so much easier. I think MP the King stated that as well after he went over there after See You Soon. So with enough time, I definitely believe that Blacklist can put up a show, but how much can they do against Lazy, right? This could be an opening upset series.
Yeah, MP the King, it's been a little while since he's been back on home soil, right, with a Filipino lineup, but he has been performing very admirably as part of See You Soon's lineup, so I'm sure it won't take him too long to mesh right back in. Known for his assassins in the first place, so the meta suits him as well. A lot of popular assassin heroes still going to be pretty effective. Fanny was the only real one that was notably nerfed in the recent patch update, so we shouldn't see too much change in terms of the jungle picks that will be available to him. And yeah, I'm really excited to see what is going to happen here. Husky, what are your predictions for how this is going to go?
I'm going 2-1 Blacklist, right? I'm going 2-1 Blacklist because I do feel that Blacklist, despite having a newer roster, they have very experienced players, right? I'm looking at MP the King being kind of the focal point in that jungle, but I do feel Lazy can put up a fight, right? Just maybe not enough to take down Blacklist.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think our predictions are both the same here, as we can see. Blacklist International is just a team with such a legacy, right? And even if it's not the same players we know from before, I still have a lot of faith in the veterans that we are seeing on the roster, right? Haji and MP the King, everyone's going to be keeping an eye on them, have always been solid, have always been reliable. Lazy Esports, though, have already surprised us multiple times. I don't doubt that they can take a game here, but can they take the series? Because if they do, that would be a statement to the world.
I'm just happy that we are back in the GSL, or quote-unquote, kind of BO3 format in the group stage. You know, like Swiss stage really changed how we approach these games, but I personally like to stick to a best of 3. So, gives the teams time to adapt. We really get to see how they fare in a marathon instead of a sprint. You know, all these cheese strats can be thrown out the window. I want to see, again, the jungle matchup, James Punks against MP the King. Is it going to be close, right? We've seen it individually, but I think this is the first time that they have ever been matched up in a tournament, or if they have been in the past, it's been a long time.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this is their first meeting, because these are two players that haven't really been operating in the same sphere of the MLBB ecosystem throughout their careers. If there is one, then well, I will be shocked, but otherwise, this will be a very interesting matchup, especially since, like I highlighted earlier, the meta still quite suits the way that these two players want to be able to operate in the jungle overall. But with so many changes, right? We just had a recent update. How will it change what the meta picks are going to be inside the draft? I think that's what everyone is going to be most curious about, because this is going to be the first major tournament happening after the recent update.
So far, well, I think the the general idea is still the same, right? You still have power picks like Dusin and Joy and the Granger all going through. Of course, Blacklist getting major power picks on their side. Gato Kacha as well as the third pick. Lazy able to lock in the Harith and the Suyo. But yeah, so most of the assassins are let through, but this Joy Suyo matchup has been a classic ever since M6.
Yeah, it was the contested matchup throughout the entirety of the M series. If one team has Joy, the other team will have Suyo. But in general, a lot of people will agree that Joy does match up a little bit better into this 1v1 in the jungle. So Lazy Esports still going for Suyo in the end. Shows that they just want to make sure that they can solidify in what is currently the meta pick. Since they also went for that Harith very early on, this is a hero that recently got updated, right? There's been notable buffs to that skill too, making it a little easier to use and more spammable overall, so the damage output is just more consistent. But unfortunately, we're not going to be able to see the brand new hero, Lucas, here, as it is the final ban from Lazy Esports.
We see the Cho and the Fovis ban as well by Blacklist because they have plenty of dashes to work with, but my mind instantly gets drawn to a potential Kufra for Lazy Esports if they still want to directly answer these mobility skills from Blacklist. They haven't revealed it yet, so Parkback can definitely go for that. But for Blacklist, they are still missing out on that mid and potential roam because it's a flex Gatot. So with this CC locked in, it's going to be a Gatot roam for sure.
Gatot roam still gonna be pretty solid, but I would ideally like to have a secondary initiation. I highlighted this quite a bit during the M series as well. I don't really like Gatot as the main form of engage because Avatar the Guardian can be a bit unreliable. So since they went CC, they still don't really have that, which might make their team fighting a little bit more difficult. So they're going more for a skirmish style right now with CC and Joy having high mobility to maybe split up the team fight against Lazy.
Yeah, even CC got some decent buff lately. It's not the biggest one, but I think they increased like her attack range, if I'm not mistaken,
yes,
for the yo-yos. Yeah, so that it does make it slightly more bearable, especially in lane where she already kind of excels in 1v1. But the Jawhead Arlet from Lazy Esports, so talk about having multiple initiations that Blacklist lacks, while Lazy Esports has more than just one of them.
Yeah, I do like the options that Lazy have gone for here. These are two heroes that are able to hold their own fairly well. Jawhead especially is going to help deal with the Joy a little bit in the early game, but it also means that you're going to have to commit those resources to MP quite often, since Joy is still going to be very, very slippery. And Arlet, unfortunately, isn't really going to win lane against CC most of the time, so the goal there is just to try and hold it against a Blacklist International, who will finish things off with the Valentina. Very classic pick for Haji in the mid lane.
How could we have forgotten about it? It actually did cross my mind, but I wasn't sure because Lazy hadn't picked their last two picks. But with the Arlet on their end, this Valentina now makes a lot more sense. You could steal that final slash and have a second layer of initiation for your team when needed. I think Blacklist definitely had a very good idea with that last pick going into this. It's quite rare that you see the mid laner getting shoved in the last pick. So I think this adjustment definitely gave Blacklist a lot more agency to work with in this game one. But what do you feel about the draft, or like which team sort of has the skills in their favor?
I personally feel like Blacklist International has a slightly more solid lineup, but it is also a little bit more difficult to play with. In the early game, Lazy Esports will have a slight advantage if they're able to play around the Jawhead and Zeusin mid-roam combo, because that is a huge amount of displacement. If you're able to play that around with Suyo, who has very good early game burst, to try and stifle the early game momentum of Joy, it will give Lazy Esports a bit more space to play around, and space is going to be a very important factor in this game in particular, because neither of these teams are playing your classic front to back, right? It's very, very skirmishy.
We'll jump into game one and see if Lazy Esports can surprise us. And interestingly enough, you talk about Blacklist having this skirmishy hit and run comp and Lazy Esports having a lot of displacement. It seems to me, on paper at least, that it is a decent solution to deal with Blacklist, right? They want to come in and get the drive-by, but you have so many ways to just lift them out of position and isolate them from the rest of the team.
And the difficult part though is that, like we mentioned, right, JM going to have a much better lineup against Dur in the EXP lane, so that already reduces a bit of the map pressure that Lazy would like to have in the early game. And in comparison, a lot of the burst damage on Lazy is put on Shizo and James Punk specifically. So if MP is able to just dive into the back line and separate them alongside JM, hold on.
They will grab Persada back, and that would be first blood going over to Lazy. The Jawhead picks up the kill, and JM wants to go for the Jawhead, doesn't find him. Pakbet gets out, flickers traded on both sides.
Unfortunate for Blacklist, weren't able to get more than that, but First Blood is still going to be very, very good. And even forcing out the Revitalize, Persada wasn't able to survive that. So already a pretty good start and good response here from Lazy to make sure that they didn't give away more kills. The early game is a very important timing for them with this mid-roam and jungle combination. Oh,
well, Turtle taken by Lazy. That's a lift back. Chovskirts tries to go for multiple targets. The flicker committed by Dirt. That's another kill for Lazy. So they have 3 so far, but at least Haji was able to secure one on the way out. Still gonna get lifted back.
Oh,
yeah,
for Haji.
Displacement. Out of this world, steals the Juicin now, still gets lifted back, but Chove doesn't have the mana, so Haji escapes.
And that is why the man is still known as the KDA machine, turning around that situation. Definitely a bit too deep of a dive there. I think Lazy didn't consider the possibility of the Zeus'in ult being stolen to give just that extra bit of durability at the end, because otherwise that should have been a kill. Now this Valentina is 2-0, but now Perkiva
gonna use the AOG just to escape, so big engage 2 eliminated, but thankfully for Blacklist, no objectives, no point of interest on the map just yet. So he's gonna have it back up for next Turtle. They're not so lucky though, tries to use the Vengeance to gain some distance, refreshes the Demon Mark, but MP the King on the K. James Punks re-engages, gets the stun off. MP the King gets out, but Outplay will not.
Outplayed, gonna be ganked on the opposite side of the map. That is good communication there from Lazy, right? They see that the enemy jungle is on the top half of the map. They instantly rotate over to punish the less manned gold lane and give Shizo a little bit of that lead. This is a Harif versus a Granger, so Shizo will have the natural early to mid game advantage, and the more they snowball, the slower they can delay the stacking of Outplayed on this Granger. Lazy, I still think, is the easier composition to play, especially early to mid-game. So this is the timing that they have to capitalize on the most.
Yeah. We also are noticing some of the advantages Lazy Esports has. Because how is Blacklist going to open up the map without the Guitar, right? And you're running into a Jawhead, Juicin, who could just, again, displace you like they do now. Revitalize can get used, Final Slash on the 2 jungle. Turtle stolen by MP the King. Shizo joins the fight. He's in the middle of all of it. Chrono dashes out of the way. MP the King is just dancing around the battlefield. Dur will not survive, unfortunately. Will just have to give his life up. Double kill for Outplay. Shizo now trapped underneath his own turret. JM Pigman not able to get out. Chove on his tail, lifts him back. Not in turret range, but still beams him down. Either way, Blacklist wins the fight, gets the objective, and now Haji once more. Death Sonata into a snipe mega kill for Outplay.
A massive victory here for Blacklist International. They basically did wipe the entirety of Lazy Esports there. And Lazy unfortunately made the mistake of getting a little bit overconfident in their engagement. They wanted to take out Persada before the turtle fight could begin, but this is a Catan. It's still going to take a lot of resources to take him out. And because they used all of their cooldowns, it's instantly go time for Blacklist. They normally would not be that good in a straight up 5v5 situation. But when Lazy is not positioned for it and have already used a bunch of their important abilities, it becomes very easy for them to run them down. MP, even being able to steal a turtle on top of it, instantly reverses momentum in favor of Blacklist International.
A lot of single target controls from Lazy, but like you said, very cooldown dependent. We saw MP just dancing around the backline of Lazy Esports. But all things considered, we're looking at a 2k gold lead for Blacklist International. No turrets have been felled just yet. 6 minutes into the game. Pretty slow considering that all the fight that has happened so far, right? 12 total kills across both teams.
Yeah, the ideal for Lazy in engagements is to slow it down and catch Blacklist when they're separate, because their composition is very good at doing that. If they're not able to do that and just try and run them down instead, we already see what Blacklist is capable of. This is a team that actually does have a pretty glaring weakness, and that Gatot is the only form of engage. I already highlighted it during the draft. So if they can force Perxiva to use up his resources beforehand, Blacklist instantly has to position very defensively. So slower, more controlled engagements are preferred here for Lazy. Notice for now, they're controlling the turtle pit.
Perxiva tries to use the AOG, gets control, he goes down, flick a final slash, good engage from Dirt, and this time Lazy Esports does the prep work just right, finding 3 kills, and an eventual turtle at the cost of just their roamer.
That's exactly what I was talking about, right? You take out Perxiva first, then slowly displace the rest of Blacklist, because after that they just don't have a front line, right? Especially since JM went for Flicker instead of Vengeance on this CC. Perxiva is the only real tank that Blacklist can depend on. I think Lazy positioned themselves really nicely there. We're able to get the turtle, now even up the network lead. And if they can continue building this up, it will be great, because Blacklist is quite heavily depending on the third to fourth item spike on MP and Outplayed before they can really make an impact in team fights.
That's the... Wow, for a while I thought it was the AOG for Perxiva. He was just buffering the taunt. So far we've been seeing Blacklist react to Lazy, because Lazy is the one trying to displace targets, going for these pickoffs. Like how they did with Perxiva again, they're just not going out. They're gonna send him straight back to the fountain. But is there a way for Blacklist to take initiative, right? Get an engage off, or is it going to be a constant tug of war where they have to wait for cooldowns from Lazy?
Well, speaking of, Lazy gonna find Outplayed again, tries to throw him, uses the flicker, so the Granger is out. But to answer your question, Husky, Blacklist literally cannot start a fight. They just do not have the lineup to do it, because again, Avatar of the Guardian is not a reliable fight starter. The only way they can be the ones in control is if Lazy makes a mistake and overcommits, like we saw in that one fight earlier in the game. Otherwise, with Azusin and Zahid, Lazy will always have vision control and zoning potential. Blacklist are the ones that have to slow it down, wait for resources to be committed so that MP can go in later while whittling them down from behind with the Granger. Otherwise, Lazy controls most of the fights until scaling really kicks in.
You can see Lord spawns right now, and MP just got his Holy Crystal. Then a pullback to Perxiva. Pugback can't get it right now, so could be an opportunity to re-engage with AOG. Crimson Beacon used, but MP just dances on top of Chope. Chope will disengage, but this fight is already done. JM Pigman on top of Dur. Dur goes down. Double kill for MP, and Blacklist now has the Lord open for business.
If they're able to catch Lazy off guard themselves, then that's actually pretty good, but Lazy still looking to try and contest here.
Shield damage out of this world. Still though, Blacklist International secures the Lord. It's just going to be finally a tool for them to accelerate the game a little bit. But I mean, all these considered, right? Like Perxiva, he's been having a pretty rough time. But Blacklist International, they're starting to hit those power spikes, especially MP with that Holy Crystal damage. He is just ripping through Lazy Esports health bars.
Yeah, like I mentioned, once we see the third, fourth item timing come in for MP and Outplayed, Blacklist's mid to late game damage is actually terrifying, right? They're able to whittle down Lazy from afar, and a lot of these heroes on Lazy's side are going to start dropping off in like general utility, right? Jawhead especially is going to feel the heat of not being able to survive damage quite a bit. So Perxiva, even though he's been having a rough time, right, that is kind of expected as the solo Gatot. You know you are going to die a lot against a Jawhead Zusin. If you're able to throw away, to force out all of their resources, it is actually very worth it at this point, because Blacklist, they don't really even... Oh!
Whoa! That's a straight up assassination.
Well, that's unfortunate right there. A little bit of underestimation, because I didn't manage to bring this up earlier because I just didn't have the time to do it, but James Punks has a Sky Piercer, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Not your classic item choice on Suyo. He actually bought it when his score was 0-2. So I wondered, like, is this a good idea? But in situations like that, well, you can see the effect.
Yeah. And we just blow them up before they could do much, right? I suppose it also makes sense that the whole idea is to displace your enemy, you know, like how in Trex's word, give them a stiff arm treatment and take them down when they're isolated. Persada does engage with the AOG, but look at him dropping like 5-4-man final slash from Durst, setting it up for the rest of Lazy. Haji will not get out, and KDA is ruined. MP getting out of the fight, but Blacklist just lost 3, and a second Sky Piercer for Lazy, this time on Chovsker.
I will continue saying it. Gatot as your primary, and in this case, only initiator, is just not good enough. You started the fight with Avatar the Guardian. What are you going to do next, right? And it was even in a funnel. Blacklist's positioning was just not good enough, and then they all got caught in the final slash. It was an absolute disaster. And now Lazy Esports is fully in control. They gotta slow it down more. Blacklist cannot be the ones jumping the gun, because the only way they win fights is by forcing Lazy Esports to be the ones to do it instead.
Is it finally time for Haji to start considering that I need to help out my Gatot by somehow getting the final slash, if he even has vision of Dur, because I don't think the Arlo has exposed himself to this Valentina the entire game, at least not enough for Haji to steal that final slash away.
Yeah, I think Dur has been doing a very good job of keeping his positioning apart, because he knows that without that final slash, Blacklist just don't have any alternative way of engaging, right? But now the board being contested once again.
Persada once more just got controlled to oblivion. Pakbet barely escaping with the life. The eject button did give him the shield. The big arrow from James Punks as well. There's 3 members of Blacklist. It's getting chunked out in the bush. So back to square one. Lazy Esports, they can do this all day. Final slash did get stolen by Haji though. Dur was just on the edge of the bush, so he's not gonna get hit. JM Pigman though will go down as Shizo gets a mega kill streak, and this is certified Lord for Lazy Esports.
You know, I think this is like a very appropriate situation, because Shizo is using the new Killua Hunter x Hunter skin. And anyone who watches the show knows that Killua's electric mode is called Godspeed, and Shizo is called Shizo God. So I couldn't have lined it up better myself, Husky. It's just like fate coming into play here.
I went for a 10 draw and I got the skin, so yeah, it makes me happy to see Killua getting featured in the first game. Getting off to a good New Year start for sure.
Having a great time here. Harif is a hero that got recently buffed, like we mentioned during the draft. Able to do damage more consistently, has more access to dashing. In exchange, the dash distance was reduced slightly, but it really doesn't matter. Oh!
Well, again, Persada, he's out, and a big control in the backline. AOG was used to escape, but Shizo needs to go down, and he will. MP the King gives in a 10,000 volt treatment. Similar's Electric Cat, that's a double kill for MP the King, and Blacklist International stays alive.
That was a bit of a mistake. I actually quite like the aggressive play to catch up Persada, but I really don't know why Shizo went that deep in. He got caught in the curtain call, and then it was actually just curtains for him, because Harif needs that freedom of movement. Blacklist now fully capitalizing.
And double Sky Piercer going to work, but it's actually just enough to take down 2 members on the side of Blacklist. Lazy Esports does get wiped out, but Punkbet will be back up. And unfortunately, Blacklist, they just do not have the resources to take any inhibitors, and they even lost one of their own. The top inhibitor just went down, bottom one has a big wave pushing in, the mid one is also in shambles. So all Lazy Esports needs to do is just give it a bit of a love tap, and all those structures will start crumbling.
I gotta give props to Lazy though. That play takes some guts. It is really risky to throw your 2 remaining living players at 4 members of the enemy team when the rest of your squad is like still quite some time away from respawning, and the crystal could be exposed, right? The fact they were actually able to trade for 2 members meant that Blacklist couldn't push any further. It could have been cleaner, definitely, but they were able to just achieve the minimum of what they needed to get to make sure that the game didn't end right there on the spot. So it is actually surprisingly close, right? The MDL champions showing us why a lot of people have been seeing them as a bit of a dark horse. and Blacklist International now having to be much more careful. It is clear that Lazy still makes mistakes, right? Shizo, if he didn't get caught out in that previous team fight, could have completely changed how it went. So it is anyone's game at this point. You just have to see who is able to operate a bit more cleanly.
I think Persada also tried to find a solution to stay alive longer. I believe he got a Winter Crown for this next fight. I know someone got a Winter Crown Blacklist, so Persada is the one that makes the most sense. He's gonna start the aggro on the Lord, but if you're lazy, you're really not in a rush to take this objective, right? Let Blacklist do the work and just, you know, continue to stiff arm them, continue to poke them from afar, let that top wave build up, and eventually Blacklist will have to deal with it.
Yeah. Right now though, 16 minutes in, Lazy Esports genuinely has to be very wary of MP and Outplayed's positions, right? These two heroes do a lot of damage.
Haji Cash, stolen final slash, a 1-for-1, Sky Piercer takes down Persada, the front line just disappeared. Crimson Beacon from Chosker trying to grab MP back, MP now goes down, completely blown up, and Pinkman, he's the one with the Winter Crown. James Punks finds a double kill in the process as Pinkman now with the yo-yos actually was able to take down Shizo, but still James Punks, money on the prize, takes the Lord, final slash, well done by Dur, and his outplay against Jove and James Punk, and he just cannot hold on. Shut down by the Suyo. Lazy Esports finds the wipeout.
Beautifully played by Lazy Esports. There was good attempts coming in here from Blacklist International to try and turn that fight around. But with that wipeout and minions already in the base of Blacklist, Lazy Esports will upset the turntables and take game number 1.
We did come into the series predicting it to be a 2-1 in favor of Blacklist. So that 1 has been achieved by Lazy, but it could go even further from here. If Lazy takes Blacklist down 2-0, it would be one of the best feelings ever. Not just for Lazy Esports, but also, you know, what better way to start a tournament than to be proven wrong in terms of our predictions. But I gotta say that Sky Piercer, the double Sky Piercer from Lazy Esports, was really making it difficult for Blacklist to estimate how long they can survive in a fight, right? Like you saw how MP and Persada just got blown up, and I don't think they could even have time to react.
Yeah, personally, I'm a fan actually of how Lazy Esports is approaching the game. There's this freshness to it, right? There's this sensation of a team that's here to play the game and play it their way. Even in times where you think, oh, you gotta slow it down, you gotta take things more disciplined. Nope, they just go in, they wanna fight, they wanna brawl, they wanna make things happen through battling and fighting. They've got the double Sky Piercer to take advantage of that, and very good usage of the Jawhead Zusin combo to punish Blacklist International for not having enough frontline and crowd control to punish them back.
So if we look back at this Blacklist draft, is the CC sort of like the hero that really put them in a rough spot, that 4th pick CC?
A little bit, actually. I do think so, because the reason that Blacklist went for the CC 4th pick is because after the recent buff, CC just straight up out-duels almost any EXP laner, right? It doesn't really matter what you pick at this point, CC is going to win against them. So Blacklist felt very comfortable with going for that as a safe blind pick, not knowing what Lazy's EXP laner was yet. But I don't really like the choice of going for it when you don't have crowd control with your Gatot yet, right? You are leaving yourself a bit vulnerable to team fights, and that's exactly what happened, right? Lazy Esports made sure to take out Persada every single time, and then after that, how do you set up for your cores? This is nothing that Blacklist can do.
Yeah, they really felt so helpless, right? They were trying to find loopholes and bit of mistakes, chink in the armors from Lazy Esports that you can only do so much. Even damage dealt overall, Lazy Esports takes the cake, but the MVP gotta be Chosker with a 92% kill participation on this Zusin.
Zusin still an absolute terror, alright? If you're not keeping good enough attention of that Lantern Flare, it just picks you up, it just throws you aside. Even heroes that are hard to catch like that Joy can be easily caught out if the electrifying beats were used too early on and Chokeskirt is still alive. And then combination with Pakbet on this Jawhead as well, right? So much displacement with Lantern Flare and the Ejector. and one target to always use it on. That's the other thing about this draft from Blacklist, right? There's no question in Lazy Esports' mind of who to use the Zeus and Jawhead combo on. It is Perxiva every single time. It is so obvious. It is so easy. There's nothing that they have to consider, right? They just go for Gatot every single time. The fight is just broken wide open.
No amount of resistance can help the Gatot survive the output that Lazy Esports had when the game went late. Even in this case, we're seeing the Brave Smite variation of the Drusin, right? Instead of the Impure Rage. Interesting enough, he went for the Clock of Destiny into the Glowing One, and then a pretty late Sky Piercer, but nonetheless, his team has so much damage that the Sky Piercer just naturally fit into the Drusin's kit.
Yeah, and naturally as well, this is something people may not consider too often, but Sky Piercer is a solution to the revitalized meta, right? Because heroes like Gatot, or even the new hero Lucas, right, who like to play around low HP, keeping themselves alive with Revitalize, Sky Piercer just denies that instantly. I think that's probably part of the reason why we saw James Punks go for the Sky Piercer, even though it's not normal on Suyo, to really take advantage of that.
You can't really heal out if you're dead. I guess that's the motto. I mean, we are definitely gearing closer and closer towards the whole idea of if I kill them first, they can't kill me. We have these early exchanges, with Blacklist. This is one of the few fights where they really were able to find a decent lead for themselves. It did allow them to start breaking structures in the bottom lane. We saw Haji, they pop off, but it didn't last too long once we saw Lazy Esports having just overwhelming setup onto Blacklist.
The problem is Blacklist as a team likes to play very by the book MLBV, right? You go for your usual front to backs, you engage, you slow things down, their timings and conditions are usually quite solid. But to be able to do that, you ideally want a draft that keeps you in control of the flow of battle. You want to have priority in the Land of Dawn all the time. And again, one single Gatot doesn't give you that, especially against Zeus and Jawhead, right? So they're never able to start fights. They're never able to open the map. The few fights that Blacklist won was when Lazy Esports overcommitted, right? So that already denies a lot of potential playmaking ability from a team that wants to do so. I want to give props to Lazy as well, because even in these fights where they were punished for going over aggressive, they never overcompensated, right? They didn't go into the next fight super careful. They just went hard because they knew that they were the ones in control and they couldn't give that away to their opponents.
Just playing to the style and understanding that this draft of theirs is always going to have that innate advantage over Blacklist, simply because Blacklist don't have the tools, like you mentioned, to start fights reliably. And the one time they tried to do so, they got completely wiped off the face of the Land of Dawn. So 1-0 for Lazy Esports so far. I'm gonna start it off by saying maybe the first adjustment that Blacklist needs to look into heading into Game 2 is just have more than one layer of initiation.
And nowadays, you really need to have double front line. I think CC could have been okay if we saw the Vengeance as well, but even then, it might have been a bit more difficult. It's not impossible for Blacklist to pull off this lineup, right? If they slow down the fight, let Gatot slowly, buy time, use resources for Joy and Granger to whittle them down, then it totally works. But you can't slow it down against Jawhead Zusin, right? You blink, and all of a sudden, you're on the other side of the map. You're just not able to be in control anytime. So because of that, it makes it so much more difficult for Blacklist International to actually play their composition. So I think going into game number 2, it's still possible to go for drafts like this, but keep yourselves a little bit more open in the drafting phase. I can see why they might want to leave mid lane for Haji until the very end. But if they had decided to keep EXP lane for the last pick instead, when they had already seen the entire enemy team, then it might have given them more options.
We also gotta look at the heat map of game 1, right from start until the end. When you see Lazy Esports, where James Pang has been wreaking havoc across the map, he is just everywhere. He's at every objective. He's at every almost majority of the fight. I think he had like close to an 80% kill participation this entire game. And even though he started the game 0-2 and still committed to a Sky Piercer, it eventually paid off in the end.
You gotta have a lot of faith to be 0-2 on a Suyo and still go Sky Piercer. James Punks had a plan, he had a goal, and he had a belief that no matter what happened, his team would still be able to back him up. We mentioned this during the draft, right? Suyo actually is kind of the losing 1v1 against the Joy, but in this case, MP just could never really enter the ranks of Lazy Esports due to the draft issues we already mentioned earlier. This gives James Punks a lot more openings on the map to just roam around and create space, and he also understands that he's going to be the main form of burst alongside Jahid and Zusin to get Perxiva as early as possible. That's why we saw him so active in these ganks and flanks, and why he went for that Sky Piercer to deny the Revitalize, because he knew his side laners wouldn't be able to start participating until a little later in the game.
Just give a quick shout out to the whole back-end team for this API. First of all, it's great. It's adorable to see James Punk's the Suyo portrait just moving around the map and just leaving trails here and there, but also gives you a very good idea of where majority of these fights happen, right? It's all around choke points where it makes it pretty convenient for Lazy Esports to get a setup and follow up with it. But of course, a lot of it was also set up by the fact that they were isolating targets from Blacklist International and forcing them to respond. Either way, Lazy Esports played the entire draft the way that it was intended to, and Blacklist, they struggled to find a way and they just couldn't solve it at the end.
I think it's also interesting to see that despite an early game dominance, we never really saw James Punks go into the enemy jungle, right? A lot of it, the action was just happening on their half of the map. And they knew that Blacklist would try to run into them because of the way that Joy operates as a hero. It makes it very easy for James Punks to play a slower game from the backline and only initiate once Pakabet and Chokeskirt have opened up the fight for him, right? And not invading is smart as well, because we already mentioned Suyo has a bit of a hard time 1v1ing Joy anyway, so there's no reason to try and force that out. You don't need to split yourselves up into a bad position when the enemy team can already do it for you, and Lazy Esports just seem to be in a very clean state right now.
Yeah, it really does feel that way, but of course, for Blacklist International, they have time to make adjustments, as they prep for game number 2. We'll see if Lazy Esports can carry this momentum. So far, I think we only saw like two heroes that has received a bit of that QOL buff coming into this. One of my personal favorites that I probably would only see if a Malaysian team is playing is that carry, right? Like, they have buffed the speed of a light wheels, it now travels significantly faster, but does it solve the problem that she has, which is she needs time and she's short range?
Well, actually, as someone who has tried out a bit of carry ever since the update, I genuinely feel like she is very oppressive, right? Because the speed of the light wheel is one thing. It allows you to deny a little bit of pathing, it allows you to start stacking up on people a lot more easily, and it's actually genuinely a reliable form of poke now. But I think the big win is in that extra damage built into her ultimate, right? It means that she doesn't actually need to rely on having those items before she starts hitting really, really hard. So I want to see a little bit more of that, but let's see what happens, because we're going into the draft for game number 2, and immediately we see the Joy. First pick locked in by Blacklist on the blue side.
Yeah, so really prioritizing the pick for MP the King, but also they don't want to let it go over to Lazy Esports, which right now is on the red side. They also ban out the Tusin. That means that they will get their hands on the Suyo and the Harif, so not much has really changed in the opening sequence of the drafts for both teams.
Really going for that Godspeed Shizo right now. I mean, why not, right? Harif is just a very solid goal laner in general, and even heroes that previously would have laned well against him, like the Bruno, have already been nerfed. So it just ups Harif's general popularity and priority during the drafting phase. Granger, though, still going to be very, very solid overall. I think anyone who's been playing pubs in MLBB recently has been seeing just just the influx of Granger gameplay everywhere, because people have finally been able to figure out how powerful he is. They're gonna go ahead and grab that Phoveus as well, just to have that extra front line, and that is going to be the first phase of Blacklist's draft.
But I do like the adjustment with this Phoveus. It was banned out by Lazy Esports. It was banned out by Blacklist themselves, I believe, in game one, in that second phase. But now they have a decent answer to the Harif and the Suyo, considering that his passive actually just follows you until the ends of the earth, so there's really no escaping it. But Lazy Esports, they're gonna switch it up a little bit. They will pick the Tigreal. If Blacklist wants to fight in their face, then they're gonna be careful of this big implosion.
Yeah, I was initially wondering if Lazy might go for the Cho here just to counteract the Joy instantly, but they do go for the Tigreal, so we will probably see a ban on Cho instead, unless they want to go Tigreal and Cho, which actually is possible here, though maybe a little bit more difficult to lane against the Phoveus. Since they went for the Roam, they are going to be banning Roam heroes against Blacklist, since Blacklist previously prioritized the Gatot quite early on in their draft. By going for the Phoveus instead, their Roam is still left open, and Lazy is going to make sure to deny as many team fight options from them as possible.
And see, so the chip gets banned out to deny any sort of a macro advantage that Blacklist would want to get for themselves. Lazy Esports, they're still looking for that mid and XP laner. Is a more honest draft right now. The Edith banned out by Blacklist, so taking out all these single target crowd control, and most importantly, laners that can make life a bit tougher for the Phoveus, right? Edith has always been one of the few staples when you look at players like Kirk, when you look at players like Cram. They love to put Edith into these kind of matchups. So I do like the initiative from Blacklist.
I think we didn't shout him out enough as well in game number one, but Dur did an incredible job on that Arlet. The final slashes were clean every single time, and it was able to catch like 3 or 4 members of Blacklist in every single engagement. I think Blacklist knows to respect the team fight setup potential of the EXP laner on Lazy now. Getting rid of Edith, I'm not sure if they want to ban Arlet. Phoveus actually has a pretty okay matchup into it, and even if they do that, CC is still open. Instead, they're going for the more tanky frontliners. I think they're actually trying to force Dur into a situation where he has to play a hero that's a bit more duel-oriented rather than team fight.
So the glue getting banned out means that Blacklist wants to still commit. It feels like they still want to commit to being in the face of Lazy Esports, but not want to have any deterrent. But also because Phoveus into glue is just a nightmare, right? We've seen that example as well. So Farsa will be the option for Lazy Esports. They're trying to keep outplay at an arm's length with that Feather Airstrike. Also that big burst damage, right? If you get caught by the Tigreal, it is lights out. So Blacklist doubles down with the Angela pick.
Angela and Hilda. Blacklist going for a very heavy early to mid game focus here, because that's where they were really lacking in game number one. They don't want to give Lazy the opportunity to snowball off of things, but it does also render their late game a little bit questionable. It puts a lot of pressure onto Outplay to really stack up on this Granger. Lazy as well. Farsa combos really well into Tigreal and is actually a very good solution into Granger, but is incredibly vulnerable to Joy and now Hilda. So Cho'Skirt's positioning is gonna be quite difficult unless they're able to get a secondary frontline here to combo with the Tigreal.
Oh yeah. Let's see what Lazy is gonna go. The Lucas was banned out in game 1 by Lazy themselves, but they get to unleash the Sacred Beast in game 2. And Lucas, I've actually talked to a couple of casters and players, and they say Lucas pretty darn good and in these 1v1s, huge sustains. You get the War Axe onto him and build tank, and he is just ripping backlines and even sometimes frontlines into shreds. I'm interested to see how it's gonna fare against JM's Phoveus.
Lucas is a very fun hero to play. I've tried him out a few times myself. Surprisingly durable and has a lot of options in terms of item build, right? You can go for a more damage kind of sustain oriented with the War Axe and the Brute Force, or you can go for a more tanky healing style with Revitalize and then Thunderbelt Oracle Queen's Wings. So I'm curious to see which option we're going to see for the debut of Lucas on the international stage.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
See, so this is going to be one of the few classics. Hold on, it's a Hilda mid. So Haji is on the Hilda and got that Ziva on the Angela. Definitely something I haven't seen before. But what's the objective though? Like, so you have a Hilda mid. I do assume that you can move around the map very fast since you have access to the side lanes. But what about the jungle pressure? Because it definitely feels like they don't really have the agency that you would think they do.
Hilda mid has good wave clear, combos well with Angela and opening up the map because you're able to move very quickly. But you are right, Husky. It means that they're not really able to check the jungle as efficiently since Hilda has to be in mid lane to clear up the minions. Not to mention that it's going to be a bit difficult for him to straight up duel against Chokeskirt because Persada can just play at a distance. So they're really trying to extend this into side lane pressure instead.
They do find Haji, who is pretty darn good at running away, that's for sure. Can't lock him down, at least not for now. But we say that he has that wave clear with Perziva by his side, but you can kind of say the same for Lazy, right? You can never really threaten the structures. And another problem that we are going to eventually see is how is Blacklist International going to start sieging structures without outplay?
Yeah, there basically isn't any way for them to do that, right? Like, they don't have the range advantage at all. There's no artillery for them to play with outside of this Granger, and that is, of course, physical damage. So Lazy can itemize against that if that is going to become the concern. Not to mention that I still don't think they have enough crowd control to lock people down for MP.
They will find Puckbet, who just Sacred Hammers away. Lazy Esports will give this turtle over the Blacklist. It's not their primary concern. The Blacklist will get a free objective. But again, how are they gonna get on top of Lazy Esports, right? In game 1, we talk about having just one Gato Kacha is not enough. But now that you mention it, there really isn't a way to engage, and Puckbet just flickers Sacred Hammer, tries to go for outplay, doesn't find him though. He's gonna drop low. First blood over the Blacklist International. Sacred Beast on top of Perziva, but here comes the Hard Guard. MP the King shows up, ready to unleash 10,000 volts, not able to find a target, so Lazy Esports disengage.
Yeah, I think that was a bit unwise from Lazy because Puckbet is not level 4. If he had Implosion, that would have changed things completely, though Outplay did still have Purify, so it's hard to say to what extent. But Lazy do still have to be somewhat respectful here. This is Angela, Hilda, Joy. Their early game is actually pretty scary, and you don't quite have enough burst damage to really take them down until Chokeskirt has like that first or second item. So they don't really need to force themselves to make things happen. I think that's why they didn't go for the turtle, but then they... Oh, hold on.
Whoa, Puckbet, he's just gonna take it this time with Implosion. A wordy trade for sure, gives his life up and allows Shizo to take the kill on Outplay.
That was... Oh, hold on. Haji, they see James Pang's gonna steal this jungle camp away. The more they can snowball MP, the better. This Joy, unfortunately, didn't really get much of a chance to play the game in game number 1. So now they're putting extra attention into him because they know that this is really going to be their mid-game burst because they don't have a mage.
Yeah, they don't. And not to mention, they don't really have the best heroes to hit structures. Not just that, the anti-siege from Lazy Esports is also pretty insane, right? You have great long-range pokes and bursts from Farsa, even the Suyo to a certain extent. Also, some great gap closers. Lazy Esports, they're gonna lose Puckbet again as Haji just cleaves him in half with the axe. So Blacklist International will get the second turtle of the game.
Yeah, I was seeing that Puckbet was getting caught down there on the minimap, and it was like a 3-4 man gank because Blacklist were already rotating over for the turtle, so Lazy just not really in position to deal with that. So this is going to start building up now. Blacklist nearly at a 1k gold lead, pretty good start. They want to try and keep extending this because they do have heroes that will drop off quite hard when you get into the mid to late game. The more of a lead you have early, the better it's going to be, and the more you can deny from Lazy. The fact that James Punks has still gone for a Sky Piercer this game, like in game 1, I thought, oh, he went for it to counter the Revitalize. There's no Revitalize this game. James Punks just like Sky Piercers, Rio.
Yeah, I think so too. I think the goal is just to, I mean, Soul Saver does do percentage damage, so might as well, right? You get them to the threshold in an instant and they just pop. But yeah, I mean, Lazy, they're playing it slow. They're being really patient. Even James Punks, like no rush to invade in any way. They know that they always have that initiative. Every time they roll the dice, they're gonna have that innate advantage. And here comes the big siege. Outplay and Perks both having to disengage. Another implosion flicker this time, followed up by James Punks. Outplay gets out, but they do lose Persada though. So no Angela means no hard guard. Means Lazy Esports ready to fight. Dirt unleashes the beast. It's Pigman against 2. Vacant number 3. James Punks shows up. JM still alive. As Haji wants to help out, but can't really do too much. Though the Inferno Pursuit actually just slams 2 members of Lazy into the grave. And with the respawn of Perziva, he's gonna rejoin the fight with a hard guard, tied her down with a puppet on the string. Another pullback into a slam, and this is just too much for Lazy Esports. 4 kills for Blacklist.
Angela Hilda is a little bit disgusting. I'll just say that right now, but that was also very messy from Lazy Esports. That was just straight up a mistake. I already mentioned there is no need for them to really try to force things out here. I think Outplayed did an incredible job of opening up the bushes in his lane, right? The fact that Chokeskirt was already below health HP before the fight even started made it difficult for Lazy Esports to engage, and they still tried to force it, even committing Zaman Force for Zizo to jump behind the tier 1. And after all that, they're just out of position, right? You have Haji on Hilda, you have JM on Phobius. These are really good dive heroes that are good at punishing you for overextending. And that's exactly what Lazy Esports did. There's no reason for them to force situations like that. And now the gold lead is firmly in favor of Blacklist. It is now 4K, 7 minutes in, a 7 kill score to 2. Things are looking grim.
Yeah, Lazy Esports essentially lost a 4v5. And that's also under the pretenses of them taking out an Angela, forcing the Granger out of the fight, and just completely flattened by this Phobius. We get the Feather of Heaven for Shizo, and Outplay trying to get this turret. We'll eventually get it for sure, as we have a fresh minion wave coming in. Lazy Esports will trade the bottom tier 1. But this is probably one of the largest gold lead we've had in this series for either team. Close to a 4K for Blacklist, with the Lord 50 seconds away from spawning.
This is actually a little bit of a reversal from game 1, right? In game number 1, Blacklist had to be more careful with their resources, while Lazy would want to force cooldowns out from them. It's the other way around here. Lazy is a lot more burst-based, right? They need to wait for implosion timings, Feathered Airstrike timings, Zaman Force timings. Heck, even Lucas needs to wait for Unleash the Beast to be available. So they cannot be the ones forcing things to happen, especially if they're not able to guarantee a quick and easy kill and escape. In that previous fight, I don't really even feel like they were properly checking information of the map before they committed to the tower dive, and because of that, they got caught out by Haji, right? So they cannot do that. In game 1, I praised them for being willing to be so aggressive even when the situation didn't look that good. In this game, they cannot do that. Just straight up. They have to be more disciplined. Otherwise, Blacklist is gonna keep doing what they've been doing.
Yeah, you can definitely sense that the sheer determination, right? Like, well, you have a team just running under tier 1, taking aggro just for a play to happen. Now this is important for Lazy Esports, but I don't think they can even have a chance. So hovering around the area, actually resetting the lore a little bit, as MP tries to go for the backline. Pugbear will have to commit implosion into a Feather Airstrike. Pugbear flickers away. Dur hits the backline with Unleash the Beast and controls all of them with the flash combo, allowing Shizo to just dash in and out, but gets pulled back by JM mid-dash. So Shizo finds the double kill in the process. And Blacklist International now has to clean things up, and unfortunately, Wings by Wings will run out. MP the King takes down the Farsa. Lazy Esports loses 4.
Alright, I will just give a very practical piece of advice to Lazy Esports now. Bait the hard guard. That's all you gotta do. Make it look like you're gonna start a fight, wait for the hard guard comes out, back off, and then re-engage. Because you are just not killing anyone with this Angela, right? It doesn't matter if it's MP, it doesn't matter if it's Haji. You saw how little damage that feathered airstrike was doing. It is not something that Lazy Esports can handle right now, and Blacklist is fully aware of it. Not to mention that Lazy is still falling into the same pattern. They are using their cooldowns too quickly. They are overcommitting. And that, well, you're playing against a Joy, right? The first thing in every game you want to see as a Joy player is your opponent to overcommit resources.
That, and also JM is having the time of his life. Having Shizo dash in front of him with the Chrono Dash and empowered by the Xamath Force, he is just refreshing his passive every few seconds. JM, he is... I think he's virtually unkillable right now. I would argue
little bit.
He would even go for an Oracle if he wants to, but he should be able to firmly deal with this Lord with the amount of damage that they have. Feather Airstrike, a couple of bursts from Shizo should do the job. Holy Crystal now just got purchased. Shizo will start hurting for sure. The siege continues though, and Blacklist now, JM in the backline with the vengeance and takes out James Punk. Punkbet is also out of position, but Shizo, he himself gets rid of both Haji and Outplay, and JM is in no man's land. He will also be punished by the Lucas. Lazy keeps that base intact.
That is what Lazy has been waiting for. They've been waiting for an opening, and finally Blacklist makes a mistake. I feel like the name of this series is just whoever overcommits first, right? Because in this case, it was Blacklist who decided, hey, I'm going to split up my team and dive between your inhibitor and let you dismantle my backline while leaving my front line completely stranded after the fight is done, you know? Like, there needs to be just a little bit more forward thinking here. These teams have leads. That means they can play aggressive, yes, but it doesn't mean they need to. So take a step back. Blacklist still has the advantage. 3K is still nothing to scoff at. They already have taken out all the external towers for Lazy. Just don't do that again. Simple as that.
That, and also Lazy has some crazy backline dives with Shizo and Dur. Like,
yes.
Sometimes people underestimate how much of a distance you cover with the flash stab. That's a single man implosion into a Sacred Hammer. They really want to take down JM, but he survived to all of that using Vengeance, so Punkman is dead. But Dur once more with the flash combo keeps them under control, but it's not enough. Shizo gets blown up by MP as it lets them taste the electric chair. And James Punks trying to survive the Sky Piercer. Does not proc. Triple kill for MP the King, and Lazy Esports loses 4 of their members.
I feel like I'm just seeing the same thing over and over again. I mean, you know what? Committing the full combo on JM, not a bad idea if you're able to kill him, but they were just a little bit short. So in this case, I don't really blame Lazy. If they actually killed the Phobius, that would have been a very different fight. And they were very close to doing so. They just didn't realize the numbers, and there's no way you're gonna be able to count that in the middle of the fight. Shizo actually was popping off like crazy in that fight. Like, his positioning was great around the Zaman Force, but MP with Angela is just a bit too much, you know? Like, there's a reason why the Angela pick is considered a bit of a cheese hero at times, alright? So it shows that the teams are actually fighting fairly evenly. They just need to be a little bit smarter about it rather than just throwing cooldowns the instant that they see someone.
Yeah, not to mention that JM didn't even receive the hard guard. He just pressed Vengeance.
Yes.
Despite all that, like,
that's all he needs.
Dur got like a maxed out flash combo on 3 guys of Blacklist, and still MP left that fight with full health.
Yeah. So the thing about Lucas is that he really doesn't do that much damage. He's more of a sustained DPS fighter, right? So he's able to be very annoying the longer the fight goes, but in terms of burst damage, he really doesn't do that much, even though his animations look like they would. So Blacklist International, they're very bulky, still very durable, and still a lot of damage because James Punks didn't know what hit him there. Lord gonna finally be cleared up, but so will the remaining inhibitors for Lazy Esports.
Jason was so far away from home. I wonder what the... I know I saw him in the bottom end. I thought he just wanted to deal with the wave. It's completely out of position. So this should be all inhibitors down for Lazy. They need to wait 15 more seconds for James Punks. No feather airstrike as of this point. Park needs the implosion of his life to even try to keep the game alive. So all inhibitors finally destroyed. That's a big goal advantage over the Blacklist. I think a 7,000 lead, the biggest we've seen in the series so far.
I think Blacklist just has a lot of freedom now that they have a 6k gold lead, right? They can make mistakes and still not really be punished too hard for it, and a lot of that is because of JM. This Phobius pick early on in the draft, a massive move to because like there's just not enough burst. You would think that Persada would have enough, but because they were left behind early on, they're not really able to dispatch him easily, which means that the fight is split in half every single time. And Shizo has to jump forward in order to try and target outplayed, which means that he's pretty vulnerable most of the time. If you ask me for
they want to look for JM again. This feels like deja vu. It's the same location that they fight. JM survives. And they lose Chove's skirt. Dur is dead for sure. If anyone has a replay button, don't worry. That is not the same fight, but the result almost the same. Lazy, they just have to surrender this. Only 3 members up against Blacklist. No resources left in the tank. MP the King looking for Shizo. Can't find it. Shizo dancing around with the Zaman Force, actually keeping Blacklist at bay. So all things considered, right? Like, Lazy Esports still are in the game.
Shizo legitimately the final bastion for Lazy Esports right now. He is the only person that actually does any damage to Blacklist International. They have to defend him so heavily. And by the way, before that fight started, the sentence I was about to say, in my opinion, don't start the fight with implosion. And that's exactly what happened. Lazy Esports has to realize that this direct, like front to back, honest initiation style is not going to work. They gotta vary it up. They've gotta change something.
Maybe not go for JM. Not that there's any other viable target that's in range.
Like, I don't know. Because JM is just an unbreakable wall right now. Don't start the fight with implosion. I would say try to like save the implosion for the middle of the initiation when Blacklist gets a bit comfortable. Maybe let Dur be the one to start the fight, even if it's a bit less efficient. Who knows if they have the time to make that adaptation, because Blacklist is pushing in.
And they gotta use everything to deal with this siege. MP makes a full ring around the Rosie, not finding any kills though. So Lazy, well, still keeps the game alive. Somehow this game is going into the ultra late game stage. But 18 minutes in, 3 lords have been slain, and yet Blacklist haven't found the end just yet. Lazy Esports literally just hanging on by a thread.
So one of the potentially biggest weaknesses of Blacklist comp is that their ability to take towers is pretty bad. Like, their siege is not bad because, you know, Def Sonata just does a lot of damage from afar, but Granger as a skill spam type marksman is actually not that good at taking down towers very quickly. And then besides that, you just have a bunch of fighters and mages. So because of that, with the Farsa as well as the Lucas, the displaced minions, Lazy actually has a pretty good way of defending their base. Blacklist needs to try and force them out of the base, dispatch them, then push in, because otherwise it's kind of difficult to force directly into them.
And that's something that we sort of established at the start as well, right? Like, eventually will come to the point where Blacklist will find it hard to take down structures. Not to mention that your only structure destroyer, the only demolisher, also needs to be careful of all the ways that Lazy can kind of blow him up. Wishing Lantern for Chove Skirt. Extra bit of damage against the big front lines, big beefy members of Blacklist. Another dance to wait for the Lord to come back up in just a little bit. Lord number 4. The thing is, Lazy, just because they don't have inhibitors, will maybe have to continue playing this, you know, tower defense game. Although Pink JM Pigman is starting to lose a lot of health to defend the airstrike.
That Wishing Lantern actually a very important. Oh, the Winter Crown!
What a Winter Crown dodge! So the implosion is now gone. Lazy Esports, they were still able to keep Blacklist at bay, but JM is getting healed back up. No implosion means no means of engage for Lazy Esports. So this Lord is in control by Blacklist.
If JM isn't the MVP after this, I don't know what to say. So that is, of course, if Blacklist wins, because it's actually not impossible for Lazy to turn this around still. Toadskirt actually has damage now, finally, 20 minutes into the game. He's had a hard time. We see the Feathered Airstrike come out.
Oh, wants to look for outplay, commits the flicker for it, doesn't find it. But there's another problem, right? That wave is shoving in topside. Toadskirt forced to go back and deal with it. We even see fleeting time for Puckbat. Not sure if you can even put that to good use. Blacklist assumes control of the Lord again, and this time they know for a fact that someone from Lazy will not be there.
Gonna try and see if they can push this. Puckbat is in the back line. Blacklist still resetting the Lord. Oh no! Not again!
Oh no, Puckbat! He missed the full combo! And that's the sign for Blacklist to again take the fight to Lazy, and here comes the hard guard and MP. Puckbat comes back with immortality. Dirt just gets low now, trying to go for outplay. And this is just too much from the side of Blacklist, unless Shizo can somehow keep it alive. But if you are Blacklist International, you really don't care about the kills. Although they will still end up losing Haji. Lazy Esports trades 2 in return, but here comes MP the King. It's either James Pang or Shizo. Shizo will try to fight. 1-2 tap. Flickers over the wall. Goes for Persada, but still goes down thanks to Outplay, who keeps his support alive. And now the hard guard comes back up online. It's on the MP. James Pang and Choska, the only member to try to keep it alive. A good stun.
Oh my god, oh my god.
He's out of bounds. Still sniped out by Outplay. And at the end, the Blacklist International slugs it out and finds the equalizer. It's 1-1.
Oh, so many close calls. So much hard work. But still, not quite enough. Blacklist International finally able to find the closing they needed. Lazy Esports definitely not an opponent to be underestimated, but Blacklist showing that they still got what it takes as well. Good adaptations in the draft, really powerful micro mechanics here. Those Winter Crowns in the late game, and the positioning, always keeping an eye on Puckbat, making sure that Lazy could never force the aggression they wanted.
It's pretty unfortunate because just as Lazy Esports hit the items that they need for the Farsa, where Chosker was almost able to, destroy JM with one full rotation, they started getting a bit sloppy with the plays. The overcommitment from Chosker, committing a flicker without any setup to try and go for outplay. And then you have the unfortunate moment of Puckbat having 2 implosions in a row, not getting anything in return. The first one dodged by JM's amazing Winter Crown timing, and the second one was just a botched flicker engage. And even getting the fleeting time right before that as well. So Blacklist International able to snowball the game early on and use that macro advantage to kind of close out the game against Lazy, albeit a bit longer than expected, but still, win is a win.
A win is a win. I think this is a common trend, right? Especially among more inexperienced players, stamina is always going to be an issue, and stamina will include being able to keep yourself composed in long games and long series. I think it's very easy to tell for anyone watching that Lazy Esports was getting sloppy and desperate in those final few moments. The implosions being wasted left and right, the Feathered Airstrike being used like very early on without proper setup to just see if you could get a free kill on an important core, and not really saving it for the moments your team needed it. Lazy Esports had the potential. They actually held out the game long enough to scale back up. But the messy gameplay that we saw from them in those final few minutes is what ultimately cost them the potential victory.
Absolutely. Go shout out to MP for being the MVP of this game. I believe he ended the game deathless, like 7-0. But for me, one of the honorable mentions that I need to kind of give a shout out to, definitely Shizo got on this Harif, right? He could have been the reason that Lazy wins and makes a comeback. He was playing out of his mind. but sadly the support system just was not there for him.
Yeah, I actually feel really bad for Shizo this game because every single fight, this Harif was playing his heart out. The damage, the positioning was so good, but Joy is very good at catching Harif, right? And then the Phobia's pickup was already meant to counter him, which already made his job difficult. So without that support system, like you mentioned, it was very difficult for him to really land the final blows. MP, the final MVP, 709 deathless on this Joy until the very end. I don't think there was quite enough crowd control to really lock him down a lot of the time, but I'm still gonna stand by the man, JM. That Phobias, oh boy.
Yeah, that Phobias was a nightmare. He was literally the bane of lazy esports the entire game, and the fact that they kept trying to kind of catch him and isolate him and it didn't work out really just shows like how aware JM was. And again, of course, that great Winter Crown timing at towards the tail end to dodge an implosion. And I gotta say, even for MP, he knew that there was no way lazy esports could take him down. He went for concentrated energy at the end.
I mean, why not, right? You're looking at your enemy team. There are genuinely heroes that could be scary to you, right? Especially that Tigreal. But Pac-Man was just using the implosion to start every fight, and sometimes not even landing. The moment all of those cooldowns are gone, Joy just has the freest game ever. This is a hero that wants to wait until all of the resources are taken. Smart teams will make sure not to use their important cooldowns until they know where MP is. Lazy Esports did not do that. So MP, very free game, very easy engagements, but still gotta commend him for his skill. Being able to catch up onto Shizo when he's dashing around like that does take some good work. It's because of him that this Harif wasn't able to take over the entire game.
Man, look at JM, like this entire fight, he literally just sandbagged everyone from inside lazy esports. It's like, what do you do against his Phobias, right? Every single fight in that late game, it was just a repeated occurrence. Outplay had the Sky Piercer, so it was pretty straightforward if he wants to start finishing off members of the Blacklist. Again, like you mentioned, Sadafa, the Winter Crown timings also bought crucial time for Blacklist. But there was a moment that could have turned it around, but Shizo was all on his own.
I still feel so bad. And this last engagement as well, right? Just back off, just heal. As long as one of you survives, there's still a chance. But well, at that point, I can't even really blame them. A clean victory by Blacklist International. Still taking longer than I feel like it should have. But hey, a victory is a victory. And because of that, they can remain in contention for that direct ticket to the Challenge Finals. The Hilda mid lane with the Angela, definitely kind of cheesy, you know? I think that caught lazy esports off guard, and it's good to see that these kind of options are still available, and shows that lazy esports gotta keep their minds a bit more open for what their opponents have in store for them.
Oh yeah, 100%. I think, you know, with the Hilda mid kind of now being in the spotlight, I in the back of my mind, I feel like there's a team that might consider playing that Hilda mid somewhere down the road. From MPL MY, you know, I'll leave it up to our fans to figure out who that team was. But what a great way to start out the first series. We get a full 3 game, but also within the boundaries of our prediction of a 2-1. Now Blacklist International, they've gotten the momentum back with that game 2. What is Lazy going to be looking at for? What is Lazy Esports going to be looking at for game 3?
It's a good question, right? Now that the Phobias has come out, they need to ban it in the first phase if they still want to prioritize Harif. And gotta keep things a little bit more open. But for now, we gotta make sure the players are rested and ready for the final game of the series. So we're gonna jump into a quick break. And when we come back, is it gonna be Blacklist or Lazy Esports that takes the first game of the challenge season?
Got no doubt that we gon' last. Got no doubt that we. I love you for life. Just you and me tonight. I love you for life. Just you and
And we're once again back. We got a little bit of Filipino derby going on here because it is going to be game number 3 between Blacklist International and Lazy Esports to kick off the very first game of the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge season. Once again, my name is Stafa, joined by Husky for what has been a very exciting game so far.
Yeah, it has been. I mean, we got to see what both teams were capable of, and we got to see some interesting approach from the side of Blacklist International with the Angela, Rome, and the mid Hilda. I haven't seen that in a long time, especially the Angela Rome. So overall, we got a taste of what a dominant game can be like from Lazy Esports, but also how Blacklist can handle that mid to late game and exposing Lazy Esports kind of sluggishness when the game gets dragged on. Now it comes down to that game of adaptation, right? In the full series, everyone's starting to feel fatigue. You saw some cards from the opponents. How do you adapt to it?
Yeah, adaptation is going to be very important here. And Lazy Esports has been a team that we have mentioned to keep an eye on, right? A bit of a dark horse here. TLPH champions that has been able to take games from more veteran teams such as Blacklist already right here, but already stifled, and now they're going to be black on the blue side. They did not ban the Phobius, but they banned the Angela and instead prioritized Granger.
So a different approach as the Harith did get banned out by Blacklist. That means they will get the joy once more. Zusin is still on the table. Blacklist International will take it as well.
The Zusin and the Joy MP gonna be a bit of a one trick this series, but why not? I do think we're seeing more and more teams just try to stick to the same hero being given to their players, because it not only makes sure that they don't have to change anything in their gameplay, but it also hides their hero pool a little bit. But Hayabusa gonna be making an appearance. Actually a pretty solid answer to Joy, as long as you can get that Oki Shadow kill out.
It's very different approach right now from the side of Lazy. Considering that Suyo was still left on the table, Hayabusa being picked up definitely kind of signals a change in the game plan. But also, it's also a decent solution to deal with the Zusin, right? Because you have the shadows, you can go into your invulnerability with the ultimate, and then you have the Phobius to deal with the Joy. Oh, marvelous pick. Great stuff from Blacklist. The glue as an immediate answer.
So quick too. I think they already knew that that's what Lazy Esports was planning, right? So huge props over to the coaching staff over on Blacklist International. So quick, so decisive. And we already mentioned it during game 2, right? Playing against Glue as a Phobius is a nightmare. You just really cannot win against him in lane. So that immediately gives a Blacklist EXP lane priority. And that's a very important half of the map.
Not just that, even if you somehow make it past the Glue, you still have the Zusin, right? Like Phobius into Zusin is also a absolute terror to play against. You always get displaced. There's no way to stick onto the Zusin. I personally feel like this Phobius is not going to be able to play the game at all. Just losing in matchup and losing it other stages of the game as well. Blacklist clamping down on that mid lane pool, so no Vexana, no Eve. Life for Chosker is going to be infinitely harder.
Yep, I really like the Vexana ban because that is of course a counter to Glue somewhat, and no real world manipulation to give Lazy control over the team fight, which will allow Joy to go a bit more ham overall. Now you even have the Gatot, right? Gatot and Glue, you will have solid ways of initiation, even less chance for Phobius to actually get to play the game. It's not going to be easy for Dirt.
Yeah, and also who is going to support the backline, right? Like even if you want to pick the Tigreal, it doesn't feel too good, right? Thanks to the Glue and the Gatot. Now they go for the Faramis, which it's an answer to Glue for sure, but it feels more like a one-on-one solution than an overall remedy. The show as the last pick for Lazy, and Blacklist go for the Moskov.
Moskov still gonna be a pretty safe option, though I'm a little bit sad that we don't get to see Carry here. Like you mentioned, Husky, Faramis, direct counter to Glue, but very much feels like just a bandage onto a much bigger wound, right? while that NetherRealm is going to be pretty good to allow Lazy Esports to continue fighting, their lineup actually doesn't really support the 5v5s that NetherRealm would really work well with. And even if they group up together to take advantage of, then Avatar the Guardian just comes in, you know, you set yourself easily for electrifying beats. I straight up think that Blacklist International has won the draft pretty notably here. And if Lazy Esports wants to compete, they're going to have to play like their lives depended on it.
I agree. I feel like this game has already been kind of the results has been preordained just from the first 3 picks. But let's see if Lazy Esports can surprise us and upset the agents, or at least the new era of agents. We're heading into game 3 of this first match. Of course, Lazy Esports on their blue side once more with Blacklist International on red.
Well, looks like we're going to see purple buff start for both sides as well, which means that they will end up rotating the opposite sides of the map around that level 4 mark. In this case, James Punks is going to be the one that goes to the EXP lane to maybe give some hand to the Dur, but unfortunately with a glue and Gatot as well, Hayabusa is going to have a bit of a hard time racking up kills on that Ogi Shadow kill.
Damn, I mean, looking at kind of the start already, I can't help but feel that, you know, just a follow-up to the whole point you brought out about the NetherRealm and how Lazy wants to fight this. None of them wants to stay in the NetherRealm, right? Like, they all want to be at different places at a time. So if you are Cho Skirt, what are you gonna do, you know, in these fights? So we can start with the bottom lane gang. That's a Revitalize. And they're both fine. Persiva and Jane Pigman both get out. Haji shows up to the scene. So that's the first Ogi Shadow kill, getting nothing.
It's actually a respectable amount of damage though that James Punks and Dur were able to do there, even with the Revitalize in. I think we all knew that there was no way Ogi Shadow Kill was getting a kill down there, but we see the Purify being used already by Chobskirt to make sure he's not picked up by the Lantern player as well. Blacklist definitely has a map priority somewhat. Pacman is able to open up the map pretty well since he is on something like a Cho, but the presence that you have is a lot stronger on Blacklist side.
Yeah, if the turtle spawning, Blacklist will naturally gain that priority. And Lazy Esports, you just have to let it go. Like, who's gonna walk up? Maybe it will try. James Punks realizes that there's no way in, and now Haji will find the displacement. Chomska gets brought back. NetherRealm instantly popped. The Spirit Destruction does miss. First Blood going over to the Firemen. They blow up MP, and now the turnaround with the Infernal Pursuit, but they're all getting lifted up. Left, right, center. The split is still there. Finally expires. JM will use a flicker to get away. Shizo flickers over the wall. Well, Haji guns him down. This man is the Ghost Rider himself. Lazy Esports finds 3 kills somehow and was able to get away by losing nothing.
That is not a fight Lazy should have won. And there is, like, logically no way they should have won that hard. 3 kills to nothing when Blacklist had the better initiation, when they were in control of the Turtle Pit. I gotta give props. That was actually just a really, really well played by Lazy. The NetherRealm timing actually came out really well to make sure that Dur didn't get picked off too early on. Then he was able to keep himself alive with the Infernal Pursuit and actually survive the entire thing without vengeance, by the way. And the fight lasted so long that Shizo was actually able to walk from top lane to come in and get a kill himself, flickering into the back line to pick up Hajj. Like, I don't even know what to say. Like, there's no way I would have predicted that happening.
I think it's the same way that MP didn't predict it to be blown up by the Ghostbusters. I think kind of use the split Gorbius as a pedestal to amplify that burst damage. So something that is a very, you know, rare interaction, and Blacklist probably didn't expect it to happen. And now with newfound info, let's see how they deal with it. It's JM against Dur. Naturally, again, the Phobius is just going to be a wet noodle fight in favor of JM. His backup arrives from both Lazy and Blacklist. And Persiva will zone out the rest of the Cavalries. Fortunately, no reinforcement coming in. Shadow kill to the back line. James Punks just whittling down Hush a little bit, but not getting much done.
Yeah, I still think that it's gonna be almost impossible for Lazy to really get a good positioning to contest turtles, just because Blacklist is so bulky and has good control and scouting with Zeusin as well. I think they could just afford to not really contest and instead go for a gank onto outplayed in the top lane to start building up Skypiercer stacks for James Punks, right? But they are able to still deny the positioning from Blacklist. That way, if Dragon did miss, unfortunately.
This is actually not what I really expected, right? But Lazy being able to control this more than I thought they were able to. Hodge, that's got brought back. Retribution comes out. Turtle goes over to Lazy esports. Shizo joins the fight again. This time, Spear of Destruction will connect. But for outplay, he's not going to take it. Both teams disengage once more.
I guess one thing to keep in mind though is that with Zeusin, Gatot, and Glue, Blacklist actually are lacking damage somewhat. It's very crucial for MP to be the one dishing out burst damage because Outplayed obviously can't join the fight yet either. So even though Blacklist has a stronger presence just in terms of bulkiness, they don't quite threaten Lazy enough in terms of DPS output. And because Lazy is slowing down these teams... Oh, Pagbet?
Oh, kind of slow on the timing, so will be punished by the electrifying beats. It's a good attempt, but that's gonna be flicker out. They can get harsh in return. What a snipe from Shizo. There's icing on the cake for Ziva wants to run away, but the Cyclonite gets out.
Pagbet Flicker jumps into the tower, misses way of the dragon, and somehow Lazy is still not punished. They're still able to get a kill onto Hodge despite everything. So Blacklist running into some issues here. They're not able to play the game quick enough because of this lack of DPS. Looking at the itemization, yep, we see Shizo going for that second item, Skypiercer, already building up stacks on it. James Punks did go for the Heptases first. Doesn't look like he's gonna be building Skypiercer, so just going for straight up DPS here to help support the team and allow Shizo to be the finisher.
The fact that Lazy now has a minor gold lead, and look at where Outplayed is, right? He can't even step into the lane. Blacklist will trade the bot tier 1 for the top. We'll get something in return. James Punks will eat up this wave. Everything going according to the plan of Lazy Esports. Pagbet, you know, always fishing for any way of the dragon kick, but never in a rush to do so.
The thing is though, even with Gatot and Glue, you do have double frontline, your initiation is still not very reliable. In fact, Hodge is probably your most solid form of initiation. That actually allows Lazy to be very cheeky. And if Shizo had like a couple more stacks of Skypiercer there, JM would have just blown up on the spot. So we can see that Blacklist is actually in a tough spot. The turtle gonna be claimed by James Punks, and Lazy actually in control in the mid game.
Well, they do find Shizo finally to shut him down bot side. Now with the Crimson Beacon, Pagbet will also be lifted up. Double kill for MP. Initiative from Blacklist finally paying off. Did have to wait quite a while for them to make that move, but seems like they are now accelerating.
Yeah, better late than never though. I think this is very smart by Blacklist. Lazy Esports' lineup in general promotes them splitting up across the map to make things happen. So it means that pickoff style compositions are going to be very good at catching them off guard if you're able to rotate together. And that's exactly what Blacklist did. They saw Shizo down bottom, they knew that Lazy wasn't really grouped up to protect him in the goal lane, and managed to get 2 kills on that. MP even now building up their score to 3 kills means that this joy is going to start accelerating.
The Ogi Shadow kill, again dispersed by all the meat shields that Blacklist have. This might just ease it up, MP. Oh, big flank from behind. Dur is out of position. AOG straight onto Shizo. They blow him up once more. This Granger not able to gun anyone down. Way of the Dragon. No follow-up from Pagbet. He got control. MP once more finding 2 kills of his own. And Dur trying whatever he can, but gets nothing. So that's going to be 4 dead on Lazy. Triple kill for MP. And James Punks can only watch as his team gets absolutely massacred.
2 fights. That's all it took. MP is now the dominant threat on the entire map. Third game as joy, third time's the charm. Blacklist International instantly reverses the goal lead, 2k gold advantage now, 9 minutes in. And I am going to be honest with you, I feel like that's game. Just straight up. Like, as long as Blacklist doesn't make any more notable mistakes after this, the game just completely goes in their favor now because they don't really have the tools to be able to manage a straight up dive composition like this.
Yeah, unless Shizo can play out of his mind like game 2. Even then, the same conversation gets repeated, right? This is the support system sturdy enough to keep the engine running. As we saw how MP just found that insane flank, basically wrapped around the entire quadrant of the jungle. And who is going to protect Shizo if you're lazy, right? Like, maybe Choveskirt, but that's probably only it.
Honestly, the only win con for lazy is if Pakbet kicks MP. They have to kick MP. There is no other way around it.
Oh, they're not gonna get the Lord, that's for sure. Pakbet's gonna give his life away. They get rid of Persada first. Here comes the big counter engage though. The damage with the Shadow Kill and the Rhapsody is actually enough. Lazy, despite losing the Lord, was able to get 3 kills. Let's see if they can convert it into more. The Lord will unfortunately not be of any use for Blacklist, at least not the first one.
You know how I said that the game would be Blacklist as long as they don't make any notable mistakes? Yeah, that's a notable mistake. Just straight up. Like, there is no reason they should be that, like, messed up by Pakbet alone just in their back line. And it bought so much time that Lazy were able to group up under the Nether Realm and just, like, run them down. This isn't even a rundown composition. It makes no sense. Blacklist should have been able to survive that. But Lazy Esports is showing that when there is a will, there is a way. And well, Shizo is actually quite rich at this point, a 9k net worth total. MP is still going to be a notable threat, but the Joy has to be a bit more careful about who she decides to run into.
Yeah, you just say as long as MP stays alive, it's Blacklist game, and the next moment he got blown up. So that's how Lazy found the advantage. A minor way back into the game, they find a control on the JM though. He will survive. The AOG committed. Persada joins the fight, but look at James Pang. He is uncontested. Seems like Shizo wants to fight this MP. Oh my goodness! But it gets eaten up in another round. He gets kicked and blasted by the Ghost Burster. So at the end of that, Lazy seemingly have a decent chance. 2-for-2 trade. Choveskirt is going to be back thanks to the passive. And the Lazy Esports again holds back Blacklist.
I actually don't really know what I'm looking at anymore in these team fights. It is incredibly messy on both teams. It is chaotic, in fact. Like, Blacklist were the ones to start the fight, then they got caught out, then MP comes in. NetherRealm timing was actually clean. I gotta give a lot of props to Choveskirt. We were wondering if this Paramis would really work out in this game, because this is not a team fight lineup, but Choveskirt is making it work. His timing is really, really good to make sure that the burst from Blacklist is not getting the damage it needs to output. So because of that, Lazy is surviving way more engagements than they should be because they just overall have the squishier lineup. Blacklist, they still have the tools, but at this point, yeah, Wishing Lantern on Choveskirt, I think JM actually needs to be a bit more careful about when he splits. Because he is giving Choveskirt so much teamfight damage.
So that's the third death for MP. The second Lord now spawns bottom side. Which is, I think, right now, actually, it's the strongest side for Lazy just because they have that big wave which Blacklist will need to eventually deal with. They do have that Moskov which can join the fight as long as he hits that Spear of Destruction. Blacklist is the one that starts off the aggro, so Lazy knows that this is happening.
We do still have to keep an eye on Outplayed. The Moskov actually hasn't died yet this game so far, so his farm should be pretty solid.
Spear of Destruction, Pakbet completely out of position. Doesn't have to kick anymore. Immortality, good nether round. Pakbet actually survives that. And now MP can be jumped on the RNG from the Shadow Kill. All onto MP, and James Pang just hit the jackpot with that one. Lazy takes down the Joy for the 4th time.
Lazy is genuinely making miracles happen. I am so impressed by this MDL team right now. They're not only able to escape the initial engagement, Pakbet somehow escapes despite being surrounded by 4 members after the immortality. James Pang finds the angle to pick up MP in the middle of all of that. That is insane. That is ridiculous. Lazy Esports is showing the world what they're capable of right now. They have the Lord. Most of the external towers for Blacklist are gone, but they still have to be careful. The siege potential, the defensive play that Blacklist can output is actually not bad. So Lazy, let's see what the approach is here.
We need an instant replay of that Ogi Shadow Kill bounce because MP ate all of it despite his team being around him. Now that mid inhibitor is going to fall. Poke from Shizo, not to be underestimated. Mentioned that's the Ghost Burster as well, so JM, he might be tanking the Rhapsody, but tanking Ghost Burster basically just puts his team in jeopardy. The Blacklist, they will take down the Lord, but at the end of the day, the last tier 2 will also be destroyed topside. It's a double wave. Triple cannon minion as well. Conceal, Pakbet looking for potential angle. Haji loses half his health. That's Crimson Beacon expended just to stay alive. And Blacklist able to defend their side lane inhibs.
Honestly, in 3 games, I think this is the most disciplined Lazy Esports has looked so far, while still maintaining their characteristic aggression, right? They're doing a great job of just keeping Blacklist in their base, making sure that they're not able to engage on them. And this time, not over-committing. I like that Pakbet went for a very early immortality this game because he knows that he does have a tendency of dying pretty early on. In fact, it's what saved him in that previous fight. Looking at the overall itemization, Shizo already maxed out. Outplayed is actually maxed as well. Does have the Wind of Nature, while Shizo doesn't. So that could make a difference depending on which point of the game we get to. And MP has a Winter Crown as well. So it won't be quite as easy to take him out the next time, but Blacklist has definitely lost a lot more ground than they would have expected to by this point in the game.
Now, all the lead that they got gone. They got the flicker out of Pakbet, so that is 2 minutes without an important gap closer for Lazy Esports. I guess the silver lining is that the inhibitor that fell was the mid lane one, so it's not the hardest for Blacklist to kind of manage for sure, as the next Lord will spawn top side. And Blacklist, they're going to shove out the bottom wave, so that part's going to be resetted. Actually, not really, they didn't clear the full wave. It's going to slow push towards Lazy for sure.
I think Blacklist are doing a good job of keeping the macro up right now. They're definitely slowing the game down, right, we can see. Because they know that despite them having the better front to back lineup, Lazy Esports has been doing an excellent job of just disrupting the backline. So instead, setting up the minion waves, forcing Lazy in a position where they have to split themselves up to defend, will make the following team fights. Ooh,
that's the Sky Pierce, the problem. Pakbet concept immortality, but this time will fall. So that is a big goal sign for Blacklist right now. Plenty of opportunities, plenty of openings, especially for MP, right? You don't have the kick to kind of crowd control you, and the Phobius isn't really the best tool. Spell Destruction Lash, Shizo gets gone on. Here comes MP looking for Shizo. The Shadow Kill will not do enough. Shizo goes down. Dirt also just evaporates. Chovsker dies. James Punk's left again all alone. To take the Shadow back into the face of MP. Haji flickers over the wall, gets the triple kill. And they don't even need a Lord right now. Pakbet will be back up in 5 seconds. Chovsker respawn thanks to his passive, but it's a 5v2.
This is going to be a difficult one, but 20 seconds is all Lazy needs to hold on to. Blacklist finally finding the decisive win that they needed, punishing Lazy, overstaying their welcome without their roamer, and they have their eyes on the endgame.
And Pakbet, he's just going to throw his life, trying to clear out the minions, but unfortunately, it is just not enough. Blacklist International takes our first opening series of the challenge seasons 2-1 over Lazy Esports.
It was a very, very good attempt. This MDL team has shown us what they're capable of, but they're still missing a tiny something to really close things out against the experience of these more veteran teams. They really should not have stayed to try and contest the Lord there. There was no longer any front line to provide vision, and a really good Sphere of Destruction immediately destroyed Shizo's positioning, right? So there was no way for him to continue DPSing, and then Lazy was just completely scattered at that point. A very clean victory. Blacklist International will be moving on into the next phase of the competition. And this also means that Lazy Esports no longer has a chance of claiming that very easy qualification into the challenge finals, and will have to fight to keep themselves in the game until the last chance qualifiers.
Yeah, and all hope is not lost just yet for lazy esports fans out there. It's just that the journey has just gotten extended if you are lazy esports. And interestingly enough, now whoever Blacklist now will be expecting either Evos Glory or Onic Philippines, which is going to be one of our upcoming series as well. So that's something to keep an eye out for. But for now, once more, congratulations to Blacklist. I would admit I did not expect the game to go 18 minutes, and I didn't expect the draft that both of us, sort of just laid down a hammer and said won hands down. Ran into some challenges along the way.
Yeah, I'm still really impressed by what Lazy was able to achieve throughout that entire game, but Blacklist, like we mentioned, had the more solid lineup overall. And I do wish that Pugmed played a little bit safer towards the end, because he really needed to be there to lock down MP, because otherwise they have no way of doing it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So I think for the side of Blacklist International, I think this is one of the few demonstrations of just being able to see ahead, right? They're playing chess, Lazy Esports playing checkers. MVP, of course, gotta give it to outplay this game on the Moscow. Basically has majority of his work cut out for him, able to play on the other side of the map majority of the game thanks to his ultimate. But MP getting that special mention. He did ran into some troubles in that mid game, getting killed 3 times in a row, but at the end of the day, once he gets his hands onto the key targets, he just deletes them.
Joy is still such a terror, as like you gotta make sure you have enough crowd control to deal with it, because once you get into that late game and she's maxed out on items, your marksmen, your mages, they just like take 2 hits from the electrifying beats and they're gone, right? I gotta give props to Chobsker. The Netherrealm timings were really good, and taking advantage of the interaction with Ghostbusters with the split to just burst down targets on the Blacklist side. But they needed a bit more discipline towards the end. You can tell that Lazy is a team that's very aggressive and they're quite comfortable playing their respective style. But when you are on the international stage, you gotta be willing to make adjustments based on the situation.
Oh yeah, of course, MVP once more outplayed the 2-0 and 11 on the Moscow. Generally uncontested the entire game. It was pretty hard for Lazy Esports to even remotely touch him, and even then, he has that 76 kill participation, right? So pretty active overall around the map, despite not needing to do too much.
Yeah, Spear of Destruction is just a very good tool to make sure that your marksman can be part of the action and even get some free assists without necessarily teleporting into the fight to get that extra injection of gold. This early fight, right, where you think Blacklist should absolutely be winning and then suddenly things turn around. It happened very often for Lazy Esports because they were very good at managing their timings and just forcing aggression against their opponents, but that can only work for so long.
Oh yeah, I think even for Blacklist International, right? Like look at the fights that they are winning. Like this one, just great creativity from MP to find that wraparound. But also, we talked about in game 2, you specifically brought up something that sometimes you don't have to necessarily use your engage tools at the start of the fight. We saw Perziva saving that AOG for that mid fight backline dive when MP got into position, and it really did help Blacklist International find the crucial targets. But of course, you also have moments like these where MP was dealing a lot of damage, but thanks to him being a glass cannon, he also was taking a lot as well.
It really wasn't the cleanest from Blacklist International in the end, right? Because otherwise the game should have ended a lot sooner. They have the tools, they have the sustain, they have the damage. They just needed to respect their opponents a little bit more. We saw more of that towards the end, and that's how they were able to effectively punish Lazy. But against a team that's able to hold to the late game a little more effectively, I feel like Blacklist International will actually run into some difficulty. So that is adaptation that they have to make for their next opponent.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, for now, Blacklist International, they get to take I would say a slight rest, right? Because we still have 2 more groups to play tomorrow. So Blacklist, they have time to prepare for the next one. Same for Lazy Esports. And I guess the silver lining is that for both teams, they have time to prepare, but also only prepare for one out of two teams, right? Like in their group, it's either Evos Glory or Onic Philippines. So at least there is sort of that variable that you can expect to face down the road.
I think it's a terrifying prospect to know that you are in the same group as the reigning M Series champion, right? So you really gotta keep your wits about you. You cannot look at it as that final obstacle on the path, because just the same, every other opponent could be your undoing. Lazy Esports was very, very close here. But some really good micro decisions and the classic blacklist macro play of keeping the lanes pushed out to force the opponents apart still worked out in the end.
Yeah, let's take a look at the heat map for MP in the first 11.5 minutes of the game. Obviously, this doesn't extend to the end game, but majority of the time, he was just on his side of the map, right? On his side of the map, in his own jungle, farming up for as much as possible and getting a couple of kills along the way. You can see the knife marks are essentially kills. I think he got 2 triple kills in a row, and that's kind of what set up this chain reaction. But he also ran into some issues where he was just crowd controlled to oblivion by the Cho trying to dive in for kills, and had 3 deaths in a row. But overall, MP this game not as invasive as he was in the first 2 games, but still was able to get the ball rolling.
I think it's pretty smart to not be invasive here. In the first place, it was difficult for Blacklist to really extend outside of their half of the map because Lazy had a surprising amount of burst damage early, despite having a glue and a Gatot to play around. So MP definitely made mistakes here and there, right? He had a lot more deaths this game on Joy compared to previous, but still made sure to do his job, which is to run down that back line, going for Chovskit, going for Shizo, and making sure that they're not able to play the game. And in this case, since Shizo is on a Granger, it's a lot more difficult for him to escape from the Joy compared to when he is on a Harith. Not to mention that MP was already catching him on that hero as well. So once he's caught here, he just has no way of escaping.
Yeah, so that is going to sort of conclude our first ever series between Blacklist and Lazy Esports. Once more, congratulations to Blacklist for taking the W. But that's just the first one. Like we have 3 more best of 3s coming up, and this is honestly just the first day. And the coming up match is what's gonna decide the opponents for Blacklist and Lazy Esports. But before we go into that, we gotta talk to one of the backbones of Blacklist International. We gotta talk to Coach Bon Chan in this interview. So let's welcome him onto the broadcast. Hello, Coach.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, guys.
First of all, Coach Bon Chan, Happy New Year. Congratulations on your first win. How's everyone feeling?
Feeling yes, a little bit happy because there are so many things happen, but at the end of the day, we're happy with the result.
Nice. That is good to hear. Now, we definitely have some questions to ask you about what happened during this series. And I think the one that most fans are going to be curious about was what the thought process was behind the Angela Rome and Hilda mid during game number 2.
I just want to mix things up. I really want to change everything, like the shape of the meta. So we're kind of just trying to mix things, like change the phosphor to a fighter, or include the support utility heroes like Loreen or Angela, Matilda into a boss fight, because nowadays they cannot use those support anymore because it's assassin meta. Everyone knows that it's assassin meta. So I'm trying to find a way to use those support heroes so they can be usable again in this tournament.
I see. I also want to kind of ask you a bit about, you've seen the evolution of kind of like the blacklist roster, right? Like the old into the new. Does it feel different, seeing kind of like the new era, the new roster of the blacklist players? Like how is everyone gelling around? Like, is it a good feeling?
Currently, yes, it's a good feeling to win. Especially this is our first match after last year. We really feel good with the result, and currently, right now, they are enjoying the moment.
Right. Now,
I see.
this one is the interesting one, right? So you have 1 out of 2 opponents for the qualification series into challenge finals. So it's either Evos Glory or Onic Philippines. So we all saw how kind of Onic steamrolled through M6. There is a chance that you guys face them in that upcoming series. If that is the case, are there any preparations going into that?
Of course, yes. We're going to prepare because we really want to enjoy this moment, this tournament. I want my players, especially those fans, to have a good impression with these players, especially in this tournament that we joined. So just in case that we will face Onic, yes, we will prepare for them, and I'll make sure that we will be ready to face them. And I'm hoping that they will win. I'm hoping that they will win against Evos.
Okay, that's great to hear. I think we're all. Yeah. Please continue.
Right. Yeah, just in case that Onic wins against Evos and we beat Onic, I think we have a good chance coming to the championship.
I think we're all hoping to see that matchup as well, right? After watching how Blacklist won this series. So congratulations once again, coach, and of course to the rest of your players. It was a game well played. GG. We're gonna go ahead and let you rest and celebrate with the rest of your team. Thank you very much for the interview. Always nice to get to hear some insights there. Changing up the meta a little bit. You know what? If he's able to get supports into the meta again by switching things up, fighter mid lane like this, I am really excited to see it.
Oh yeah, I can't wait to see what innovations, right? It's always great to see teams kind of be innovative with what is currently the meta. Like people always talk about what is the best choice, but people who break the mold are kind of what makes it interesting, and it also coincides with the whole model of breaking the code, and perhaps this is one of the ways to do it. But yeah, I mean, I still plenty of series to go through. I'm excited for what's coming up.
Yeah, I'm excited as well. So if you're talking about breaking the code, I think it's also important to take a break now before our second series of Evos Esports versus Onic Philippines. We're gonna jump into another short break, and when we come back, even more MLBB coming right at you.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
They pretend to know it all while they're frowning at me. Not sure I've ever really seen them truly happy. Why those eyes? Are you helping really? I don't like to be over. I feel good, like I should, like I knew that I would. I feel good, like I should, like I knew that I would. Take me away, where sunny islands wait, away. I see stars. I see stars all around me, around me. I see stars. I see stars all around me, around me. I feel good, like I should, like I knew that I would, knew that I would. I feel good, like I should, like I knew that I would. Take me away, where sunny islands wait. Just for fun, I'm eating peaches on beaches in the sun. All for fun. When I first saw you, saw the sparks fly, right then I knew. Now we're heating up like the sun, back of the car seat, heartbeat like a drum racing at full speed. You and I, what a world, just wanna repeat. I love you for life. Just you.
Alright, match number 2 is approaching beyond the horizon here at the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge season. If you're just joining us right now, we just witnessed Blacklist International taking a 2-0 victory against Lazy Esports to move on to the next stage of the competition. But now we are going to bear witness to what the reigning champions of M6 have been up to in these past few weeks. My name is Stafa, and once again, joined by Husky.
Oh, this is exciting because we literally saw the dominance of the Thunder Heralds during the M6 World Championship. The cleanest run you could ever ask for, not dropping a single series. In fact, having a harder time domestically than they had internationally. And right now here, back in SPS to continue to usher in their new era. And and it's also a great way to close out the chapter between their partnership with Fnatic Onic. And now they get to continue that Onic run. I'm just excited to see how they are going to stand up against Evos Glory, who are going to be the clear underdogs in this best of 3.
It's not gonna be an easy one, right? The Evos roster has been doing respectively, right? I think they've definitely been growing. We've been seeing evolution across the board for many different teams across all the MPLs. But it's really hard to be able to put them on the same stage as a team that has been able to prove themselves above all the rest on the global stage. The World Championship title is not one that can be gained lightly. And they are eager to prove why they were able to claim it. And Evos Esports right now is the obstacle in their path.
Absolutely. And first of all, we gotta take a look at their roster. We got Valdora in the XP lane, Annabelle jungle, Clawkun mid, Tony as the roam, and of course Nikki in the gold lane. Earlier on, we talked about a bit of the roster shuffle where Dreams, formerly Evos, gold lane now went over to a new squad, so Nikki is gonna fill in that void. But the main pillars still the same, right? We still got Annabelle and Valdora on the squad. We've seen them kind of pop off in 2024. Let's see how far they've come since then.
We've been seeing a lot of junglers really pop off on the global stage. Annabelle has always had the potential, but I'm eager to see if he can reach a new level of growth in the matchup today, because it's definitely going to be needed against a team on the level of Onic Philippines. I think when we're introducing their roster, everyone already knows these names, but how about we go through them one more time, Husky?
Yep, the Great Thunder Heroes. We got Kirk, the Architect. We got King Kong, the Beast. We got Super Friends, the Super Mage. We got Brusco, the Bruiser, and we got Kelra, the Ghost Standard. We don't need any introduction for these guys. They are world champions, best at what they do, mechanically gifted, and everything else. Everything above that, they are the super family of the Philippines.
These players mesh together. The synergy has been built up across a long time of playing together. And despite everything, still a relatively newer lineup compared to a lot of the veteran teams that we see in the MLBB ecosystem. That's why it's so impressive and so incredible the heights that they've been able to reach, becoming the champions of last year's M Series. Now, we're gonna get to witness them once again in Snapdragon. This is a team that's very aggressive, and instantly you can tell that they know how to take over a game entirely. So Evos will need to figure out a way to throw a wrench in those plans.
Oh yeah, and I remember one of the interviews that I have seen regarding Onic Philippines is that they are so mechanically gifted that it just bleeds into the macro play, right? And we've seen that the King Kong Suyo is one of the prime examples, and they're also synonymous with that Loyi as well. They selected that as their skin. We've seen Kelra on the Beatrix as well. You know, that's one of the few monstrous picks, and it's just tip of the iceberg. But prediction-wise, I don't think our prediction is just going to be any different, right? It is 2-0
Yeah, I think us and many other people watching are already expecting this to be a sweep. It would be really, really surprising if Evos were able to take a game here, because while they are a strong team, this is like just a different realm entirely, right? Like I don't wanna talk down to any teams here, but Onic put up such a strong performance at N6 that I really just can't see it going any other way.
Well, we are gonna look at the draft, and right before we talk about the draft, I just want to give a quick shout. Out of all the talents from the ID side, one of them predicted Evos Glory to win. I'm not gonna say who they are, but it's gonna be interesting because most of the ID talents also say that Onic is gonna take this 2-0. They get that Brusco Cho right out the bat on that red side, just as one of the few answers to this Joy.
The Joy first pick definitely seems to have risen quite a bit in the priority after more popular meta picks have been nerfed somewhat. So the Suyo will be the very obvious response, and still a classic King Kong pick as well. If we're looking at the bans, it's also actually quite interesting, right? We see the Loyi, Granger, and Fanny from Evos, pretty meta options, and of course respect Super Friends on that signature mage, but the alpha being banned out by Onic PH is not something you see very often.
Definitely not. I think it's also one of the few matchups that we've seen, the classic ones. But yeah, I agree. Usually we see alpha into Suyo unless this is not a Joy jungle, right? There's a chance that this is not a Joy jungle. I think we saw that from White Chicken from BTK back in the M series where they put this Joy elsewhere. But with the Cecilia being picked up, this better be a Hisoka skin.
Ooh, that would be actually really cool. Haven't seen the Hisoka skin yet so far, only Killua. So if we get to see even more of the Hunter x Hunter skins, that would be really fun. But personally, I do think it is going to be Joy Jungle. I think going Joy EXP when there is a Cho in the game already is very, very risky. And now that you have the Cecilion as well, it's just better to have Joy in the jungle to support that. And Onic are going to respond to artillery with their own, the Farsa for Super Prince.
One of the few classics as well. This feels like, you know, just a portion of that championship, that champion draft that we have seen from Onic Philippines. Interestingly enough, they didn't even pick that Farsa in the M6 finals. I think it was banned out a couple of times, but I feel like if you are Onic right now, you're just going to be looking at that gold lane matchup, right? Like Kelra can pick whatever he wants and still do well, but can Nikki step up to the plate? He's going to start off by banning out the Gatot Kacha first to keep Super Prince safe.
Yeah, I think makes a lot of sense. Gatot able to get that Avatar the Guardian now instantly denies the feathered airstrike. It basically means that Super Prince wouldn't be able to play the game no matter how good he is. You don't want to give that away. And at this point, Onic is also aware that Evos wants frontliners, right? Especially those that have solid forms of initiation and CC. Gatot is one of the few that doesn't run into too much trouble going against the Cho, so that's why Onic is getting rid of it so that they can maintain map priority in the early game.
Fight for the ultimate
So the two picks I am thinking in my head for Onic, I mean, there's still the Edith there. This Cho could still be a flex. I know Brusco plays a lot of Cho. He also plays the Khalid roam, but I believe we've also seen Kirk be on the Cho as well. Still a pretty open draft for Onic's side. He was banning out the Hilda to prevent any sort of that early invade from Onic. Final ban is going to be the Hylos.
I'm getting rid of both of the sandbag style EXP laners that is popular in the meta to make sure that this Phobius is going to be forced into that position and no roamer is going to be able to just outpace Cho through sheer force of HP count, right? If Evos is going for the full out early game advantage, then getting rid of Khalid is probably going to be a pretty good shout as well. Hilda and Khalid both play pretty similar roles, and we all know that Joy is pretty vulnerable at level 1, and with a Cecilia on mid lane, you don't actually have a lot of tools to prevent the opponent from invading your jungle.
Yeah, not really the best kind of defense system, right? And not to mention the Phovis also long cooldowns early on. The glue ban just to again keep that Phovis safe. We saw what that glue can do, could do in the previous series between Blacklist and Lazy Esports. So see, I know Onic, PH, usually they don't mind keeping Kara's pick for last. They have shown it plenty of times in MPL PH and even in the M series. So this could be a Kirk angle as well. But again, with this Cho being a flex, I think Kara could go straight for... There's the Bruno, which, interesting enough, I think Coach Wynot did mention in the Part 1 documentary for M6, he's like, Bruno is strong. If he's open, we're going to take it every single time.
That is true. Bruno got nerfed recently, but not too much, though adjustments to Malefic Gun also make him not quite as popular. I do like the Iritel though, because of the recent nerfs to Bruno and the popularity of Granger. I think Iritel has been seeing a lot more play just as solid.
Oh, hey!
Oh boy!
Oh, what is this? I know Sun got buffed,
Oh boy.
but whoa! I just want to give a quick
Alright,
shout out to Merkel out there, because Merkel played on this stream and we saw the power of a Sun. You just one-shot anyone you stick onto, and he can kind of gap close onto both the Iritel and the Farsa. The bigger question is, does it take Petrify?
Yeah, Sun actually does a crazy amount of damage after the recent update, right? Especially once he's got those items under his belt. Like you mentioned, Husky, he really just blows people up instantly. We're also going to get to see the Lucas, so a very interesting matchup. In the EXP lane, if the Sun is going in that position, it's still not impossible for the Joy and Sun to be swapped out, but I think Sun makes a little bit more sense. I think this is very, very interesting. But Evos definitely has the harder lineup to execute a little bit. They do need a bit of that late game scaling, while Onic really comes online in the mid game.
Oh yeah, of course the Iritel from Kara is also the reason they took home the M6 championship trophy, right? Like at the very end, Crystal Rush. But Evos, I do like the initiative. I know some teams, they use SPS as sort of like the platform to try out new ideas. And again, the risk, there's not too much risk in this quote-unquote upper bracket GSL, at least for these two teams. So let's head into game 1 and see if Evos Glory actually is cooking.
Will Evos be able to take down the reigning world champions? I do like their composition. It's fun, especially with this Sun, who did indeed go for Petrify, like you pointed out, Husky. So intending to dominate lane and also go for very heavy focus on just bursting people down. This is, of course, a gold lane Sun as well. So while he will take some good poke damage from Kelra, he is also able to do a good job of engaging and disengaging quite easily.
Of course, Kara does have the Purify, so that's counteracts the Petrify to a certain degree. So was looking for info. He got the Annabelle. Has a lot of damage.
Ouch.
Across the bad impact from Kwakun. Briscoe has to go for the early recall. Annabelle will hit level 4, no problem. King Kong mid-side looking for Kwakun. First blood for Onic Philippines.
Very quick, very easy. And this is off-tempo play, right? Because when you see these initial engagements where both teams just kind of back it off early on, you don't really expect people to stick around or try to go for a second set of fights. And that's why Falcon not really predicting that King Kong would suddenly pop out of nowhere and just catch him out, right? Onic is very good at using timing because this is a team that has a lot of experience in knowing how certain opponents are going to play and how to really capitalize on it.
And also, just like Julian, you basically unlock all your abilities at level 3, so King Kong just comes in with a full rotation for that. This makes it a lot more convenient, right, when you get access to your full kit at level early. Curtis will be spawning on that top side. King Kong definitely in a very comfortable spot, already hitting level 5. Just completed his boost as well. Extra cooldowns for his abilities Kara getting the warrior boost just to make sure that he survives the poke from Nicky. See how Onic PH on the turtle already.
They're gonna be the ones controlling this Evos. They do have a Tigreal and Phobias, but look at the Lucas.
Kirk jumps in with the vengeance. Veldora escapes, gets sniped by the shockwave. So he goes down. Brusco finds the kick. Annabelle also gets taken down. Boss side Kara against Nicky, able to kite him around with a heavy crossbow. Nicky goes for the re-engage. Petrified, still on cooldown. So Onic Philippines, they get the objective, and they get a couple of kills along the way.
Kirk ends up dying there, but Lucas actually plays a bit more of a utility EXP. Like, oh, hold on, King Kong.
As explosion over the wall with the Petrify, they just came back off cooldown. Super Prince absolutely blown up by Nicky.
You know what? I respect that. That's a really good choice, because like Nicky could have continued trying to whittle down King Kong, but and the action just keeps on going.
Yeah, they keep on fighting Brusco this time. He's gonna fall. Clawcoon picks up that kill. Honest consider, I mean, Onic Philippines, Kirk, he's getting a full, shaving off the full plating top side, so still go for Kirk. End of the day, Onic Philippines still maintain a goal advantage.
But Evos actually doing a pretty good job of matching them in the early game here. I wouldn't have thought that Evos had this most solid early game damage potential, right? But they're able to catch Onic when they overextend. In that case, Brusco not actually able to find the kick he was looking for with the tower dive, getting punished for it. And Super Prince as well, on a signature hero, actually being caught out. So Evos making sure that they're able to match their opponents in fighting, but Onic still having the superior macro, allowing them to build up more gold overall. I'm also a little worried with this Sun, right? Because the more of the clones that Kara kills, the more extra gold that this Irrital gets as well.
Yeah, it does add up. It's compounding interest. Not to mention that the passive, the Sun, every single time the Doppelganger hits you, it shaves away your physical defense. And Onic Philippines, not really the most durable heroes by default. They do get the insta-kill onto Tawny on the turtle again. Kirk transforms into the Sacred Beast. Veldora hops in. Unfortunately, will expire as Kirk finds the kill. Annabelle engages backline. King Kong misses the stun. Annabelle, great patience, but the damage is just not there. It gets controlled anyways by Super Prince. King Kong gets the turtle, and Onic Philippines slay a few more from Evos.
The communication from the world champs continues to be very, very clean. You can see the moment that they make the call to engage on someone, they all collapse on it in very efficient fashion. It makes it difficult for Evos to respond, and unfortunately in that case, they were very split up with Veldora trying to provide vision over the turtle while the rest of the team was still catching up. Because of that, there was no one around to save him, and now another kick onto Tawny has to flicker out to safety.
Well, they don't get Tawny, but they get Nicky with the feathered airstrike. While this Tigreal just almost two-shotted by King Kong with the Soul Sever, the immortal form. Now Onic Philippines almost a 4K goal advantage. They can certainly hit 4K if they take Veldora down. King Kong again winning that trade hands down. And Evos starting to lose control in the side lanes as Kelra will take down that bot tier 1.
Also, if anyone ever wants to know what is the difference between some teams and those that are capable of becoming world champs, you just see the fact that even though the kill score isn't too far apart, in 6 minutes, Onic Philippines has built up a 4K gold lead, just like that. It doesn't even feel like that much has happened on the map yet, besides some scrappy team fights, but they have built up so much gold difference already. So because of that, the snowball is already in favor, and Brusco keeps going.
Tries to look for Tawny, gets pulled back by the Sanguine Claws, and of course, Veldora keeps him in place. Tawny wants to get out. Kirk is on top of him, turns into Sacred Beast. Flicker from Evos to try and get away. Killing spree for King Kong. And Onic Philippines, well, trade 1-for-1 for now. Nicky, he's in the midst of things, gets out with the Doppelganger, switches position. Onic Philippines, they this time losing the Roma, but they trade Tawny for as well. Third turtle should go to Onic.
At this point, Onic have so much farm that they are able to just burst down the Tigreal quite easily as well. It's a very similar situation to what we saw from Lazy in their first game when they kept picking off the Gatot. This time, it's even more surgical, even more efficient. Now Nicky trying to go for the split push.
Tries to go for the cheesy Petrify play, but Onic Philippine had the whole family waiting, and Tawny, he just wants to help, and he can do nothing. So that's the third death for Tawny. Double kill once more for King Kong.
Sun may be a monkey, but King Kong is a very big gorilla, and in this case, I think we know which ape is coming out on top. Onic Philippines, 5.5k lead, 7.5 minutes in. I don't even know where all the farm is coming from. Annabelle almost gets very— oh!
Whoa! What? Brusco just stands there menacing, need to soak up the aggro, and that's 3 more kills for Onic.
That is actually insane. That was— Evos just evaporated in a single second. You could barely even tell what happened. That is the coordination we're seeing right now. I'm sorry for Evos, but I really don't see them making a comeback from this. Ordinarily, when you have a hero like Cecilion, you can always play for the late game, but Onic just keep upping the momentum.
Tawny will get out. That's at the cost of his flicker. He's gonna keep this mid tier 1 alive as long as possible. Once more, they save the structure, but at the cost of the side lane pressures. And at the end of the day, Kelra is going to take it down regardless. Feather Airstrike takes out Nikki. Annabelle will trade Super Friends back. At least Evos finds an exchange.
Yeah, but they lose the mid-tier 1 for it as well. Even less map presence, and Kirk just continues jumping in with zoning with the vengeance. Evo is not able to play on the map already, and we're only about 9 minutes in.
9 minutes in, and the top tier 2 is already down. We're looking at 7.5k goal advantage for Onic Philippine. Lore is very well within their control. King Kong is level 14 as compared to Annabelle at 11. And he's going to contest Annabelle's purple buff as well. I mean, Onic Philippines are just multitasking on the map.
Being able to multitask is a very important factor here. Ooh, Briscoe gets cancelled.
Okay, Implosion, Sanguine Crop. Brusco, he's eating everything up. So that's a whole deck of poker cards, and Brusco just walks away.
I do like Nikki's attempt to continue split pushing. Anyone who's played against the Sun knows that it can be very annoying to try and split push against the Sun. But meanwhile, on the opposite side of the map,
would have been more effective if the team survives, and yeah, pick up Brusco, right? Nikki shows up just in time. King Kong tries to catch him, but actually catches his clone. And Nikki is back to business. On the top side, Kurt will match him, but Onic Philippines will still get the Lord at the very end.
Yeah, I like the cheer for the underdog, but even I'm kind of annoyed seeing Nikki do his thing here. As someone who has been on the receiving end of the Sun split push, it can be very, very annoying to deal with, but now Nikki in some trouble. As you can see, Onic trying to rotate over to deal with him, actually doing respectable damage against Kirk as well. It's just that Lucas regens so much when he's at low HP. Onic getting that first lore, double the kill score, 10 minutes in. Evos, I feel like they need so much more time for Clockhood and Nikki to really come online here, because we saw Kelra's damage in that last fight as well. This Irritel is already hitting a power spike.
Oh yeah. And you know, Nikki tried to summon, 10 doppelgangers to fight Kirk, and I mean, Kirk has so much spellbomb, he just healed off of all the doppelgangers and almost killed Nikki in the process. Let's see how much damage Onic can do with the Lord. All side lane tier 2s have been taken out. Mid one will soon to fall, as Evos have no way of defending the structures. Nikki once more is just on that split push duty, or in this case, stall out the way, stagger the bot side. But without Nikki, Evos about to play the 4v5. It's gonna be Kelra dipping in with heavy crossbow. Veldora eat up the damage. Kirk somehow flash tap shunt post to the back. Doesn't find the kill.
Still alive.
Able to allow Onic to get the inhibitor, and like you said, Kirk is still alive.
Even the recall from Super Friends in the middle of Evos' base, by the way, to make sure that Nikki isn't doing anything too funny. I think the Sun should be able to get out there. Super Friends are not able to find him. But the damage is done. Top inhibitor already gone. Onic getting a 6,000 gold advantage purely off of that Lord push. It is just getting worse and worse for Onic, or for Evos esports here. And they really have to try and delay the game until Clockhood and Annabelle get their items.
You know what's the interesting fact? I'm gonna go off topic a little bit. Shunpo is the second ability of Cho, but it
Yep.
also translates to flash stabs in English, which is the dash for Kirk for the Lucas. So yeah, yeah, naming conventions are pretty interesting.
You have a point. Well, you know, Cho probably speaks a different language, so I guess it makes sense. So probably not the one that Shinpo is based off of.
I think Cho is Japanese.
Is he? Is he?
No, he's not. He's clearly not. But
I believed you for a moment. I was like, wait, is this a piece of lore that I've been missing out on this whole time?
No, he's not. It would be so funny if he is, but sadly he's not.
I would feel kind of betrayed if Cho was Japanese this whole time, you know? It's just like, how have I not known this all my life? For now though, 10k gold lead for Onic, 13 minutes in. Evos really cannot just walk up to them.
They do find the kick. They go out of range of the feather airstrike. Brusco able to get away. Kirk again finds the backline. He's just sticking onto them with the flash stabs and just beats the crap out of everyone. So that's King Kong taking the Lord as is back to business with the nature. Kara stays alive because of that, and Kirk takes down Nikki.
Wow, that was some monkey business right there. And not in favor of Nikki as the feather airstrike comes out once again. Claw-kun not able to survive. Wing by wing, Super Prince is out. And it is just a complete dismantling of Evos esports.
Yeah, just the tiniest details, the wisdom of nature, a bit of an extra health, and Onic Philippines just steamrolls through game 1.
I mean, we all had a suspicion that this is what was going to happen. But to see it occur in such clean fashion, there is a reason that Onic Philippines were able to claim the champion title at M6. They are eager, they are ready, and even with the new patch drop, even with new changes and new heroes introduced, it does not matter at all.
Not even a contest in this game 1. Evos Glory had some interesting ideas, right? Very innovative with the Sun. We kind of saw the idea, but again, there are ways to deal with it, and Onic Philippines just decided to say, you know what, you want to send this monkey to push our lanes? We're just going to kill your entire team and force you to join us, to join the team fights. And what are we looking at? Almost a 14k goal advantage for Onic at the end of the game. And every single one of their members were just miles ahead of Evos.
Yeah, there's really not much you can do anymore in Evos' position when you're at that point, right? They did go for a bit of a greedy lineup, I feel like, because Joy, Cecilion, Sun all really require items to scale up into the late game. That gives a lot of pressure onto Veldora to basically be the only one that's trying to slow things down, create space. Tigreal, while still being a very effective initiator, I feel like in the current meta actually isn't as universal as he used to be. There's a lot of ways of playing around him and cancelling his combo that puts him in really awkward positions, and we saw that happen multiple times from Onic. King Kong still gonna be the MVP, nearly 900 GPM on his signature Suyo.
Yeah, getting a first blood at level 3 and every single objective in the game. Honorable mentions, of course, you got Kaura, Iratel, and the Kirk Lucas. Every single fight, just finding the flash stabs to the backline and blowing them up. Of course, taking the vengeance to kind of supplement the survivability. It was just impossible for Evos to fight into Onic.
This is clearly the most effective example of Lucas we have seen all day, right? I think this is a very good demonstration of what this new hero is truly capable of. Because Kirk was like 1v3, 1v4 against Evos a lot of time with that vengeance, and nearly taking out multiple members by himself as well. It is that scary when you add on to the cooldown that he gets from certain items to spam that flash combo. You can see how effective he is at creating space. But King Kong has been capturing the hearts of the MLBB community over the past year, and he's continuing to do so into 2025.
Yeah, you could superimpose King Kong's face on Suyo and they will look exactly alike. He's synonymous with this assassin at this point of time. Man has been eating good, he's been hitting the gym, been winning championships, been having a good time during the holidays, coming into the new year, and he comes back with a flawless game 1, the 6-0-9 KDA.
Like, what can stop this man, right? He was so farmed up by the late game, already maxed out on items like 10 minutes in, 900 GPM, what do you expect? Even going for the BOD as well as the magic shoes. This is a very greedy, full damage build, and yet never punished, right? 6-0 and 9 Onic positioning was clean. Their coordination was perfect every single time, and it just felt like a mismatch.
Yeah, it definitely felt like so. I think even when you sort of look back at the previous records, right? I mean, Onic Philippines, they're not flawless. They're not, invincible. They have dropped games on the biggest of stage, but in these long runs, they always come out on top because of how consistent the players are and how, Coach Wynot is always adapting the draft, reassuring the players that all you gotta do is to play the game, let me handle the draft. And on top of all of that, even the games that Onic Philippines lose, they don't get steamrolled, right? Like, they make their opponents work hard for it. They drag the game out. It goes on beyond 15 minutes, and it ends up being exhausting, even for the teams that take them down.
I mean, that's what it takes to be world champion material. You can see here, one roar from Kelra, and Evos just disappears. They're the ones with the tiger in their logo, and it seems like the gold standard has a stronger roar in this case, right? Onic have really upped the tempo here. And Evos esports, early game, they really weren't doing all that badly, right? They were actually doing a pretty good job of matching the team fight potential of Onic Philippines. But there were a few key conditions missing. Firstly, their draft made it so that they were a lot weaker in the early game than they ideally wanted to. And they were a little slower in terms of decisiveness. Onic, the moment something happens, you just see snap, snap, they're all on top of it, and that's why Briscoe was outperforming the Tigreal every single time.
Oh yeah, and you could even see how Evos Glory were constantly trying to proactively stop Briscoe from getting those backline kicks. They were juggling their abilities to kind of stagger his combo, and even then Briscoe still somehow finds a way through a Phobius to get a kick off, to get a kick off. So I think at the end of the day, it's just the micro mechanics that Onic has kind of showcased in this game 1. Let's take a look at King Kong's heat map throughout the entire game as he just dominates the jungle. What can I say? It's King Kong.
You can see that it's a very standard rotation when he starts off in the jungle, right? Going to his first buff, stealing from the enemy camp, going to his second, then trying to invade to see where he can find things. King Kong really wasn't doing anything too particularly special in this game, actually, but the setup as well as the way that the team was playing around him allowed him to really solidify his position on the land of Dawn and slowly but surely gain an advantage that just never stopped snowballing.
And you can see because of that, he is just spreading that influence across the map. Majority of these fights of kills that King Kong got was on the top quadrant of the map. That's where most objectives are, but that's also kind of playing into Evos Glory's kind of game plan and using it against them. They want Nikki to constantly be on the other side of the map, and King Kong was like, sure, and we just take the fight elsewhere and beat you with the gold lead that we have.
It is a little bit sad because Sun, as well as other auto-attack fighters, are something that we want to see more of, just to have a little bit more variety in the meta hero pool. But situations like this show you why they aren't more popular. They just blow up so quickly, right? When they have to do damage in melee range. You'd much rather go for something like a marksman. But it was not a bad idea, right? We saw that Nikki was actually performing quite well against Kelra in the gold lane. It's just that once the laning phase was over, there was a clear difference in teamfight potential.
Oh yeah, well, I like the idea, I like the innovation, but of course, you're up against a world champion. You gotta take a lot more than that innovation. Even Glory did show some potential. Again, we saw Annabelle trying to take some initiative, even having the patience to wait out certain abilities from Onic Philippines. Is just that when those moments happen, he finds himself alone a lot of the times. We have to see how Evos kind of adapts to Onic in game 2. I know if you kind of draw references from how TLID dealt with Onic, they were picks like the Carmilla, big crowd control that doesn't allow Onic to straight up run at you whenever they want.
I think we've seen from this game, right, and what you mentioned about TLIT, that it is actually somewhat possible to fight against Onic PH in the very first few minutes of the game, right? If you're able to get early game tempo, if you have the right heroes to really punish and start controlling parts of the map, then it actually gives you a chance to play for space as well as get the farm that you need to scale up into the big game. If Evos had a stronger early game composition here, then they could have actually leveraged the first few kills they got to maybe turn into something else.
Of course, a fun fact for everyone out there, Onic Philippines finished 3rd and 4th in the SPS Season 6 Open Finals and went on to win M6 afterwards. So World Champions are forged here right here at SPS, and Onic Philippines is the greatest example. So if anyone is still doubting the teams here and what they're fighting for in the stakes, well, the M7 trophy I think is on the line in this case.
It really is quite something though when you consider that it has been such a long time since the end of the Open Finals and the start of the challenge season now that Onic has gone from being a very promising challenger to just the gold standard, right? To steal the title from Kara a little bit as the champion of M6. Everyone now has their eyes on them. Everyone wants to be the ones to defeat them. And it doesn't seem like they're too worried about it, right? There's no pressure. They're still playing as good as they were before. The drafts are solid. The macro is good. The farm speed on another level entirely. So it's back to the drawing board for Evos here, because what can they do to stop them?
Honestly, I don't have an answer for that, but I would say we've seen the cheesy side of Evos. Now I want to see them kind of play that standard game, right? You know, go back to standard picks in that gold lane, no more of the sun shenanigans, and see how that one-on-one matchup is going to look like. I definitely think that Evos have the right ideas. They just were not able to pull it off, or Onic just make better calls. Maybe in that regard, they could, just bring it back to the basics. Let's check out the drafting phase for game number 2. Onic on blue side this time with Evos on red. So Jusin, Fanny, Harith, Alpha, banned out.
Alright, so pretty standard to open things up here. Like I already highlighted, I am hoping that Evos goes for a slightly more early game centric composition here. And if you're able to combo it with like the standard front to back, the more traditional lineup, like you mentioned, Husky, go for comfort, go for pocket picks, stuff that you can rely on, then we might be able to see Evos put up a fight against Onic PH.
The bigger question is the joy is left up on the table. And Onic Philippines, they are first pick, so if that joy goes through, you're picking between joy or Suyo, or maybe you take the one that Onic doesn't pick. They ban out the Eve. Evos has a big decision to make right now.
If they're banning the Eve, most likely they want Joy, I think. And they're already proposing that question to Evos. If you ban Joy, then we get Suyo for free. If you let both through, Joy still performs slightly better in a 1v1 situation against Suyo, and is also a very comfortable hero pick for King Kong. So either way, Evos esports are going to be in a pretty tough spot. I think if they do end up letting the Joy through, contesting things like the Cho away is necessary.
So Evos, they recognize that, they ban out the Joy, which means Suyo is up, but the Granger is also available, right? We also see the Granger up as well. What else is there? Yeah, it's Granger and Suyo are the first two I'm looking at. Unless is there a world where you just first face the Lucas? No, right?
No. Like, Lucas is solid, definitely, but still runs into similar issues that other EXP laners do, in that if you counter him in lane, then he doesn't really get to do anything. So you usually don't want to early pick EXP
Where there is
laners.
light, there are
We do see
also
the CEO locked
shadows.
in. Evos going to take the Loi away. It was banned out by them in game number 1. This time they will have access to it.
So take the Granger for themselves as well. Their standard opening. So I mean, it's a fair trade if you are Evos, right?
Let's go.
It's going to be the Irithel once more for Kelra. When they're up against Granger that mostly relies on skill shot, you can kind of dance around him as the Irithel.
So it looks like it's just going to be the same draft from Onic as in game number 1. I was also expecting the Irithel to come out, because Granger is definitely a very, very popular pick right now. I'm sure Onic already expected Evos would grab it if they left it open. But Irithel is actually just a pretty solid counter to Granger, right? You have the mobility to catch up with him. They're able to poke from afar quite well, and the AoE damage allows you to outscale him somewhat too. And then you add the Cho onto that Briscoe was already destroying Evos on earlier, and Onic already looks very solid once again.
See, they're gonna go for the Hayabusa this time. So it's basically it's definitely a switch up now that the droid isn't there. Go ahead and ban Lucas as well, who has been causing so much trouble for Evos in that game 1. The question has always been, how are you going to protect your backlines? And so far Evos, they don't really have that person, so you might as well get rid of the Lucas.
Yeah, I think Kirk played a mean Lucas. One of the best I have seen. So very understandable to get rid of it. It's already difficult to handle in the first place, and in this case Hayabusa and Granger are both heroes that want to go more for the finisher. So if you have a hero that's very difficult to whittle down in the first place, and it's not going to be the most ideal. Both teams right now are still going to be looking for their EXP lane, so I'm expecting a little bit more focus towards that.
So that's a Tigreal ban from Onic. It was also a pick on my mind, and maybe Evos is going to consider the Tigreal again, but Onyx is now going to force them to dig deeper into that hero pool. What else does Tawny have left? I suppose there is still the Kufra against all these dashes. I mean, they themselves ban off Phobias. If not the Tigreal, what, the Kaja?
Unfortunately, we don't really see much of Kaja anymore. Pretty classic options against Cho are either heroes that can match CC like Ruby, or just straight up bulky frontliners, right? Like a Tot or Hylos, both of which are still open right now. So I think Evos will probably lean in that direction instead.
Suppose, yeah, the Hylos is, I mean, even the Khalid is still there, but yeah, I do dig the Hylos a bit more. Hilda banned out as well by Onic. A part of me was thinking of the Hilda, but more so for the XP lane. Let's see. So the Katot will be the choice for Evos. They're gonna keep it up, keep it a flex.
Yeah, Gatot being picked up here means that Onic doesn't actually know which lane he's going into yet, but they are gonna be looking for their own EXP/roam flex depending on where this Cho goes, as well as the mid lane. Now that the Gatot is out, we're not going to be seeing the same Farsa from Super Prince. There's a reason they banned it out previously, because that AOG just destroys the Feathered Airstrike entirely. There are still a good number of mage picks in the pool. Still the classic fallbacks like Vexana, as well as Aurora. Let's see what Onic decides to go for.
Let's see. No, there's the Veil.
Ooh.
Veil and Hylos. Suppose it's not too bad of a pick, right? I mean, we've seen this example, the Veil pick. I think SRD showed us when they fought against RRQ, Hoshi in M6, like the Veil. Pretty darn good answer into some of these picks. Like you blow them up so quickly.
Veil is a hero that I expressed doubts about during SPS in the Open Finals. I believe when it was played by Yue, when it was against Fanny. I said that this is going to be a food hero, you know, not the greatest mobility. But I neglected to think about how quickly Wind of Blow comes out, right? There's not a lot of backswing into it. So it's actually very good at catching assassins off guard by just instantly knocking them up into the full combo and burst. Veil has definitely gained a lot of popularity since that pick in SPS previously, and now the CC will come out to counter against the Hylos at the end, but it looks like they're gonna flex the show into EXP instead.
Yeah, it's a very smart switch at the end, right after seeing the CC, so it's better to have Kirk on the show so you don't get kind of stuck on by the CC. I'll say this Veil might seem immobile, but at max passive you get like what, 80 extra movement speed, so it's pretty fast, you know, for someone who commands the wind. It would be pretty funny if Veil doesn't travel at high speed. See though, game 2 is gonna kick off right now. We will have Onic Philippines on the blue side and Evos Glory on red.
Game number 1 ended up being a very one-sided affair for our current world champions. Evos Esports are now eager to switch things up, have definitely gone for a more standard composition here with pretty good early game presence, but is it going to be enough? Because Onic still has a lot of their comfort heroes. They switched up with the Hylos and the Veil, but otherwise, still the same heroes we saw in game 1.
I'd like to quickly say that Super Prince is using the base skin, which I'm not impressed by.
Ooh.
He literally had a new, you know, what do you call it, the event skin. It's not called Starlight, but the latest one, which makes him like a magician, a consensual musician or something. At first, it almost came through the Lethal Initiation and actually did proc.
When you're so confident that you're gonna be able to make things work out even without that extra 8 magic attack from the skin, then why not, right? Super Friends, oh, in the mid lane.
This was to eat up all of the shadow kills, stuns Annabelle under the turret, and he himself gets out alive.
A really nice stun at the end by Briscoe. A kill there would have been huge for Annabelle to get started on the snowball for the Hayabusa, but turns out it's Tawny instead that gets caught out. Again, the off-tempo play by King Kong. He always comes in after the enemy jungler has already made their attempt.
Yeah, not only that, he came in and was level 4, now gets to clear up his camp just in time for the orange buff to spawn once more. See King Kong, he's going to be slightly ahead in experience compared to Annabelle. And yeah, with this turret taken out, no chance for Evos to do anything about it.
King Kong not even having to expend the retribution here.
Wow.
And we can see just how low they... Wait, what happened back there? That must have been a bailout. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, that's very painful. And then Briscoe knows that he's at low HP too. This is very oppressive already. Has to use the retry just to secure the orange buff, and now Briscoe.
Well, he's just gonna eat it up. The glorious pathway percentage max HP heal finds Annabelle at the end, and King Kong just slices him in half. Now Tawny needs to get away. King Kong back in the frame. The win!
No!
Super Prince! At the very edge of it, King Kong finds a triple kill.
This is very much a stop, they're already dead situation for Evos. Already a 2k lead, 4 kills to 0, 3 minutes in, so clean from Onic Philippines. For a moment, it looks like Briscoe is going to be punished for trying to go for Annabelle. But they do get killed at least.
But then King Kong will just come in for revenge. Takes down Nikki, slice Claw Kun in half, and now looking for Tawny. Window connects, this time no follow-up from Onic Philippines. King Kong just found 6 kills in under 4 minutes.
6-0 Suyo in 3.5 minutes. I'm sorry, Evos, the game is over. What do you even do at this point? And it's King Kong of all people. MVP with Suyo in game 1, nearly a 900 GPM. What's gonna be his GPM in this game? I don't even know. It is insane what Onic is capable of achieving with these invades, with these punishes. Evos just doesn't know what's hitting them.
If this game ends under 10 minutes, King Kong is probably going to hit like a 1k GPM.
Yeah, I think so.
It's probably halfway there. They can continue to invade. If you're Annabelle, damn if you do, damn if you don't, and yeah, kick in the face. Brusco picks up that kill. An orange buff. Not sure if Annabelle got it, but not that it's gonna matter anyways. The third turtle spawns. Onic Philippines, not in a rush at all.
Unfortunately, Evos once again just not really having lane priority. Or at the very least, enough of it to allow them to make something happen more aggressively on the map. They're also encountering a similar issue I pointed out earlier, where they only have the Gatot as a form of initiation with a CC, right? So they don't have reliable ways of starting teamfights and locking people down either. And that's allowing Onic to just go wild.
It's the same issue we saw between Blackers and Lazy Esports in Game 1. Eldora with Vengeance. Annabelle shows up, shallow kill, dispersed between King Kong and Kirk, and now where's Annabelle gonna go? Kirk tries to look for him, and behind the scenes, Valdora just got destroyed.
I kind of want to see what King Kong's itemization is already. Like, how many items does the studio have at this point with his 7-0-1 score? We're 5 minutes in, Avatar the Guardian comes in, Super Prince avoids it, flickers out!
And King Kong re-engages, just takes out Nikki just like that.
They're actually too good. Super Prince, under any other circumstance, Avail should be dead in that position, but instead sets up, gets the windstorm in, Annabelle gets chased down!
And Kirk finds the kickback, Brusco gets a double kill just like that.
This game is going to be rated PG-13 because this is ugly. This is no longer safe for like child consumption. You know, you need parental guidance to tell you that Evos is being destroyed right now. 7K goal lead in 6 minutes. What do you even do?
This game is the prime example of why some people think that video game incites violence. It's not that Onic PH wants it, it's just they are too good at the game. They did lose Brusco. So that's the second kill that Evos has found this entire game. And it's so minuscule, doesn't really matter. The third turtle is going to be spawning. We're still in the turtle phase of the game, and Onic has like a 7K goal lead.
The diversion play was good, right? Being able to pull the entire team over to catch out Briscoe, but that is the Onic roamer. He's not even worth that much, all things considered, and yet still actually pretty good for Evos. You can see just how scared they are. Tawny not able to hold up the front line against Kirk at all. So split push is happening for Annabelle, so I do think that's a good idea. Onic isn't actually that good at responding to split pushing, but they are starting to rotate up now, so I hope Annabelle is getting out soon.
For Super Prince, find a win blow now. Not gonna risk it.
Alright.
They did commit the glorious pathway to get into lane, but still Evos, they got the turret. Meanwhile, King Kong's gonna be taunted up. There's 5 people on top of it. King Kong trying to get away. Soulsaver heals himself back up, so Kirk is the one who falls. Super Prince shows up just in time. Still nothing, not too much for Evos. It's Purify out from Nikki. AOG from Tani completely misses. Brusco stuns him out. Law and Order. King Kong is legendary. Takes the orange buff in the process. He's doing 3 things at once.
That is a BOD in 8 minutes. I think it's probably a second or third item as well, as the Vengeance is popped by Veldora. Almost falls. If King Kong had Skypiercer, then that would have been another kill as well. But not everyone builds the same way James does. Right now, you can see, yep, third item, BOD in 8 minutes. If the game isn't over, I don't know what is. He actually has the same net worth as 2 people from Evos added together.
He's the bait. It's all about King Kong. They find the kick. Kirk sets it up. King Kong tries to get away from Annabelle. But Annabelle finds the shutdown finally at the end. But then Kelra is the second layer of the problem. Kirk, another knockup. Kelra over. The turret is a maniac. It's going to be a savage for Kelra at this point. Where's the crit? Kelra finds the first savage in the challenge season. And Onic Philippines just styling on Evos right now.
I want to cheer for the underdog. I was happy to finally see them shut down King Kong's 9-kill streak, but then it just converts into a savage for Kelra. That is the danger of Onic Philippines right there. You think that you finally dealt with their main carry, turns out nope, they were just setting up for a different core the entire time. But it does narrow down the goal difference quite a bit. It's only 4K now for Onic, which is quite a lot less than it was before. Another diversion play, just a scout there. No, they actually do take it. Not able to find anyone, unfortunately. Onic still in a very dominating position, especially now that their goal lane is fully online.
King Kong wasn't even aiming at the bush, but it did force a reaction from Tony and Nikki. So kind of back to square one. Evos are definitely in a bit of a more comfortable position. Not enough to contest the Lord though. That goes over to Onic Philippines as expected. How fast did King Kong hit 15?
Huh.
11.
You are. I can't remember what the level 15 timing high score at M6 was, but it was actually pretty quick. I don't think King Kong beat it, but he was pretty darn close here. And it shows the superiority of Onic PH right now. They got the Lord. They're going to be pushing in with the next one. Evos does still have some tier 2s, so they should be able to defend this without too much damage. Holy Crystals is completed, so now Super Frizz will be one-shotting Nikki if he's unlucky enough. This is going to be a tough defense for Evos. Oh, never mind.
And they found Annabelle.
Literally the moment I said it would one-shot someone. Okay, well, what do you even do? How do you even play the game at this point?
They're gonna somehow try. There's so much damage from Onic Philippines.
Oh
Kelra,
my
look at
goodness,
him!
Kelra.
My man is running in the middle of 4 people and an inhibitor turret and still finds the kill onto Nikki. Lord will be taken care of. Kurt with the kick. AOG doesn't do anything. That's Claw Kun down. Kurt will be taunted out and he falls. But still, Onic Philippines have the man advantage. Annabelle back into the fight. Veldora losing all of his HP. Kelra blast him through the Vengeance as Tawny sticks onto him and punches him to oblivion. But Tawny will also go down. Super Friends finds the double kill. 7 seconds for Claw Kun. Nikki is already back. Onic Philippines will now turn their attention to take down the rest of the inhibitors of Evos and call it a day unless Annabelle has something to say about it. But respects King Kong and Onic Philippines finally falls back.
Evos being able to hold their base there is actually impressive considering the pressure that Onic was exerting. They did actually end up overstaying, so Evos was able to just continue to top themselves back up in the base and slowly take them out one by one. And despite all of that, we are still looking at an 8k goal. Oh, diversion into the mid lane.
Found Kirk. As Briscoe still want to take this, gonna try to stick onto Tawny. Here comes Kelra running in with the heavy
Look at King Kong in the
crossbow.
back.
The wind blow does miss. King Kong with the big wraparound. They lose Tawny first. Snipe. Brusco kept alive by the revitalized King Kong. Big damage.
Ouch.
Annabelle almost just evaporates. The King Kong keeps on fighting. Extra attack speed in immortal form. Takes down Veldora. Super Friends now has Claw Kun cornered. King Kong gets the Purify out. Takes him down anyways. And Kelra will do what he does best. Take down the Crystal. And Onic Philippines steamrolls through Evos.
We predicted it. We knew that the world champion team had something to prove. And their victory dance shows that they are still here to play some clean MLBB. Evos, they tried, but it just didn't seem like a competition at all. We are going to be witnessing Onic PH go up against Blacklist International for that first slot into the Challenge Finals from Group A.
It's already set up to be a very interesting showdown on the upper bracket, and of course it will not happen immediately, so the teams get some time to prep. And of course Bonchan even earlier on did say that he anticipates the showdown against Onic Philippines. Now it's time to get to the drawing board. But for Onic PH, this is just another day at work, just another walk in the park, you know, just completely dismantling Evos' glory at every single turn.
Generally, when you have early game assassin junglers, the worst thing you can do is give them an early game snowball. And that is what we saw happen on probably the worst player you could give it to. King Kong with a 13.5k total personal net worth 12 minutes into the game. Man only died that one time after a 9-kill streak. I mean, what can you say?
I mean, he lost his kill streak, and then like you pointed out, it became a savage for Kelra, right? It was like just like this sick joke that Onic Philippines is playing on Evos. You give them a hope and then you take it away. Of course, King Kong is our MVP this game, and yeah, there we go. The 1K
man.
GPM, 1089.
1089 GPM. And what's even worse is that Keldra also had an 895 GPM. Normally when you have crazy gold scores like this, it's only on the one core that's really dominating the game. But in this case, it's on 2 of them. At that point, you already know the game is pretty much over. The difference in damage dealt is on another level entirely. Every single player showing that they still have the micro mechanics that brought them all the way to that world champion title. Onic are here to play. They want to claim another champion under their belt, and right now are looking very promising to be able to make it all the way to the next stage of the Snapdragon Pro Series.
I mean, King Kong dealt so much damage. He is equivalent to more than 2 of Evo's Glory's members. I mean, this is our king of the jungle. They should make a movie out of this guy. I know we have a lot of movies about big gorillas, but this is the true king of the jungle right now. He's just uncontested, undefeated. How do you stand up against this guy?
We need someone to be Godzilla so that they can play like opposite him in the movie, right? Right now, we don't really have that yet. There's a lot of promising junglers, but King Kong has just reached a totally different level in the previous year of gameplay. And the stats reflect it, his rotations reflect it, his micro reflects it, and having the support system to bring out his maximum potential, that is what makes a team a true terror in the Land of Dawn.
If I'm not mistaken, King Kong, this is like what his before 2025, it's like his 2nd year in the major leagues, and you see the evolution, right, from TNC all the way to, you know, at that point in time, Fnatic Onic Philippines, and then World Champions. And people have been saying like this kid is something else. I remember Naisu talking about it when Naisu or Ranma talking about it when they saw King Kong back in TNC, and in just a short while, just within a year's worth of time, he is now literally the best jungler in the world. And some people really are gifted, but most importantly is having the right mindset. And being part of the super family definitely helps with that. I know Coach Why Not gave King Kong a lot of praises in regards to that.
And of course, we cannot forget the gold standard himself, who got the first Savage of the tournament. Also, the editors are having a very good time splicing in Onic dancing in between the clips of them just destroying their opponents, by the way. Onic, you can tell that they were having fun, and despite that, their gameplay didn't suffer a single bit for it. They are ready to take on the world once again, and I think all the other teams have to be so prepared to face them.
Yeah, and just to quote what Trex said during M6, in the Philippines there's no champions, only the super family. Congratulations to Onic Philippines, 2-0 over Evos esports, in just the cleanest possible fashion that I think everyone expected. It's hard to not root for Onic knowing how good they are.
This is something about these players that have come out of TNC, right? King Kong now popping off here. We of course have our local players in SRG now as well, just reaching different heights in gameplay. But once again, we get to see the rotations of King Kong in this game. And there's definitely a bit more of a aggressive spin to it compared to Game 1.
A pretty artistic touch to it as well. I mean, King Kong, he's just shedding blood everywhere he goes. I mean, look at the places he got the kills, right? It is all over the map.
And in the previous game, where he largely stayed in his own side of the jungle until the mid game, this game, the whole map is his, you know? It's like there was no place for Annabelle at all. Just basically evicted from his home, you know? King Kong showing how you maximize efficiency as a jungler, farming the entire map at once, getting kills wherever you can. 1089 GPM. That's gonna be the score to beat going forward here at SBS.
And I remember, some certain teams certain people when they talk about Onic, and there was this question of, like, do you communicate every play? And sometimes Onic were like, no. Sometimes the players, they do it themselves, and it's just second nature to them. So yeah, I mean, again, this is the best team in the world that you're looking at, and there really isn't any way around it. We've seen teams take games but not series, but we have an interview right now, and it's with the king of the jungle. We got King Kong right here with us. Hello, King Kong. Happy New Year.
Hello, Happy New Year, guys.
So first of all, how are you consistently so dang good at the game? Like, what is the secret to you just crushing Evos glory?
The secret is
Simple answer. I think it's a very simple process after all, right? King Kong has shown the world that he is one of the best junglers around, and he's gonna continue doing so. I have to ask, now that you guys are world champions, now that you're playing an SPS again, do you think that it's gonna be very easy for you guys to just go all the way and become winners once again?
no, because many teams are practicing and getting ready for this tournament.
I think that's a very good answer. I'm gonna follow up on that actually. Are there any teams in particular that you maybe want to play again after M6, or like new teams that you have an eye on that you really want to face here at Snapdragon?
I want to face Team Liquid Indonesia. Team Liquid Indonesia.
I knew it. I knew this was coming. It's about Fabian, right? Like you want to face Fabian again, right? So I know you and Fabian, you have have a thing going on. Yeah. So I'm hearing fireworks on my place. It's to celebrate this win. I know, King Kong, I know you've been hitting the gym in your free time. Is that one of the ways to keep yourself, at tip-top condition? Is that why you're so good, as a jungler? Is it because of your gym routine? Could you share with us, some of the simple processes when you lift weights, when you lift the plates in the gym?
At some, yes.
Yes. Do you have what is like a simple routine? Like, if I look at me, like I'm clearly very skinny, but I want to hit the gym, right? Do you have any sample routines I can try out?
Just eat a lot.
Just eat a lot. All right.
Bulking season.
Super Princess bulking season. All right. I'll keep that in mind.
Bulking season.
Bulking season. All right, got it. One last thing before I hand it over to Sadafa. I know people ask Kelra, and Kelra did say that MPL Philippines is harder than M6, when they were talking about the World Championship. What do you think about SPS? Is it going to be harder than MPL Philippines or easier than MPL Philippines?
I think MPL Philippines is still harder. Because Filipinos.
Well, it can be a little bit hard to deny that, considering just how well all of the PH teams have been performing on all the international tournaments. But I do think that the rest of the world is slowly starting to catch up a little bit more. I gotta ask, so Kika, are there any things that you maybe want to say to your fans, right? The people who have already supported you, especially now that you guys are world champions?
For the fans, thank you very much for always supporting us. We will always do our best for you guys.
And we can tell that you guys are always doing the best. It's very fun to watch you guys, and congratulations on this victory here. Did you predict that it would be such a clean 2-0 sweep?
Yes.
I think all of us felt the same. Okay, final thing for me. You guys will be playing Blacklist, right? Like whoever wins that series, you guys are going straight to challenge finals. Do you think it's going to be, easy against Blacklist, or will they put up a tougher fight than Evos today?
Best of ilan yan? 2-0 in favor
2-0
of Onic.
Blacklist. 2-0 against Blacklist.
2-0
Okay.
in favor of Onic.
All right. That's the confidence. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, okay, I say King of the Jungle. Congratulations on your win again. Can go. Say hi to the rest of the team for me. Keep on bulking. Keep on gymming, man. See you. Yeah, and the meal as well. We'll see you in.
He's gotta finish it off like that.
Yeah. Okay. We'll see you in the series against Blacklist.
Thank you.
Really, just on a different level entirely, right?
Yeah.
He's good at the game. He's good looking. He goes to the gym. Good at interviews. I mean, what are the rest of us doing here, Husky?
I don't know. I started lifting some iron lately, but I got a long way to go, man. It's a process. Just like King Kong said, you gotta eat, you gotta lift. You get some injuries on the way. I don't know. Some people are built different. I'm not good at. He's good at everything. I'm very good at playing the game. So I have no answer to that.
Someone who is good at playing the game is, of course, Kelra, his teammate as well. First player to receive Finals MVP in MPL, MSC, and M Series. Will he be able to continue racking up these trophies in SPS?
If we put aside just the official tournaments, if he gets FMVP for SPS, he literally has the Hall of Fame, the full collection of FMVP trophies. So we'll see. I mean, they are on their way to achieve that for sure. But that's our second best of 3 ender. Coming out, we got RSG Singapore against Alter Ego.
It's gonna be a very interesting matchup here between two teams that want to show us how much they've grown since their respective MPL season. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back after a couple minutes.
With you, think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so we're about to go fast with you. Vision in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seize the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Vision in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster.
Let's get waved, let's get lit, let's get high, let's come have it. Let's get burst, let's get mash, let's buy a bottle and splash that cash. Guess what, it's time for action. You're feeling fine, main attraction. Pure vibes, not satisfaction. Feel the baseline, chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Guess what? It's action. Come, let's have it. Bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it. Bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it. It's time to get wild. Come, let's have it. Bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it. Bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it. It's time to get wild.
Yet another series here at the Snapdragon Pro Series lies beyond the horizon, and it is going to be between none other than RSG Singapore and Alter Ego. These are going to be two teams that unfortunately failed to hit the mark when it came to qualifying to the World Championship, and now want to show that they're still teams to look out for as we enter the land of Dawn once again. My name is Stafa, once again joined by Husky for our third match of the day.
This is going to be interesting because we've seen what these two teams can do in their respective region. Even an organization, RSG Singapore, at one point in time was one of the premier teams in their own region, multi-MPL winner. But of course, there has been changes since then. We've got Closer in the XP, Yon in the jungle, Yunsky mid lane, CS is the Roma, and Gear back at it again, this time in that gold lane. So let's see if this version of RSG Singapore is gonna hold a candle to Alter Ego.
Gear, of course, being the veteran name that we will want to keep an eye on here, has definitely switched the roles a couple of times, with gold lane being his latest foray. The rest of RSG Singapore definitely have a lot to prove to the world, because like you mentioned, Husky, RSG SG has always been a premier organization in the MPL SG, and yet they ended up in third place in the previous season. Their opponents are going to be none other than Alter Ego.
In Alter Ego, we got Nino in the XP, we got Gabe in the jungle, Roundel mid, Dreams in the roam, and of course we got Heist in that gold lane. Of course, even for Alter Ego, they also went through a couple of changes, but I think the most interesting one is their coaching staff, which is the newly acquired coaching staff, which is Zephyr. Previously from other game titles, but with his mobile experience transferable to MLBB, I think a lot of people are looking forward to what Zephyr has in store to bring Alter Ego to greater heights.
And of course, they've recently brought in a brand new face, Dreams from Evos, which we watched earlier. Very consistent roamer, now filling out the ranks for Alter Ego. Let's see what change he can bring to the land of Dawn, because RSG SG, they ended up in third place in their previous MPL SG season, but Alter Ego ended up finishing around 5th to 6th place. So their position not quite as clean overall as well.
Yeah, and I mean, when you look at Alter Ego and their run back in MPL ID, it definitely was one of the few runs that I think a lot of people kind of felt like they fell short, right? Like we had Nael at one point in that squad as well, and they just were not able to get past, I believe, Geek Fam ID. Remember that insane series between them? We got the Nael against Beloyski whole storyline going on. So let's see this newly reformed AE, how it's gonna fare. Let's talk predictions. For me, I'm citing AE.
Looks like we are agreed on that point. We've been agreeing on a lot of things today here for the first day of the challenge season. Although we want to give some stocks over to RSG SG, I think we could agree that Alter Ego still feels like the slightly more consistent team. And just in terms of region as well, we know that Indonesian teams are generally a little bit on the stronger side.
Yeah, and region-wise, I think the only team so far from MPL SG, at least in recent times, that has really captured global attention was NIP Flash, right? And aside from that, a lot of the teams are kind of lumped into the same category as not being good enough, and NIP Flash is sort of like their golden standard. So in this case, RSG Singapore, they are going to be playing the role of the underdogs in this best of 3.
But of course, SG is our neighbor, right? And we used to share an MPL, so we obviously want to see them reach greater heights as well. In the same way we want to see more Malaysian teams catch up to SRG, we want to see more Singaporean teams catch up to NIP Flash, and this is going to be a great place for RSG to make that happen. We're gonna jump into draft phase. Alter Ego on the blue side, RSG Singapore on the red.
Let's gonna start off with the Loyi, Yves, Tusin, and Fanny Ban. 3 mid laners wiped out from the hero pool. Bat comes the Joy Ban as well. Finally, this is gonna be the second game of the day that we don't have a Joy. Kosuyo is still up on the table. We got a couple of power picks. The Granger left open as well. So we'll see what RSG Singapore is gonna opt for their last ban.
It definitely does feel like, though, if Joy is already banned out, Suyo is a very obvious power pick for you to go for, right? RSG Singapore have the opportunity to ban it out, but then you'll have things like the Granger to worry about. But maybe a little bit more manageable since the Eve was already banned out. In fact, if Alter Ego is specifically focusing on this hero, they might even want to go for something like the Harif. But since Granger was banned, more likely it's gonna be Suyo.
Yeah. So this one is pretty straightforward, kind of a no-brainer over for Alter Ego. That means RSG Singapore, you have sort of like the high loss, you have Cho, Gatot, Phobius, still some options left on the table for sure. See what they want to go for. I mean, Singapore as a region, we know that every single team sort of has their own cheese pick in a sense. I wonder if that is going to be the case for RSG.
I was like, when you bring up cheese picks, it just makes me really want to watch Diablo play again, because like some of his signatures have just been rough, like the Badang especially. I hope we get to see that. But let's focus on this current match for now. The Gatot and the Harif going to be taken by RSG. I think it's a pretty solid combination since you no longer have the Eve to worry about, and AOG would commonly be a good counter to the Zaman Force. Grabbing them together means that Harif will have a slightly easier time, but also leaves you open to the Phobius counter pick.
So we get the Hilda instantly. We've seen Hilda primarily play in the XP, but I believe I've seen her roam recently. We even saw the Hilda mid thanks to Coach innovation. But in this case, it's not going to be a Hilda mid. We got Vexana picked up for Roundel already.
Vexana hasn't actually been played throughout today here. We've been seeing a lot more priority towards more classic heroes like that. Farsa, and of course the common options like Zusin and Loyi up until now. Alpha gonna also be locked in here. Since Joy is gone, this is going to be the next best option for dueling with that Suyo in the jungle.
Oh yeah, and we get to see this is one of the few classic matchups. It was kind of the what do you call it, the premier matchup before Joy was a thing, but now we get to kind of go back in time, see that Alpha picked up once more. You're looking probably go or roam bans if you're RSG Singapore. The fact that there is a Hilda makes the Alpha feel a bit better. Bruno ban to start off the second phase.
I think if you see an Alpha, you gotta think about Matilda just a little bit. The premier combo with Alpha, and Alter Ego immediately gets rid of it. It's not just good with Alpha, it can also save other members from heroes like the Hilda that want to dive at them. So we're not gonna see that. If they really wanted to tease it out, Angela is still open as an option, but I doubt it's something that Alter Ego would ban.
Let's see if they want to continue down the gold lane ban. I mean, who threatens the Harif? They have probably eliminated both of them, right? The Moskov is probably third in line. Moskov from Beatrix. Oh yeah, and the Irithel. We've seen it from Kelra twice already.
I think Irithel is just a really good universal option into most of the meta gold laners right now. Like Granger plays with range, Harif plays with mobility, and Irithel is able to match out both of those. That's why we get to see the hero a little bit more often. We'll see whether Alter Ego goes for it, because Cho and Phobius are going to be the final two bans here to finish up, and we're going to see what RSG locks in as their fourth pick.
Still missing that mid laner. Probably gonna keep this Gatot as a flex until the very end. I mean, even for mid lane options, you have Farsa left, I suppose. We've got Farsa, Aurora. We've seen the Valentina once as well early on. Of course, that's courtesy of Haji.
As a snowflake.
Most of them aren't really the best. I think Farsa definitely doesn't feel very good into this. Aurora is still alright, able to somewhat deal with a rundown composition. If the Hilda runs at you, you go for the freeze. Still not the best, but it's what RSG can manage for now. and Alter Ego will get to pick up their final 2 picks. Hilda still leaning more towards EXP lane, but is perfectly capable of being flexed into the roam position. And then we'll get to see heroes like maybe CC if they think that the Katot will be going into EXP instead.
One hero crossed my mind, but I was quite sure that RSG would not take it. It was the Xavier. I know TLID showed it during M6. One of the Yehescu pocket picks. So the Tigreal Claude would be a thing for Alter Ego. I'm pleasantly surprised that they're going down the Claude route. So big late game insurance for sure. With the buff Art of Thievery recently, so his laning becomes a bit better overall. But this is definitely not a pick I would expect from Alter Ego.
Yeah, personally, I don't actually like the Claude very much, because even like in the old classics, Harif has always been a good lane counter to Claude. He's just very oppressive, and even if you try to scale up and go for the farming, we've seen that Claude nowadays just doesn't really output as much damage as other MM options. I would have actually still liked the Irritel more, even the Lunox if they really wanted to go for it. Things like the carry are still open. I don't really like the Claude pick too much here, but hey, it can still work.
Yeah, we've seen the Lunox and the Harif. Like there was a period of time people just banned Lunox because they want Harif. I know carry into Harif was also a thing. I think Nets showed that in his matchup. We get the closer the Gatot, so it will be a roam Khalid. So actually Gear is playing the roam. I've seen the earlier graphic probably had a bit of error. Either way,
yeah,
the Khalid roam, I guess, is one way to not only avoid the Hilda matchup, but also match the Hilda when needed.
Yeah, Khalid and Hilda both fulfill similar niches. It just depends on which one you prefer. In my personal opinion, I like Hilda just a little bit more, but Khalid is also pretty annoying. I doubt they're gonna invade. Suyo actually doesn't have too bad a level 1 with that Soul Sever. But now, we'll jump into the land of Dawn to witness the very first game between Alter Ego on the blue side versus RSG Singapore on the red.
Of course, that's basically spawning out where Gebe started. As with the purple buff, it's going to be a parallel jungling as Yon was on the orange buff side, pathing towards the gold lane. Of course, if you are the Suyo, you're going to be a bit faster and you get your whole kit a level earlier than the alpha, something that most junglers would try to exploit on that Suyo. And not to mention that Dreams and Roundel are just keeping RSG Singapore pressured at every single turn. Gear is forced away. No level 2 means no sustain with the quick stun guard, so Little Wanderer for AE.
That's already pretty good here. Alter Ego is playing a very honest matchup, and Gear already forced to use Flicker. Still not gonna save him from Gebe on this Suyo. First blood for Alter Ego.
Speaking about off-tempo play, Gebe not done yet. So that's a second Flicker out. Sign from Yunski. That's going to make life tough for CS. That Crab is going to be secured by Gebe. Not sure if this Harif is going to receive help anytime soon with the current circumstances.
Yeah, Harif is going to be completely fine though. Like, RSG Singapore can definitely just leave CS in the gold lane because, again, Harif is a totally winning matchup against the Claude. They don't have to worry too much about that. So putting a bit more focus towards the EXP lane to unlock closer and get him to be more part of more team fights is way more value.
Gonna try and burst down Dreams. That's Flicker Sacred Hammer. Dreams does get away. It's a good attempt. Unfortunately, RSG Singapore not only don't get the kill, but once more they see Gebe on the map. It's all about the turtle. Big combo. Yon is gone. And unfortunately, this fight is pretty much done though. They get the taunt onto Rondell, but Closer cannot finish it off. Gear getting chased down. Nino cleaves him in half for a double kill. And Alter Ego assumes control of the objective.
Very clear example of Yon just forgetting to watch his back there. RSG Singapore was trying to distract Alter Ego's front line as well as the Suyo to try and keep him away from the turtle, but then just comes in from the back, takes off the low HP alpha, and they can no longer contest turtle at that point, right? So RSG has to be a bit more careful about their positioning there, because with a Hilda to worry about, Alter Ego has ways of messing with angles and taking advantage of an overly committed front-to-back positioning.
Oh yes. And you can see Nino, he's going to start proxying the wave. In fact, he's a level ahead of Closer. When I think about it, I mean, RSG Singapore, they have multiple means of engage. You know, they have Gear and Closer. But they're significantly behind, and in this case against Alter Ego, Gear is dead. He's just gonna get controlled to oblivion. Dreams once more will escape.
Dream, if they had at least traded for Dreams there, it still would have been okay for RSG, but he was able to get that Sacred Hammer out right after the freeze wore off, so the Zaman Force was just not able to chase anymore. We can see that Alter Ego already operating on a faster momentum overall than RSG.
Trying to look for Nino. Get the shield from the bush. Nino is gonna go back and forth in and out the bush. Eventually will fall. Blazing Duet. Yunsky, he lost most of his health. Alter Ego continues to put on the pressure. And with Yunsky stuck bot side, that mid lane control is gone.
I like the decision from Alter Ego, right? Nino already knows that he's not going to be able to escape alive, so just buy time, keep them up top, pass the information to your team, so that Alter Ego can try to dive the tower down bottom to give Highs as much of the gold shield as possible. This already turns the gold lane around when CS should absolutely be out farming the Claude.
And a Sacred Hammer implosion. Gear is gone once more. AOG misses Dreams. It's just getting away every single time.
Really good positioning. I'm liking the coordination coming out of Alter Ego right now. Very quick, very surgical strikes coming in. Pick off one person, immediately back on. Don't mind using resources to do so. Make sure it happens safely.
I'm surprised that RSG wanted to stick around for that, because now it will lose 2 more members. Turtle, of course, secured by Alter Ego, a 2.4k gold advantage, and building. In RSG Singapore, they are just locked out of their lane. Look at, I mean, CS can't even walk past its own tier 2.
And we were a little bit worried about this when it came to RSG Singapore. They definitely haven't been performing quite as well as they were known for in the past. And we can see that Alter Ego is just outperforming them on basically every single front. It is a 3k gold lead now, 5 minutes in. I think RSG have already lost a lot of the early game potential that they could have played for with Yon and Gear. Now they gotta try and scale for mid game by setting up as much funnel into CS as possible.
Interesting thing about these 2 regions is that I know a lot of people look at MPS Singapore as a region that is very focused on the basics, fundamentals, the macro, but when you look at Indonesia, if they want to fight you, they will fight you. That's something that RSG Singapore has been struggling so far. It's just these skirmishes, they are getting outclassed by Alter Ego.
You can see the gold difference really starting to build up here. Yunsky still hasn't been able to complete their first item yet. Gear as well, just sitting on that Dreadnought armor. Looks like Yon going for the War Axe build here to try and prolong the team fight. Should be quite effective against heroes like the Hilda, but Alter Ego is going in and out so quickly that he's not really able to take advantage of it.
If you get bursted, then before the War Axe stacks come online, it also becomes quite an issue. At least they keep this mid tier 1 alive, and it's not the easiest for Alter Ego to siege before Highs kind of gets the Holy Trinity. Oh, that's gonna be a complete miss with the Raging Sandstorm. Even committing the flicker for that.
Yep. I think that was just a little bit too desperate. Even if the flicker had landed, the rest of RSG was just not close enough to actually follow up on it. Then Highs could have just BMI'd out anyway. There was no reason for him to extend that far and waste the battle spell. And see that Geve is just continuing to farm up the top lane as well on this Suyo. He is snowballing really, really hard. He hasn't really even needed to be part of the last couple team fights.
Even then, there's still the Purify on the Claude that he never had the need to use even up to this point. Top tier 2 goes down. Yon is, he's definitely sleeping on the wheel with that one. He gets taken down. Gebe gone on, Raging Sandstorm frozen in place. Everything from the kitchen sink. Finally, they shut down Gebe. RSG Singapore once more but won't be able to find more than just one. Dreams from the back, Sacred Hammer, Implosion, Flickers redirects it and finds the knockout with the Sacred Hammer, but the damage is not there just yet. Heist with the Blazing Duet takes down the Harif still at the end, and Heist gets away with Daylight Murder. Double kill for the Claude.
A beautiful play by Dreams right there. It looked like RSG was able to counter it because that Revitalize from closer actually healed up a lot. But then the Blazing Duet came in, and now Heist 303 on the Claude. We expressed doubts about this hero pick, and he is already proving us wrong. A 6k lead now for Alter Ego. And things are not looking good. In comparison, Alter Ego just scales way better into the late game.
Heist, how do you catch him, right? Look at closer. Oh my god, he's melting.
Wow, okay.
Cutting like hot knife through butter. Another Implosion closer, he is gone. That's the Blazing Duet. Heist, untouched, uncontested. A knockout for the Eternal Guard. It's a killing spree for Roundel. Another full combo, follow up by the counter engage from Gear, but Heist is still a problem that needs to be addressed. They cannot get rid of him. And unfortunately, RSG Singapore have just ran out of life force. Alter Ego finds 3 kills.
It was a good Frigid Glacier though. Yunsky basically saved RSG SG there. If he didn't catch like 3 or 4 members of Alter Ego in that and set up the stun into Gear's damage, then Alter Ego would have been able to pick off most of them while still remaining alive to push into that inhibitor and maybe even get the Lord. So for now, RSG are able to keep themselves in the game. But the gold is just snowballing out of control. We can see the level difference as well. Geve just reached level 15 before the 10-minute mark, while Yon is still level 10. We are looking at yet another one-sided game here, this time in favor of Alter Ego.
Yeah, it's a complete demolition. Yon just got the Queen's Wings. So extra durability, but that's the least of the problems. Somehow, even when you look at the damage leaderboard, we at least CS is up there somehow.
Somehow.
But I mean, still compared to Heist and Roundel, it's not even close. It's some 10,000 difference.
CS is basically the only thing that RSG can try to play for. We've already seen earlier with Shizo from Lazy Esports that a good Harif can actually dish out a lot of DPS, and as long as he's not controlled, can just win a team fight for you on his own. But Alter Ego are pretty bulky at this stage, and they managed to stop CS from farming efficiently, so Heist is just the one in control just in terms of DPS output. And Alter Ego are making sure their opponents know it. The Lord hasn't even pushed up halfway yet, and they're already trying to siege down the inhibitors, taking away all of the holy defenses.
I mean, if the enemy Claude is 4-0, sub 10 minutes, you know that the game has spiraled out of control. But at least this is just Lord number 1. See the Conceal get used now by Dreams. Bottom inhibitor goes down. Implosion only on the 1. Good Purify from CS. Turning around on the Dreams. Dreams goes down. Eternal Guard knocked out on the tree. But Heist! He's just shredding through them with the Blazing Duet, and once more he gets out. But we got CS on this Harif. Just blew through Gabe's health bar, and CS, like you pointed out, is keeping the game alive. And unfortunately, Heist doesn't have the health bar to fight CS, and CS keeps on going. Roundel flickers to safety. RSG Singapore barely kept afloat by CS.
He just got his Holy Crystal from those pickoffs as well, so that's a very important item spike timing, but is it too little too late? Look at the base. Look at how Heist is just walking in, making them think he wants to try something funny here. We're nearing the 10k gold lead mark. The amount of turret damage that was inflicted just with that last Lord push. RSG Singapore has a lot of heroes that drop off the later the game goes. Alpha doesn't scale too well. Khalid doesn't scale too well. Even Aurora doesn't really output that much DPS, so everything is on the shoulders of CS here. Whereas Alter Ego, they got so many different ways of setting up and dishing out the damage.
Not just that, right? I mean, even RSG Singapore, the way for them to turn this around is probably land some good counter engage combos that we've seen multiple times. Started by Yunsky, and then you got the follower from here and closer. But aside from that, really comes down to how much damage can CS deal. And even then, he has his limitations. The Zaman Force doesn't stay up forever. He has a limited mana pool. If anything, Alter Ego, they can just take this Lord and in the worst case scenario, not end the game, but get all inhibitors.
Yeah, at this point, getting that last inhibitor is basically guaranteed with the next Lord, right? It's gonna be impossible for RSG to really defend it unless they're able to somehow catch members of Alter Ego off guard. The unfortunate thing is, Alter Ego has a very good teamfight combination. It's a very honest front to back, so their 5v5 is particularly strong. The way that you would want to deal with a 5v5 is try and split them up and then maybe pick them off one by one, but RSG doesn't really have a good pickoff composition either, so they're a little bit stuck. They have to try and beat out Alter Ego in their own game.
Unless you get some magical flicker freeze from Yunsky to start it off. Risk might have to be taken. Top inhibitor down, flicker implosion. The counter engage shows up from RSG SG. CS needs to stay alive. It's him and the world. Nino is just gonna dance around. Unfortunately, AE just overwhelms the base and takes game 1.
Very one-sided coming in here from Alter Ego. I already did like their draft. The only hero that I wasn't a big fan of was the Claude, but High is still showing that this classic fallback in the gold lane has got it.
Definitely has. What, 4 kills in under 10 minutes, hitting the Holy Trinity so early. And of course, the end game was very straightforward. It was a 13k gold lead in under 14 minutes. Just like the previous series we've witnessed, this is a snowball. This is basically a landslide victory.
Yeah, unfortunately for RSG Singapore, it didn't really feel like there was a lot of direction in their gameplay, even from the very beginning. They do have heroes that can fight pretty well early on, but Alter Ego was already outperforming them just in terms of coordination. Then we also saw they're not really having lane priority in the EXP lane, and early gank from Alter Ego made sure that Nino would be unlocked early on and ahead in EXP compared to Closer. And once that happened, they rotated over to make sure that High is one lane priority too, despite being in a losing 1v1 matchup. At that point, there's no longer any map presence from the Singaporean team, which means they have no vision. They're not able to extend anywhere, and they're not able to get advantages at any point. It's just a slow burn from there for Alter Ego, and that's exactly what they did.
Very unfortunate for RSG Singapore, because there were moments where it really felt like that that they were autopiloting to a certain extent. They were basing certain plays off of instinct. It didn't really work out. They did find a bit of readjustment towards the mid-game phase when all the counter engage set up by Yunsky allowed them to temporarily stop Alter Ego, but it wasn't enough because Alter Ego were already too far ahead. Even when we look at the team damage, the only person that is doing decent damage is CS.
He was trying to hold the team on his back, but one person can only do so much. The later the game went, the less impact the Closer, Beyond, Gear all had on the game. It just did not quite work out. I think I saw the GPM numbers as well, that both Give and Highs were at over, I think like near 900 GPM overall. So that's both of the cores farming very easily and efficiently. Yeah, Give actually almost hit 1000 himself. Very easy and clean performance from Alter Ego here.
This, again, another straightforward game. So far, the jungle has always been, Suyo Joy. There hasn't been too much difference in that regard. But yeah, I think for RSG Singapore is back to the drawing board. You have a very honest draft, but unfortunately, these early games, they were just outmaneuvered by Alter Ego. I don't even remember seeing Nino having to walk around the map too much just because of how dominant the rest of his team was.
And Nino didn't even really need to do the usual thing of Hilda walking into the backline and zoning out the core damage dealers, because they were already having their hands full dealing with the rest of AE. Highs is definitely going to be the MVP of this game. 5-0-10, that's a 15 KDA on a Claude in a losing lane matchup. That takes something special.
Yeah, losing lane matchup that at the end of the day, he didn't really lose the lane, right? He wasn't pressured
Yep.
as much thanks to the rest of Alter Ego, just alleviating the pressure, just drawing RSG Singapore's attention away from their win condition.
I think what we saw from Alter Ego in this game, as you can see in the highlights, was very textbook MLBB gameplay actually. They gained mid lane priority by being able to take that first blood kill against the enemy roamer in the mid lane. They then rotated over to the EXP lane to make sure that Nino would be unlocked and would no longer need to be assisted against closer on this Gatot, and to make sure that he cannot sandbag. Once that was done, rotate over to the gold lane. Let Highs get most of the gold tower shield, even zone CS out of his lane farm, and then after that you have won every single lane on the map. It's just making sure that all your engagements afterwards are clean, and they were very well coordinated.
Yeah, don't really have to do anything fancy, right? Just stick to the basics. And at one point, they were just so far ahead. Like, Highs is doing things like that. He's blazing duet in front of 4 people, pressing Purify and getting away with Daylight Murder. This Claude he basically participated in almost every single kill that the team has. More than half of it. Like 15 out of 20. So this is a very active Claude that we don't normally see.
I straight up said during the draft I wasn't a fan of this hero. I didn't feel like he did that much damage anymore compared to other gold lane picks. But when you have snowballed this much, yeah, you're still going to be melting the entire enemy team. Claude is supposed to be a late game hero. If you let this kind of marksman snowball from the beginning, you have already done something very, very wrong. And Alter Ego capitalized on that right from the get-go.
If your Gatot gets melted by a Claude like 8 minutes in, this game has just completely fell out of your control. So, yep, Alter Ego taking that 1-0. I know we both predicted it to be a 2-0 Alter Ego, and it seems that we are definitely going down the right path in terms of prediction. Let's take a look at the heat map for Gebe. This entire game on the Suyo, you can see that first blood happened very early as he caught Gear right after Gear hit level 2. The rest of it was just smooth sailing for him.
Yeah, because compared to what we saw from King Kong earlier, this is a very standard jungle rotation. A little bit more aggressive because we know that Alter Ego was able to take control of most of the map. But in general, there was no particular need to consistently try to contest the enemy buffs because he was able to make bigger impact happen by joining team fights and ganks in the side lanes to unlock the entire team and allow them to roam the map together so that RSG would never be able to take any sort of fight in their favor.
Oh yeah, you can see that he is essentially just barely had to cut through the mid lane, right? He's just racking out the farm on the enemy side of the map, and because his team was so far ahead, he can just keep on going.
And that's exactly what he did, right? He just kept on going, making sure that he is non-stop farming. I think what's important nowadays about the meta is that you can farm actually really, really quickly. There's a lot of resources for gold on the map. And that doesn't necessarily just come from, getting kills, getting turtles, getting jungle camps. It is all about how well you're able to rotate and keep your farming path efficient. And I think we're seeing that from a lot of the junglers that have been standing out today, right? The speed at which Onic is able to farm, the speed at which Alter Ego was able to farm at this game already creates a huge difference, even if you may not necessarily be winning team fights. And well, Alter Ego was winning team fights on top of that, so it just becomes even doubly advantaged for them.
Basically, just the classic, kind of snowball effect that Alter Ego got, and they just kept running with it. So I mean, that concludes game 1. But for RSG Singapore going into game 2, I feel like this is one of the few matches where I felt like they're not outdrafted for sure. They just got slightly outclassed in terms of the fundamentals in game 1.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I feel like the problem that RSG SG is facing here is something a little bit more fundamental than like drafting or strategy. It just feels like they weren't ready, right? I think it's the clearest example of a team that doesn't quite seem prepared to stand on the same stage as some of the others. And it's very harsh to say something like that, but after the quality of the games that we have seen throughout today, I don't think we can really deny it.
Yeah. So I think for RSG SG, I think they've given themselves pretty strong lanes. I feel like they just have to don't fight into Alter Ego. I felt like that kind of was something that they felt compelled to do as Alter Ego kept taking the fight to them. I know for the Singaporean region, they prefer to keep to their own game plan, and this is one of the few. This is generally kind of the play style, except if you're NIP Flash, who brings the fight to other people. But most of the teams like to stick to their own game plan, and feel like Alter Ego kind of foiled that just because they kept forcing RSG to fight.
And there are probably ways that you could have tried to play around the forced fighting as well, you know? Like sometimes you have to just be willing to throw bodies to get vision, to make sure that your cores are able to farm safely, but it did feel like the game plan from RSG SG was very straightforward, you know? It was kind of like them trying to the same thing over and over again and hoping that something would change. In the same way, Alter Ego didn't really have to vary their strategy too much. They just approached most of the team fights the same way. And because their fundamentals were solid and they were already snowballing off of the early game, it was just very straightforward for them.
Yeah, it really did feel like that. So what are the adjustments that RSG Singapore needs to kind of go for in game 2? Do they adjust how they approach the early game, or is there like a significant alteration that they could make in the draft that makes the life easier?
If they want to make alterations in the draft to make things easier, then having big counter engage heroes that don't take too much micro skill to play would be pretty good, right? A clean example would be Eve, but Alter Ego seems to be consistently banning that out. Maybe they know something we don't. Tigreal is also not too bad. Maybe take it away from Alter Ego. But Alter Ego is still going to be on the blue side here. They'll go for the Granger first this time since Suyo was banned out.
So no Suyo, no Joy. We're going into the second tier assassin territory. I mean, we still have Alpha. Sometimes we saw the Fredrin getting picked a couple of times every now and then in the M series. The Akai as well. I know Hayabusa could also be a choice, but this time they are going to go for the Matilda Hilda.
So RSG is basically telling Alter Ego here, you have to pick Alpha. If you don't, we're gonna lock him in third, and there's nothing that you can do about it because the Matilda combo has already come out. The reason they didn't go Matilda Alpha straight up is because Hilda has a higher pick priority overall. So they want to make sure they're able to lock that in first, since Alpha isn't a hero that Alter Ego would want to contest ordinarily anyway.
So yeah, like you said, the Alpha becomes a necessity for Alter Ego. Even take the high loss to kind of go along with it. But I believe there is a special term for the combo when you combine Matilda and Hilda. I think it's called Matilda. Essentially, without the T, it's a lame joke.
I gotcha. Yeah. That is.
Do you go jungler now?
That is very
Do you
true.
go into like? It is pretty true. Do you go for like a Hayabusa now, or do you?
Sagittarius guides my arrow.
Okay, so you go to Yerathel.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I think the jungle pool has already been narrowed down quite a bit with Joy and Suyo like being banned out. Even if they continue banning out more junglers, it's not gonna matter all that much. But having a good goal lane matchup is very, very important against a Granger, because outside of like Iritel and maybe Harif, you're not really going to get a good matchup, and this is not a hero that you can allow to safely scale up. So I do like that RSG prioritized that instead.
Now, one of the bigger question is that high loss is the flex. Do you go for a mid ban?
Hope we'll
I
find
mean,
a
there's still the
way.
Gatot you can target.
Even
You
when
can
all
start
very
with
worn.
the Vexana first, which caused them plenty of problems in game 1.
We definitely saw that happening. Persada can be banned. The Hayabusa, yeah. Alter Ego will definitely start banning out junglers here. We actually haven't gotten to see the jungle hero pool much today, actually, since everyone has been going Suyo Joy and then Alpha Hayabusa. So now that all of those are gone, we will be seeing something different for sure from Yon. It's just what it could be.
Yeah, I was thinking. I mean, there's the Julian. There is the
I didn't cure the
Ling, I guess.
is banning.
There isn't much choice left in the jungle. Oh wait, there is one more. The Bane jungle.
Ah, right. I don't get to see too much of that, but it can actually be a pretty solid solution against rundown compositions. And in this case, you do have Alpha and Hylo, so it's actually not that bad. The combination with Matilda also lends itself well to something like a Fredrin, but I don't think they need too much more bulk here unless they decide to go all out on damage with that final pick as well.
Yeah, I agree. This could be... yeah, I want to say they can flex. They can't even flex the Hilda or Matilda. Unless we see that Hilda mid again. Which would be funny. Oh, there's also the Nolan. Which is completely forgotten. One of the few forgotten assassins. Who like a year ago was like S tier. So now we truly
kind of
get to
surprised
see...
they would ban that.
Right.
Because Nolan really
Cover all
doesn't
their
feel
bases,
that good.
I guess. Yeah. But this is the biggest question for Yon. What is he gonna go for? I guess at this rate you don't even need to save your... You can just save your jungler for last and it wouldn't matter. You might as well get a better mid lane matchup.
The Valentina is already... I'm kind of surprised they banned the Valentina. I feel like RSG could have actually picked it themselves.
Oh wow! The Gwyn jungle. Okay.
That definitely didn't cross our minds. It is generally a pretty good option, right? It's a good way of dealing with Alpha as well, since these fighters are very weak to heavy CC.
This was one of the... This was like the Hades special. Back in... I think when... Yeah, since Hades joined NIP Flash, or Team Flash, that has been the Hades special. See that semi-final build, like a molten core into concentrated energy onto something like that.
Oh, I think
I was thinking of a... I feel like, you know what? This feels like a rundown draft of Alter Ego. Xavier?
To live is to trick the Reaper.
I'm not a fan of it here, actually. Like, Xavier can do good siege damage from behind, but if you're gonna go in that direction, you may as well go Sicilion for just like better scaling overall. Aurora is actually still not too bad now that you have the Fairness as well, but like now I really wish RSG had Valentina instead. I feel like they kinda tripped themselves up banning it there.
Yeah, I was wondering what could be so important that they want to ban the Valentina,
Only
right?
love and night are ever
So
Yeah.
Sicilion, like you said, got that late game insurance for sure. Two heavy hitters for that late game. But plenty of damage to blow through the nether realm for sure.
And they do have the Matilda as well to save them if they do get run down, but Alter Ego just feels like a much scarier lineup, honestly. RSG has the more difficult lineup to execute on. There's some heroes that require a good amount of micromanagement, especially like with the Guinevere and the Sicilion. Hilda will create some space, yes, but Alter Ego's lineup is pretty bulky as well. I still personally lean towards AE for this game number 2.
Yeah, I agree. I think especially if this Gwyn doesn't get a good game, it is going to be so tough for her to have any impact the later the game goes. So we hop into game number 2. Once more Alter Ego on that blue side, RSG Singapore on the red.
Alright, let's see how this will go. Right now, Alter Ego 1 game up against their opponents from Singapore here. RSG unfortunately did not demonstrate the best fundamentals for a team participating in the Snapdragon Pro Series at this point. So now I'm sure they're eager to prove to us that it was just a fluke and that their true potential hides somewhere deeper.
Of course, the Alpha Gabby would be slightly faster in that clear compared to Yon. Gear 1 we're trying to look for a little wanderer, and just like game 1, gonna lose most of his health right before the objective spawns. Yon should be able to get it with the retry, not a problem. Or Singapore definitely having a slightly better start, especially with this Matilda.
Yeah, having a Matilda gives you a lot more freedom in the early game to make slight mistakes, since the guiding winds and the extra shielding will always allow you to get out a little bit safer. Looking at the overall emblems, this is an Impure Rage Guinevere with the Mage emblem, so there's a possibility that Yon is trying to go for damage.
Well, speaking of damage, you get the full combo, Revitalize from Dreams, not enough. First Blood for CS.
One of the longest single target CCs in the entire game, that Violet Requiem combo. The Revitalize kept Dreams alive for a pretty long time, but with 2 other members of RSG dishing out that DPS, there was no way of Dreams was getting out there. So that's going to be a pretty good start, especially since they gave the First Blood gold to CS on the Irritel 2. He's already winning out that gold lane matchup against the Granger. This is going to be, like you said, a much better start for RSG Singapore.
It's not the easiest to catch as well with this Matilda, constantly giving that 5-star ride out. But first turtle will spawn. In game 1, Alter Ego got every single objective. The RSG Singapore pulls from behind with Gear to help him out. Gets caught by the Spill Alpha, instantly goes down. Yon goes in, tries to look for the combo, gets pulled back control to oblivion. And it's just miscommunication from RSG Singapore. They did not respect AE enough.
It's not just the lack of respect for AE, it's just straight up mistakes on a fundamental level. I don't know why Gear jumped so deep into the center of their entire team, and then Yon wasn't able to get the knockout necessary. He should have gotten out.
And they're gonna lose more than just that. All to protect the purple buff that doesn't even end up being there, as Gabby takes the buff. And well, what seemed to be a better start for RSG Singapore has just spiraled out of control just like that.
A safer, more solid start is just instantly gone. That's just how quickly games can switch on a dime nowadays in MLBB. And Alter Ego now, after those 2 teamfight victories, feeling a lot more confident to try jumping in.
Once more, Yon needs to really be careful of picking his target, right? You can't jump into the Shadow Stampede, the pool is gonna disrupt your combo. Can't jump into the Law and Order. He falls behind. It's basically going to stall out the rest of his team's progress even more. And even with the Sicilian that ideally wants time, without this jungler being able to provide that impact, it is going to be tough for RSG SG.
I'm still not too sure if Yon intended to go tank or damage build on this Guinevere, but now I would definitely say going tank is a safer bet, considering the aggression from Alter Ego.
Oh my god, not even close. I mean, if he wants to switch to tank, yeah, no. If he wants to switch to tank, he gotta do it now. And even then, it feels like a half-baked one thanks to the Mage emblem, so doesn't solve the problem for Yon completely, and Closer goes down again. That's the full plating down bot, almost the full plating. Nino is going to proxy that wave first, and now the purple buff gone.
Yon did get it this time.
Tried as a flicker used by Nino. No more Nether Realm. They're gonna go Sanguine Claw. Pull back round down, just go down. They get the pull back onto Yon. Yon, Spatial Migration gets out of the way. Turtle in possession by Alter Ego. Nino just slams down Gear.
And Geve is still able to get the turtle after everything. Actually, still kind of a good trade for Alter Ego. Though we are definitely seeing slightly better discipline from RSG and the way they are taking that team fight right now, if they're able to capitalize on Alter Ego using resources and pushing far too early on, they definitely do have the tools needed to fight.
Yon once more forced out of his own jungle, allowing Gebe to continuously have an advantage. And this Hilda has been put out of commission very early on. Closer has not been able to perform his duties as a Hilda.
The problem is, Hilda is also a hero that got quite recently nerfed, right? There was an increase in the cooldown to that skill 2, which makes her a little less oppressive overall. And even in the past, you had a difficult time laning against super tanky sandbags like the Hylo. So Closer is not really able to contribute too much to the team fights, which makes it a big problem because he really is supposed to be RSG Singapore's early game ticket.
And that ticket basically ripped in half by AE, who is got above 4k goal advantage. Arriving at the scene earlier than RSG SG, Roundel shows himself first. Gebe also bot side. Yon not able to get the knockout. Good timing with the spill Alpha, so Gear has to disengage with his ult as well. Alter Ego wants to find something bot side, but RSG Singapore at least were able to stop them. But unfortunately, the retry battle, I believe, it's gonna be won by Yon, who takes his purple buff.
Yon needs anything that he can get at this point. He has been oppressed for most of the game. But I really gotta say, Geve is my... Oh, High is being chased down! Beautiful burst from CS.
Instantly popped. Back up from AE, late to the occasion, so RSG Singapore will be able to get away with that one without much repercussions.
They're still gonna try and contest the turtle despite all of this. So far, Geve has been really good at dodging that Violet Requiem, but this time...
Yeah, Nino not so lucky. Just 100-0 in an instant. Closer in the midst of things will be taken down by Dreams. Turtles still haven't been secured just yet. Yon barely healthy, and that is going to be a full engage from RSG Singapore, committing to the fight. And AE this time will not be so lucky. Bad impact, not taking down Dreams even with the glowing wand. RSG Singapore finding some signs of life and taking the turtle for themselves.
That teamfight victory was definitely attributed to CS overall though. That Irritel was doing a lot of damage over time, and because Gebe had already spent his Spear of Alpha earlier in the teamfight, wasn't able to use it to actually lock down the Irritel, which meant that it took them a lot longer to take down CS than necessary, giving Yon and Yunsky more space to continuously output damage onto their opponents. Very important fight there because it instantly narrows down the goal difference. It's not much now, only about 300 in favor of Alter Ego. Looking at the itemization, yep, Yon is going for a tankier build. That is Brute Force into Thunderbelt. And I definitely agree that being a more solid frontline is important for RSG Singapore.
Yeah. And not just that, it is essentially a 4k goal swing in the past 2 minutes. So AE, all that lead that they worked for, all that shutdown that they got, amounts to almost nothing at this point. Although Gebe is still ahead in terms of experience. So it's a silver lining as we are approaching our first Lord in under a minute.
RSG Singapore does have a pretty strong mid to late game scaling. So even if they're a little behind early on, it's actually not too big a deal. And we can see CS is hurting a lot. One hit away from taking out Roundel in the mid lane. Alter Ego actually have to be somewhat careful here. RSG is starting to reach a power spike where they can straight up 5v5 against Alter Ego.
Especially CS. Not the easiest to catch. If you are the Granger, trying to land these skill shots onto an Irritel, which is significantly faster than you with that sprint, it's going to be tough. But still, I mean, RSG SG, now they have to... They've taken down the tier 1s in the side lanes, see if they can take down the one in the mid lane, which is going to be the focal point for both teams. But because Alter Ego did send 2 members up top, RSG SG will get priority of the Lord.
Alter Ego gonna come over to see if they can contest this. Geve already revealing himself. Not too sure if they should do that too early. Oh!
Going on to Yunsky. Yunsky needs to get away. Will be able to make his way to safety with the flicker. High is getting chased down by Closer, but unfortunately Yunsky still ends up falling. Nino now lock gear down in place. That's the double kill for Gebe. A triple coming through, taken by Dreams this time as CS is down. RSG SG have completely lost control of the objective. Alter Ego will take Lord.
I think it's very smart from Alter Ego to decide that they just up the tempo when RSG is least expecting it. And just run directly at them. In the previous fight, it took them too long because they were trying to slow things down to pick up the important cores and dodge abilities. But Their lineup is actually very good at just no-brain run right into the opponent, you know? So RSG Singapore got caught off guard there. They lost Yunski and Gear very early on. Yon could no longer continue. CS, unfortunately, I don't think had their ultimate available, which is why a lot of the DPS was missing as well.
See how much damage can Alter Ego do with this Lord. How much of that gold lead can they take back? I mean, we're looking at the almost 3,000 swing again in favor of Alter Ego, just like that. Send out the waves pretty well as well. Fat waves from every single lane, pretty much synced up. That's the macro supremacy from Alter Ego.
Alter Ego, they've been able to build up a gold lead once again, but it's still not actually that bad for RSG yet. Again, they have an Iritel, they have a Cecilia on their late game is going to be very, very solid. The goal now is just to try and survive as long as possible. To delay until the point where they can threaten Alter Ego with siege damage from behind.
And look at the Death Sonata shot, right? The splash damage is really hurting RSG Singapore a lot. There's no way around it. So the side lane tier 2s have been broken. All holy shields broken as well.
RSG, their base defense, not the best. They only really have Cecilia on the act as artillery. The rest of them need to try and run at Alter Ego, and the Glorious Pathway just comes out right there. Oh!
CS tries to go for a flank, gets caught, but thankfully makes his way to safety, so Gebe ends up getting baited in. It's good punish by RSG Singapore.
At first, it looked like Gebe had actually landed a really nice spear of Alpha onto CS, who was trying to run away from the flank. But because it was so clean, he actually ended up too far from his team to back him up. The Netherrealm literally could not reach him in time, whereas RSG was closer. And now, oh!
Okay, gonna flicker pull onto tree. Alter Ego, once this fight continues the chase, and that's CS. He's gone. Another pullback. Gear wants to get away, but gets chased down by Nino. And Alter Ego just shut down two of the crucial members of RSG SG.
A massive play by Nino right there. The flicker into Phobia skill to knock up on two members, including CS, and then specifically spacing out his Infernal Pursuit to wait for CS to use dash abilities before following up. Made sure that he was able to catch out that Iritel and chase RSG Singapore back into their half of the map. Otherwise, they could have actually gotten a tier 1 there. And because of this, Alter Ego now have priority over the Lord Pit. They're going to be the first ones to be able to go on over and scout things out.
Yeah, the Dark Wave. So Gebe is still a level ahead of Yon, which is going to be posing a bit of a problem if it comes down to the 50-50 coin toss. I think RSG SG, they have an idea, they're poking their heads around, but no realistic way to make a move in. Gil will lead the charge. Yon also fishing for any sort of avenue, but they just can't find any.
I like the positioning from Alter Ego here. They're not pushing too far because they know that they get caught out by RSG here. It's actually really bad. They want to ideally make sure Yon misses that Violet Requiem combo while keeping an eye on CS's position so that the Iritel doesn't get too much free damage out. And seeing both teams rotate a little bit around the Lord Pit, Closer is in the bush, has his eyes on Gebe. Will they commit?
Oh, it seems like they will go on to Yon first to pull the trigger. Good Winter Crown from Yon to stall out the damage. Netherrealm keeping the backline alive. Alter Ego forced back. CS uncontested, unchecked. He's just gunning down everyone with the heavy crossbow. Closer takes the Cyclone Eye and straight for the backline. Takes down two. And Yon, one round down, traces live. But throughout all of that, Alter Ego still traded even. And with Roundell's passive, he is back up and ready to go. RSG SG though did take the Lord.
They were able to whittle down Gebe enough and force him to Winter Crown at precisely the timing that he needed to Retribution. So because of that, Yon got it for free. They still ended up trading a little more bodies in total, but it's actually pretty worth it for RSG. I think they're starting to reach the point where they realize they're quite good at taking slower fights because they're able to continuously sustain with the Matilda, continuously poke from afar with Yunski to get stacks up on this Sicilian. And we're starting to see RSG come online just a little bit here.
If you're closer, you're telling your teammates that, guys, I'm doing so much damage, just keep me alive. As long as not close to CS. If CS stays alive, I really felt like Alter Ego is going to have a tough time clearing him out, but AE continues to be proactive. Prolific gun done for CS. Yon with the in and out bait and switch. Round DL looking for Fu, cannot find his spell of Alpha onto Yon. Meta round used very early on, it's about to run down. Here it comes, Alter Ego wants to kill. They find Yon, Yusuke isolated, slam by Nino. And Alter Ego once more makes the first move and wants to end it all. CS, he's trying his best. And no one goes down from the side of AE at the end of that.
Really nice gameplay coming in from Alter Ego here. You can see that it's just a continuous back and forth. Oh, Gebe!
Gonna be using his Winter Crown again. Gebe wants to get out. CS trying to chase him down. One last roll. CS finds the kill, but Highs on top of it just sliced him out with the Rhapsody. And a snipe with the Death Sonata. A double kill into a wipeout converted by Highs.
Alter Ego are playing effectively around the Shadow Stampede from Roundel. Wouldn't typically be your main form of initiation, but is very good at pulling people out of position when they're trying to run away from you. RSG Singapore was getting pulled back one by one right into the Spear of Alpha, and Nino being able to separate some of the flanking members away while getting his own double kill on the Phobius. He has really been popping off this game, creating a lot of space for Alter Ego alongside Dreams, opening up the team fights with that glorious pathway. RSG Singapore, they have a lot of damage, but they're not able to control the team fights well enough because of these ultimates from the bulkier frontline members of Alter Ego.
Oh, what? Got pulled back mid-jump?
Is that I didn't even know that was possible.
Me neither.
Actually pulled out of mid-air. Wow, that feels bad.
Wow, you learn something new every day. I thought that happens to Gatot, but not Guinevere. So now this Lord is completely compromised. No yawn means no Lord contest.
I think Roundel is just showing us how Faramis is meant to be played. This is some of the most aggressive Faramis performance I have seen in a very long time. And honestly, I am loving it. It is doing such a good job. He's supporting his team. He's dishing out damage. He's pulling people out of safety. It's very, very good. Looking at the items, both gold laners are maxed out now. Highs has actually sold his shoes as well. Gone for a Wind of Nature alongside that Sky Piercer. Gebe as well. CS? Ooh, hold on. Yon isn't actually maxed out on items yet. Still missing one on this tank Guinevere. So we can see that there is a notable difference there in the jungler's farm.
I wonder what the last item is going to be. It could be Queen's Wings, I guess. He did have the Winter Crown already. The closer this got his Antique Cuirass, this Lord is going to crash into structure, so top inhibitor guaranteed for Alter Ego. Singapore, what's the plan? We've seen Alter Ego willing to commit battle spells just to run down RSG Singapore, and they're doing a very good job at not just running down the opponent team, but also juggling the damage that this Irritel is outputting. Another gross pathway laid out. CS jumps forward with the heavy crossbow, trying to do the splash damage. Dreams is just eating all of it up. As Closer gets gunned down, heavy crossbow expires, and once more Alter Ego no one. CS gets dragged back, Winds of Nature hops away, heavy crossbow off cooldown, locked down by Dreams, immortality. Item switch brings him back to life. A double kill for CS, and now getting brought in by the Guiding Wind. Spell of Alpha misses. Yon gets a Violent Requiem knockup. RSG Singapore playing the long game, doing it well. Winter Crown expires as Gebe will try to fight CS, but fights the Spear of Alpha on the tree. Ooh. Takes down CS and comes back to life. Still he falls, but AE has just eliminated the biggest threat. Yon now wants to go on Roundel, but Dreams is still around. Finds the knockup into a Violent Requiem, purified away, tries to chase Yon. Winter Crown from Yon to stay alive. Re-engages onto Dreams, but this fight pretty much done and dusted. Dreams has the immortality, but they want more. Circling Ego, Dreams stays alive at the end.
Manages to keep his immortality on top of all of that. This Hylos is a pain in the butt, but That was a very impressive defense by RSG Singapore. We did talk about this, right? They do seem to be a little better at extended engagements where Alter Ego isn't able to just surgically pick him off one by one. RSG, they have Yunsky and CS to play around. Both cores now hitting their final items here. Wind of Nature as well, saving CS in a really, really important timing because Alter Ego committed quite heavily to trying to take out this Airtel so that they can push into the base. They still have a goal lead, but 20 minutes in, only 2k isn't actually that big of a difference.
Yon just wants to get out, almost got pulled back to his death again. And honestly, if Gebe didn't finish off CS with his dying breath just now, this could have been a way different game. Let's see how RSG deals with this. CS needs to clear out their mid wave first. And of course, not to forget, Yunsky is definitely skilled up at this point. We are more than 20 minutes into the game. Those bad impacts are going to absolutely start shredding health bars.
Alter Ego playing very cautiously. Oh, High's almost one-shot by CS, but able to dash out in time.
That's one heavy crossbow shots. RSG Singapore should feel a bit more confident, but again, swimming against the tides every single second of the game. No inhibitors means that Alter Ego, they're really not in a rush. They really don't need to rush this. Just play the game. RSG Singapore will eventually have to deal with the waves. Looking for Gear first. Gear is going to disengage with the circling Ego. CS on the side, has no shields, jumps in, looks for Highs. Wisdom Nature keeps Highs alive. That's going to be Lord for Alter Ego. Secured by Gebe. Yon comes back to life with Immortality. Goes immune, but still ends up going down. And everyone else from RSG Singapore on the retreat. CS needs to be kept alive, and Gear will do just that.
This is an incredibly tense game here between Alter Ego and RSG. Alter Ego knows a clean sweep here instantly moves them on one game away to qualifying directly to the challenge finals. RSG not willing to give it to them lightly. The mid waves are actually somewhat synced. Unfortunately, mid lane pushing a little bit faster than the rest, so RSG able to start whittling down the Lord before the rest of the waves can come on in. Alter Ego, can they end this here?
CS, no sprint for another 50 seconds. Another flicker in. Nino wants to find the engage on the closer. CS getting ran away. And now Alter Ego just needs to focus on the crystal and get rid of CS. And Alter Ego finally closes up shop against RSG Singapore. Is 2-0 for the Indonesian squad.
A very, very hard-fought victory from Alter Ego. As RSG Singapore backs against the wall, we're doing everything in their power to try and stop them from reaching the crystal. But in the end, they were finally able to find the opening they needed to push on in and take the series in a clean sweep. GG well played, as Alter Ego will move on to the next stage of Group B.
The longest game we had so far today. I gotta say, RSG Singapore definitely showing a lot more mechanical prowess in this game number 2. It's just Alter Ego willing to take the fights to RSG Singapore despite kind of witnessing what CS and Yunsky could do. Nino in particular is a madman going for Thunderbelt War Axe all the way.
This Mobius continuing to be quite a nuisance here because he really does become quite tanky later on, and even going for the War Axe just to dish out that extra damage and punish the backline somewhat. This was truly a battle of wits, even from the drafting phase, because RSG were the ones who forced Gebe to go onto that Alpha so that they wouldn't be able to go Alpha Matilda instead, and then trying to deny pick by going into the Hilda, grabbing the Iritel, the counter. CS actually doing a very good job of dishing out the DPS necessary, but I really gotta give a shout out to Roundel. On this Faramis, he was saving people left and right. The NetherRealm timings was clean. The Shadow Stampede pulling people left and right into the jaws of Alter Ego. And it looks like he will appropriately be awarded MVP of game number 2.
Absolutely. I mean, this Faramis, really the unsung hero for a lot of these fights, right? The NetherRealm allowing Alter Ego to consistently just run at RSG and run them down despite having to tank through heavy crossbows and bad impacts. It really was Roundel that was giving them that extra layer on top of an already oppressive glorious pathway from Dreams. Of course, special mentions, honorable mentions to Dreams, as well as Nino. And I've been thinking like the whole game, who is gonna start fights from AE? Well, it wasn't Dreams, that's for sure. It was Nino when he had to flicker every single time, flicker Dark Wave to start a fight.
I actually quite like that Dreams was saving his glorious pathway for later on in the fight instead to maybe further punish RSG. Because outside of Matilda, a lot of their heroes, especially this Cecilion, can have a difficult time escaping if they're being jumped on. Roundel, of course, being the MVP here, 3,421 KDA, respectable 587 GPM, and an 89% kill participation. He did end up going full magic damage as well, even with the magic shoes, as well as the cooldown reduction emblem. So you know that he was generally contributing a lot of DPS with the Ghost Burst.
It's something that I think, really contributed overall to kind of these late game fights where you start being aware of how much the Ghost Bursters were dealing until it was too late. Again, really came down to very minuscule details, right? A lot of times, all CS going down was kind of the biggest difference maker, because CS being around, we saw the amount of impact that he had, to shut down Alter Ego, but Alter Ego just had the eyes on the prize every single time. And then you have this moment where the Fulvius passive couldn't be stopped and he's just flying across half the map to get to his target.
Alter Ego definitely had a hard time in this game compared to game number 1. RSG actually ended up drafting a pretty solid composition because Alter Ego would have to peel through multiple layers of heroes in order to start reaching the backline, and by that time CS would have actually done a lot of damage, but they definitely made mistakes in overextending themselves as well. There's no reason to be giving Nino this many kills. There's no reason for you to be allowing Roundel to so freely run into your ranks and pull people out. So there's still certain things that need to be fixed, but it's definitely a much better performance from them compared to game number 1.
Oh yeah, I think even for RSG Singapore, they did again show a bit of that innovation, that a Guinevere jungle, something that we don't get to see often nowadays. They had their moments of making it work, especially buying space. You can see kind of the front to back to keep the Irritel alive. Unfortunately, at the end of the day, still they were overwhelmed by Alter Ego. Congratulations to them. It's a 2-0 victory over RSG Singapore. They will proceed to the upper bracket, the qualification series into challenge finals to await their opponents.
Just a reminder once again that this match is in Group B compared to the previous 2 matches earlier today who were in Group A. So we're not going to be seeing Alter Ego face off against Blacklist or Onic anytime soon, unless they make it all the way into the challenge finals, of course. But let's have a look at Geve's rotation on this alpha. This is for the entire game actually, all 22 minutes of it. So we get to see everything that happened from start to finish.
It's a pretty interesting route already. You can see that he hardly had to cross the river, right? He's just straight out rotating through that mid side, but with a lot of focus on that bottom side of the map. I believe that's kind of where the Granger Irithel were at, and a lot of times he was just involved in a lot of the bottom fights. I believe that's where most objective spawns as well.
Yeah, I think a lot of the Lord fights ended up happening towards the bottom half of the map. That's why you see such a heavy presence from Geve down there, and most of the kills and assists happening down there as well. Because generally, both these teams actually played pretty safe. They didn't want to be unnecessarily caught out. So the only times we really saw the big 5v5 battles was during objective contention. And it was pretty back and forth a lot of the time, right? Where Alter Ego would have the advantage if they were able to take things, take prio first and pick off members. Or whereas RSG Singapore had the advantage if CS and Yunsky were left alive to continuously pelt them from the back line. So Alter Ego coming out on top in the end can definitely be attributed to RSG not quite being able to close things out, but they're also not the most flawless team.
Yeah, definitely not. I think even in terms of proactivity, Alter Ego were constantly the ones that's seeking out for a fight. And I know I did mention that, you know, RSG Singapore, they did struggle when they tried to play into that fighting playstyle, the brawlish playstyle that Alter Ego brought, and maybe they should stick to themselves a bit more. But in this game too, you can see Alter Ego really took advantage of the fact that RSG Singapore were not willing to take initiative and just ran away with it.
Yeah, I definitely think that RSG Singapore has a lot of work to do still. I like that they were able to make this match very, very close. They went for pocket picks, they actually manipulated the draft to force Alter Ego onto heroes that they may not necessarily have wanted, and then actually played pretty solid when they were finally able to somewhat adapt to the aggression coming in from Alter Ego. But there's still a missing piece. There's still that discipline, there's still that farm speed, there's still a certain confidence that is missing, and a cleanliness in their micro plays.
Oh yeah, I think that's something that, you know, for a side of Alter Ego, they have time to kind of work on, because again, they are in that group B, so they are either going to go up against RQ Hoshi or Team Liquid Philippines, which will be our upcoming and final best of 3 of this evening. So this is going to be another interesting one.
This is going to be quite the battle. Both of these are veteran teams with many mainstay names on their roster and have already competed multiple times on the international stage. So I really could not have asked for a better match to close out the first day of the Snapdragon Pro Series. As per usual, we're gonna jump into a short break to make sure that everything is set up. So if you guys want to grab a snack, go to the bathroom, now is the perfect time, because we will be right back after this.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. I'm the type of girl that turns logic into atoms. Think you know it all, but then you let me get inside your head. Yeah. Steady jump design, think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cutthroat code. Run it again, nothing. XOX cutthroat code. Run it again, nothing. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. Yeah. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. Yeah. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed up, make that thing rev. Foot on the gas till you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it, whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. It's like they never even seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Let's get waved, let's get lit, let's get high, let's come have it. Let's get burst, let's get mash, let's buy a bottle and splash that cash. Guess what, it's time for action. You're feeling fine, main attraction. Pure vibes, not satisfaction. Feel the baseline, chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Guess what, it's action. Come, let's have it. Bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it. Bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it. It's time to get wild. Come, let's have it. Bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it. Bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it. It's time to get wild.
One final match to close off the first day of the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge season. Going to be between two titans of the MLBB ecosystem, Team Liquid Philippines and RRQ Hoshi. My name is Stafa, and it will be an honor to cast this game alongside my co-caster, of course, Husky. How you been feeling after a whole day of matches, sir?
Not gonna lie, the day has been long, but the games have been great, right? It's always it's not every day that we get to start off the year so early with MLBB actions. I mean, before SPS was a thing, we gotta wait until the regular season, but right now, just first week of January, we already got some banger matches, and this final one, I think, is the best way to close out the day, right? We have Team Liquid Philippines, mostly former champions of M4, up against RQ Hoshi, who kind of came in with a young roster led by Skylar. And I've heard that Skylar might be on a break. We'll confirm that when we look at the roster later. But either way, it's good to see kind of two titans clashing, and one of them missing out the M series, and the other one making it back to the M series for M6.
It would be pretty interesting to see if Skylar is taking a break and having another player come in to take his place here, because I believe we've also heard that Team Liquid has switched out their gold laner as well. So a little bit of a duel between new faces eager to prove themselves as proper members of these titanic squads in the gold lane. Of course, we cannot count out everyone else as well. Both these teams have frequently appeared on the international stage and have performed very, very well, with RRQ Hoshi having a pretty respectable finish in the recent M6. But let's start with Team Liquid Philippines.
Team Liquid Philippines, we got mostly the M4 superstars. We got Sanford, XP, we got Cartesi in the jungle, Sanji in that mid lane, JP in the roam, and of course the one who is going to take over, Benny QT, Spot in the gold lane, we got Yuktizzy.
Benny QT has been such a iconic member of Team Liquid Philippines for such a long time, even back when they were Echo. So Yuktizzy gonna be filling in some very, very big shoes here, and I'm eager to see how well he'll perform. For the rest, we already know them. Cartesi, the GOAT, the San duo, very active, very bombastic. Team Liquid has always been known for aggressive early to mid-game play, as well as strong team fight potential. That always makes them a joy to watch and cast.
Yeah, but of course, if we kind of go way back down memory lane, Yuktizzy, actually when we first saw him, it was during the SPS Open qualifiers for Season 1. We'll get to that in a bit because we got to talk about RQ Hoshi, right? We got Dyron, Sujin, Rince, Edok, and of course Skylar isn't playing. He will be temporarily replaced by Toy from RRQ Senna, the MDL squad of RRQ, who just recently won the MDL over the opponent. I believe it was Bigatron's MDL squad.
Aha, well, we definitely cannot count out MDL players. Lazy Esports already put up a very impressive performance earlier today against Blacklist International for being a full MDL squad. So I'm eager to see how Toy will perform as well, since both gold laners are a little bit newer in their roles compared to before. Of course, we cannot count out the rest of RQ either. I especially have my eye on Sutsujin. I think he's still got so much growth to go through that I want to watch.
Let's take a look at our predictions. I think this one, I'm going with RQ Hoshi, and for my case, I feel like RQ Hoshi just still has that fight in them. I'm not putting TLPH aside, but I definitely feel like, at least in this current meta, RQ Hoshi looks a bit more polished.
I do also agree with you. I feel like RQ Hoshi are the more likely team to take this, but I also feel that Team Liquid is strong enough as a squad that they should be able to take at least one game. I'm expecting this to be a close match. I think a lot of people may count out Team Liquid because they unfortunately didn't make it to M6, but like was already mentioned by Onic, right? It is very difficult over there in MPL Philippines, so I don't think we can count them out.
Definitely, and of course, the gold laners for both teams are from the MDL squad respectively, right? Like Yuktizzy, he was with Game Lab. That time he was playing, with a Takenaga. He was playing with Evos back in the Game Lab era where they were second to Euphoria. Then he joined Echo Proud, who finished second in the MDL Philippines Season 3. They lost out to RQ Kaito, if I remember correctly. And then you have Toy, who's from RQ Senna, who just won MDL. So we got the MDL gold laners clashing. It cannot be a better way to see who is on top of their game.
I mean, I love watching new faces go toe-to-toe here, right? We've already seen just how much the ecosystem has changed with new teams and faces taking the spots of the veterans. So definitely got to keep an eye on them. But let's talk about some other things to keep an eye on, especially heroes that are being banned out very consistently, such as Fanny. 100% ban rate in SPS.
Yeah, I mean, that's the one thing that doesn't change, right? Like M6, we thought it's gonna have 100% ban rate, but the first time it got let through, one shot basically obliterated his opponents with that, and we never saw that ever again. So hopefully, even though he got I wouldn't even say she was nerfed, she was just reverted to her base state. We never see Fanny, and thank goodness we won't. But we also won't see the Suyo or the Zhu Xin Of course, Ranger, Matilda, Hilda banned out by Team Liquid PH. That means that the primary option for jungle is Joy.
It looks like RQ Hoshi has some kind of plan here, banning out Suyo and Zusin. Means you're very obviously telling the opponent to grab Joy here. They can definitely go for like Harif, which, yep, that's going to be a lock-in here. But I feel like Joy is a very dangerous opponent to let through. Even if Phobius matches up pretty okay against her, she still isn't someone I would consider letting through the ban phase if you're not planning to grab Suyo to match up to her.
I do wonder if RQ Hoshi are going to have more of an answer, right? Again, we talk about when we talk about their coach, we got Kescute on their end. Remember the series when they fought against SRG in M6? Even though SRG came out on top, RQ Hoshi showed some genuine innovation, right? Like Rinz's Kadita, where he showed twice in the M6 series, once during Swiss and once during knockouts. Both had both won, so he technically had a 100% win rate on his Kadita. And see if that's going to be the case, because Lucas and Moskov, they both went through for Liquid PH.
Lucas has been up and down so far. Some players have not been able to make him work as well, but we've also seen just how powerful he can be with the right items and the right team composition. Kirk was an absolute terror on it. Moskov, not too bad a matchup against Harif, but definitely still not going to have the best time in lane. And then the Alpha comes out in the jungle for RRQ. Not the biggest fan of this. I feel like Alpha just straight up has trouble against Joy.
Oh yeah. At least it's RQ Hoshi. I mean, we've seen Sujin. He also has a couple of tricks up his sleeve, Red Dream being one of them. This Alpha should do well in these extended fights, you know, against Lucas if it ever comes down to that. Start banning out the Loi first in that second phase. You know, last season when Team Liquid Philippines played in the challenge seasons with Benny, that time with Benny in the gold lane, I remember they went through the longest road to get to the challenge finals, essentially playing full series and having to play LCQ as well. And they were dropping games to AI esports at that time, and Carl TZ did say that the assassin meta was a bit uncomfortable for him. A long time has passed since then, so it'll be interesting to see how far he has come as a player using assassins.
Yeah, I don't really think I've seen much of Carl TZ playing Joy before, so that is going to be a joy to watch. They do decide to ban the Belleric in the end. That is a classic Joy counter, but similarly, the Tigreal going to be let through, and RQ immediately snatching it up. Liquid also drafting very quickly, going for the Hylos here, so that is likely going to be a Hylos Roam matching up against Tigreal. Will be able to provide a good amount of vision alongside him.
Who is going to be in that mid lane, right? We still got the Vex, we still got the Aurora, we still got the Veil. I mean, we've seen Veil every now and then. If it comes up to that, Sicilian still up on the table as well. Both teams missing their mid laner. The Aurora would be the option for Liquid Philippines. I think one of the things that they've struggled to adapt, I think almost a year ago was during the second half of last year, was the fact that the changes to Lord dances, right, where Lord just keep hitting harder every single passing second, and that's something that Liquid Philippines have struggled. Again, time has passed. We've seen the improvement in the MPLPH season 14. They just didn't make it as far as a lot of people thought they would. So see you on last pick for RQ Hoshi. Stage is set. I'm excited to see what this version of Team Liquid PH has in store for us.
Yeah, I think Team Liquid PH has just a very honest draft, right? Hylos and Lucas both hold the front line incredibly well. Then they have the Aurora to stop heroes like the Phobius and Alpha from diving in and creating space for Moskov and Joy to come in a little bit later. RQ going for Harif and Sicilian means that they're very heavily focused on magic damage towards the later stages of the game. Phobius and Alpha both lean more into the mid-game stages, so if we get too late in, Liquid are able to maybe itemize a little bit more efficiently against them.
It's going to be pretty interesting. I think even for Liquid Philippines, I agree. I feel like this draft is a bit more all-rounded compared to what our RQ Hoshi has in store. And heavy emphasis on that magic damage, but we all know magic damage in that late game has so much value despite tank items existing. So game 1 is going to kick off right now. We got Liquid Philippines on that blue side and RQ Hoshi on red.
Two titanic teams on the land of Dawn right now. RQ performing respectively in the recent M6 World Championship. Team Liquid having difficulty adjusting to the new meta and not making it onto the world stage. Now eager to prove themselves with KarlTzy playing on a very mechanical assassin jungler. This is going to be a fun one, folks.
He's going to secure the Little Wanderer for sure. Susujin was delayed a little bit thanks to Sanji and JP doing kind of one of the legwork in the early game. Oh, Toy actually got the gold crab, so that's an extra bonus for the Harif.
Toy is going to have a good time. You know, Harif does win out the lane against Moskov. YuKTZ is just going to try and play this safe here. And we can see a good amount of focus towards Toy's lane as well to try and make sure that he's not ganked so that he can continue winning out that lane and getting as much gold shield as possible. A lot of Team Liquid actually rotating up into the top half of the map instead.
Susujin is going to show himself, but that will be spotted too. In fact, Liquid Philippines always at the scene just slightly earlier compared to RQ Hoshi, so that crab will be easily secured, I believe, by KarlTzy. In a way that, see that first turtle, how is it going to be? Seems like we are going to have the turtle on the top side, looking at the current. Of course, the supports want to hit level 4, but it will not be possible for now. Dyron does hit 4 first.
Yeah, we're seeing Enoch and JP spend a lot of time in the river, so they're not really able to get EXP from the minions, and now
Sanford transforms and gets control just for a while, but the amount of damage he's outputting, even this early on, is a bit ridiculous. He ends up going down first blood for Dyron, but Turtle will be secured by RRQ Hoshi.
They trade EXP for EXP, but because Susujin got the turtle, it ends up being a slight win for RRQ here. Ended up being a very messy team fight, unfortunately, and despite it being very early on in the game, Rins actually managed to do a lot of damage in that previous fight because he wasn't being targeted. Now JP being punished for trying to invade RRQ's jungle.
Yeah, trying to walk in before Sanji was even there. Just control all the true damage, just too much. And because Dyron got the first blood, he's able to capitalize on a bit of that extra go, and Sanford is just taking a beating. Meanwhile, Sanji forced to use his ultimate to get away. KarlTzy jumps on top of Rinse, wouldn't be able to get the kill anyways. So Dyron basically controls the lane now.
Having lane priority in both EXP and gold means that RQ are going to be able to rotate the map a lot more freely. As long as Zyron and Toy make sure that they're kept aware of where KarlTzy is going to be on the map, it's going to be a lot easier for RQ to start invading, going for lane ganks, getting more farm across the map, and just generally trying to out-farm Team Liquid PH.
Oh yeah. Even right now, I mean, Toy has been doing a fantastic job. KarlTzy this time will get the gold crab for himself. Haven't been able to see him get too proactive with how RQ Hoshi has been kind of a one step ahead, at least when it comes to the objective fights. Not to mention, we established that the lane priority does go over to them. Turtle spawning in 10 seconds on the top side.
I think it's fine for KarlTzy to not really go for anything too early on, because Joy actually is more of a late game scaling type jungler. You really start popping off when you get that Holy Crystal timing, then into the Blood Wings to invade a little bit more easily. So as long as they don't fall too behind in terms of gold, Team Liquid is totally fine. Oh.
Glorious pathway, JP wants to look for a kill. Frigid Glacier committed. Susujin completely frozen in place. Commits the Spill of Alphas to still get the turtle for himself before he goes down. And there's always the price to pay if you want to contest RQ Hoshi. At the end of the day, it's a 1-for-1 trade, but Turtle once more for RQ Hoshi.
Susujin was CC'd for such a long time there. I thought for sure that he would just try to get out, but instead, committing his ult in, basically throwing his life away to get that turtle, is such a gutsy move, and I am a huge fan RQ able to get a little bit of a lead from that, but losing their jungler is also not the most ideal because Sujin relies a little bit more on early game snowball in comparison to Carl TZ. And despite their win so far, RQ actually hasn't built up that much of a gold lead, so Liquid are still totally fine.
Oh. And not to mention that RQ Hoshi, they haven't hit that power spike yet, right, in terms of the damage output. So they have a lot of control, sure, but Rinse this time and Toy not really there to join his team for now. So the attention shifts to the bottom side of the map and play to the winning side if you are RQ Hoshi. But Team Liquid Philippines, they are willing to rotate Sanford just to match the rotation.
Yeah, I think they have to just match the rotation right now. RQ going to be quite the aggressive lineup overall. Looking at the itemization, most people are going to be completing their first. I don't think there's anything too unusual in the item choices. Yeah, it's all pretty standard right now. Right now, both teams going to be playing this a little bit slowly because neither side really has the outright stronger early game comp. So they're just going to be focusing on getting that farm up and contesting objectives instead.
It's going to be third one on the top side. Concealed very early by Edok. Let's take away space. Finds the two-man implosion into a Spear of Alpha and a Sacred Hammer push. That's the full combo from RQ Hoshi. He gets Sanji first. Sanford joins the fight. Taken down by Dyron. He continues to go. And that is the team fight for RQ Hoshi. Finding 3 kills and a guaranteed turtle.
Wow. I have no reason to believe that Edok knew someone was in that bush. He just committed to it and found 2. And the combo was perfect as well, delaying the Sacred Hammer after the Spear of Alpha so that it wouldn't end up cancelling each other out. And setting up for a beautiful objective take. KTZ gonna find a bit of revenge here, picking up Dyron in the mid lane. RQ not quite able to get the mid tier 1.
Yeah, Dyron just too far forward, overcommitted. So it's a bit of punish. Even though, I mean, throughout all that, Liquid Philippines, they're not too far behind, right? It's just a 1k gold lead for RQ Hoshi, but look at this great combo.
Really good follow-up from the entire team right into the glorious pathway from JP, trying to see if we can get them out, but they're just infinitely CC'd. You'd think that Sanji would be able to escape. Nope, he gets caught out as well, despite committing the flicker, and then RQ would just take over the fight from that point onwards. They do end up giving some space to UTZ though, so the Moskov actually got a free tier 1 tower down bottom. Because of small things like this, Liquid is still actually not that far behind in farm.
Yeah, not to mention that, at least for RQ Hoshi, they were able to get Toy into the fight, so he kind of now 2-0. Edok, not the best target to go on. Another implosion. And once more, RQ Hoshi willing to take the fight. The Frigid Glacier not doing too much. They lost JP already. Kartizi dances in the backline, but now it's going to be Toy chasing him down with the Chrono Dash. Kartizi gets away, and Sanford assassinates Dyron. Sanji loses his passive. Susujin goes for him and finds his mark. RQ Hoshi walks away with 2 kills.
Yeah, I think Liquid needs to be very careful about engaging on Edok. It's fine to try and pick up the Tigreal first, but you cannot, like, surround him and hope that that works, because you're just going to be caught by the implosion. But I think the real MVP of that fight was Dyron for sure, because this Phobius was 1v3ing 3 members of Liquid in the backline for a long time, which allowed RQ to slowly take care of the tankier members and slowly push forward in the river.
Queen's Wings for Susujin and Holy Crystal for Carl TZ. So again, key items, that's the Carl TZ Joy Power Spike, Holy Crystal online. 9 minutes into the game, just in time for the first Lord fight. But we've seen how much crowd control and damage RQ Hoshi has. And all this while Rinse is just stacking up. Dyron is in the backline, isolated from the rest of his team. RQ Hoshi, once the Lord will find it. Spear of Destruction does connect. TZ not joining the fight just yet. Carl TZ forced away. RQ Hoshi makes the call to pick off Sanford, and Team Liquid Philippines will exchange that bottom tier 2.
And Sanford unfortunately biting the bullet a lot in these team fights, and JP just being taken out slowly. The final bat impact from Rins. This is Cecilion stacking up very well. Just completed the Wishing Lantern as well. Carl TZ tried to time his entrance to get the Retry in, but Enoch specifically saved that implosion to stop him so that Susujin could get it for free. So you can see that RQ Hoshi definitely feels very comfortable together. Still, the synergy, very clean, very present. But in the bot lane...
Oh, Toy just got his Holy Crystal, so he's willing to fight this. Carl TZ seems to be losing the fight. Mid-size Susujin. There's a 3-man Frigid Glacier from Sanji. So unfortunately, Dyron is going to fall. Rinse makes his way out to safety. Spell Destruction does miss. So at the end of the day, the Team Liquid Philippines defended their base.
A bit of overconfidence from RQ there. They're very good at team fighting, but when they're scattered, Liquid can take advantage of that. They knew that Toy and Enoch were both at the bot lane dealing with Carl TZ, so they knew that they could immediately engage on 3 members of RQ in the mid lane with a numbers advantage. And unfortunately, I think RQ are just a little bit too far forward without their full team behind them, especially without Enoch. It's a little risky to go for that. So they got punished there. Net worth difference actually still very, very small. Only 1k in favor of RQ. So they genuinely have to be a little bit concerned. We're going to start seeing heroes like Alpha drop off pretty soon.
And not to mention they're fighting underneath the turret as well. JP getting caught. Frigid Glacier only freezing Susujin in place. So that's 2 big ultimates from Liquid Philippines. But at least for now, there's no major objective to be contested. You'll be back up for the next Lord in 50 seconds. We're back to a stalemate where you have Yuktz split pushing lanes and then Toy trying to match it. Carl TZ trying to find a backline, but finds it very hard to do so.
Liquid does have pretty good split push potential though. I think Yuktz has been doing a very good job of that. The entire bot lane of towers is gone because RQ does need to fight together pretty heavily. Looking at the itemization, there's 3 Radiant Armors on the side of RQ specifically, trying to build up stacks on the high-low so that they can defend a little bit easier against Joy and Aurora. Wishing Lantern and Holy Crystal already completed earlier for Rins as well as Toy. On the opposite side, Trinity finished by Yuktz, actually going for a Rose Gold Meteor as a 4th item, so it's safer for him to join team fights.
Rose Gold Meteor and probably what if you go for Malefic Gun as the final item? It does give him a bit more range to deal with RQ Hoshi, who wants to be in his face. Conceal JP, instantly found out. RQ Hoshi turns on the JP, wants to get away, gets pulled back by the Sanguine Claws, survive barely. E-Dog shows up, his own Conceal, 2-man explosion, pulls them all in to his team, and RQ Hoshi commits to it. Susujin to the back, takes out Sanji, JP falls, Toy assassinated by Yuktz, but they both trade lives, and at the end is RQ Hoshi who comes out on top with 4 kills, a double for Dyron.
E-Doc is really standing out this game on this Tigreal. The implosions have been pretty hit or miss throughout the day, but E-Doc has been clean every single time, and that is just what you can achieve if you delay these big team fight ultimates a little later into the fight when the enemy team has already stopped thinking about it. Sanford almost off. He is taken out. Kill free for Dyron. Wipeout for RRQ. Sanji and JP will respawn in time to defend the tower, but not to stop Susujin from getting the Lord.
And RQ Hoshi finally got... This is, of course, their biggest goal lead in this game. Just 4,000. We saw the we even saw the potential of that 1v1 between both the Moskov and the Harif. Actually closer than I expected. Moskov put up a pretty good fight. So now it's about the Lord defense, and honestly, Liquid Philippines have pretty good base defense.
Yeah, their base defense is not bad at all. With like Hylos and Aurora, they're pretty good at dealing with rundown sieges. But RQ also has very strong artillery in the form of Rins that'll slowly try to whittle down from afar. Conceal play comes out.
Yeah, Edo is so active. He's always looking for opportunities. Mid and top wave cleared up. The bottom one is left. But Sanji, he's caught! Pulled back by the Dark Wave. And without the Aurora, the anti-siege potential has just dipped. Susujin misses the Spear of Alpha, but it's all about the base. RQ Hoshi is slowly trying to strangle Team Liquid Philippines in their own base. The full engage Susujin in the midst of things, but led by Dyron and Edok. And this time, it is just too much for Liquid Philippines to deal with. Yuktz gets blasted by the Harif. Game 1 for RQ Hoshi.
The Kings of Kings turning Team Liquid into puddles on the floor as they are melted down one by one by the bad impacts in the backline. Rins has scaled up, and this is Celion. This is an absolute terror when combined together with the might of Toy on the Hardy. Really clean gameplay from RRQ. You can tell that the chemistry and coordination is still present even with Skylar taking a back seat. And Team Liquid Philippines still finding it difficult to adjust themselves to the current meta of MLBB.
And the MDL Gold Lane matchup, the showdown, at least game 1 goes over to Toy on this Harith, right? It's putting up this masterclass performance. A lot of it, honestly, like you pointed out at one point in the game, all by Edok. This Tigreal being able to proactively set up for his team and finding space on the map was one of the big reasons that RRQ Hoshi can keep on stepping on the gas.
I'm a big fan of the Rover being a secondary initiator in this current meta. Let the EXP lane form the front line, just brawl with the opponent, and then when they least expect it, you go in with the big team fight ultimates, because then they wouldn't be positioned in a way that could stop themselves from being caught. Edok even being MVP of game number 1. I think it's the first roamer of the day to get it.
Oh yeah, I think so too. Of course, honorable mentions to Rins and Krautizi. I would even throw in Dyron, right, on this Phobius, who has been doing a phenomenal job. Just constantly disrupting the backline. He's throwing his life, he's dealing with Sanford, he's dealing with Sanji, and allowing the rest of his team to have the space to consistently output damage without worrying too much. But I gotta say, even Rins on this Cecilion, he's been hitting some nasty Sanguine Claws.
Rins has been a player to keep an eye on ever since M6. You can tell that he is a more aggressive mid lane type player, doesn't really like to sit back and be the utility, and I am a big fan of those types of players, just like I'm a big fan of a good roamer. Edok saving the implosion every single time. But this should have logically been a risky lineup to play against a Joy, because Tigreal is literally the only hero that can stop her. But Edok was there to stop her every single time. So hey, job's done, why not?
And it's just so refreshing. I mean, a good, you know what they say, a bad roamer feels that you are ineffective, but a good roamer is always there. And it always feels like you are kind of the catalyst to being the win condition for your team. And even Tigreal, which is, I feel like a hero that on the surface looks pretty straightforward, but in terms of the technical part, there's so many things that you need to consider before going in for implosion and how you're gonna set up the fights. Edok is showing a masterclass on how to pilot a Tigreal where you have so many targets to watch out for.
There's actually a lot of quick and easy mini stuns in the game right now that can cancel out an implosion or sacred hammer midway, which completely messes with a Tigreal's combo. So Edok, it's not actually easy, the things that he does. The way that he sets up is so clean. And while Toy did a very good job this game, I think Yuktizi did try, right? The Moskov was meant to scale up, get the mostly full items, and then come in and start snowballing off of team fights. But because he ended up dying in the first fight that he joined, he just never got off the ground, and that allowed RQ Hoshi to completely take over.
It's really not, he can't do it by himself. RQ Hoshi taking game number 1 with a very straightforward draft, and this all started with a double jungle ban, right? Fanny and Suyo ban by RQ Hoshi. They forced the Joy to be picked up by Liquid Philippines and responded with an alpha. And at the end of the day, it was all about the setup potential. You got Tigreal, you got alpha. The layerings of follow-up was something that kept on catching Team Liquid Philippines off guard.
Yeah, normally you would never give away a hero like Joy when you yourself ban out Suyo, but I think RQ are aware that Cortese still hasn't quite been able to figure out how to truly maximize assassin gameplay. And we saw that, right? I think Team Liquid just generally felt a lot more passive than we were used to seeing them in the past during their peak era. And unless they're able to figure that out, then things are gonna be rough for them.
Even when you look at this heat map by RQ Hoshi, Susujin, we saw like I think the first or second hurdle fight where he was controlled for days on end, but he's still willing to sacrifice himself, right? Like people call him kind of the king in the king of the jungle in Indonesia, like he's like the little lord. But the presence of mind that Susujin has, and when he's playing at his best, really feels unstoppable. The amount of follower setups that he had with the Spear of Alpha and the way that he uses it as a means of engage is something that you don't really get to see often, and definitely not as consistent as what we've seen.
For a while, Sun Sejin was given the nickname of the Mercenary because he would join multiple teams here and there and honestly do a very good job in them. And I'm personally a really big fan of Sun Sejin as a player because I feel like he fulfills a niche that very few players are able to achieve, in the sense that he is able to play tank, he's able to play fighter, he's able to play assassin, he's able to play main carry and utility. He just fulfills whatever is necessary from his team and is able to adjust at a moment's notice based on what the game requires of it. And that's something that you don't get to see a lot in many junglers. It's what allows RQ to play in such a unique way and very universal way. So because of that, you can see that they're a lot more capable of handling the current meta compared to Team Liquid. And that is a little bit concerning right now. One game away from Team Liquid having to be forced to fight for the last chance qualifiers. Not a position you want to be in.
Definitely not. It would feel like deja vu from last season, where they have to go through this entire run, this entire lower bracket run that felt like it lasted forever. But yeah, I mean, I miss Susujin, but he has said multiple times he doesn't miss the region. At least he doesn't miss Malaysia.
Yeah.
So that's kind of feels bad. But even seeing him on the stage, I'm glad that RQ Hoshi is giving this roster another chance, another run, right after a almost successful MPL ID season. They just fell short in the finals. Either way, I think RQ Hoshi a lot more promising, and the fact that they're not playing with Skylar and they are still putting up what we kind of saw at the M Series stage is in of itself impressive.
Yeah, Toy actually looked pretty good. I liked his composure, I liked his decision making, I liked the way that he coordinated with the rest of the team. It's definitely a lot easier to do so because RQ already feels like such a synergistic lineup anyway. But being able to slot himself in there feels very nice to me. I want to see that again from Yuktz. I think it's clear that Team Liquid were trying to play a slower game. They were trying to basically dictate the pace and maybe only take team fights when they themselves felt like it was comfortable. But nowadays, you really got to be prepared for any sort of situation. And it still could have worked if Yuktz didn't unfortunately get picked off by Rins at the very end after taking out Toy. He could have actually snowballed off of that and became a legitimate threat. So game number 2, I think it's going to be very interesting, right? I think Team Liquid does need to just go back to comfort. If Cortese has to play like Fredrin instead, hey, just give it to him, see how it goes from there.
Yeah, I mean, even for me, I sometimes I look back at Yuktz, and you know, I definitely remember kind of the way that he played back in the Game Lab era, and at that time he was an incredibly aggressive player, right? So it made me wonder how he's gonna fare when he has to play with the main lineup of Team Liquid PH, because this is definitely not the same as the tank meta where they can just run you down. There definitely needs to be a bit of push and pull, and I'll say he still has kept kind of the flair that he showed, but clearly circumstances are a bit more different, right? You gotta pick your fights better, and in that game 1 he just wasn't given enough space to kind of pop off.
He was already having to deal with a less than ideal lane matchup, right? That's why Harf is so powerful nowadays, as long as everything else is banned out. Moskov is still pretty alright. You're able to split push the lane, you're able to join the fights quite easily again with Spear of Destruction, but he wasn't really able to land those in the right positions. Like, it was basically being smacked right in the middle of the team fight, so if he takes it, he puts himself already in a very dangerous spot. So go for something that's a little more comfortable, a little bit more easy to execute, something that's a little more liquid in general. Otherwise, RRQ just seems to be a much more effective Swiss Army knife as a team.
Yeah, I think when you say something that's a bit more liquid, I sort of just gravitate towards the Beatrix, right? Like it feels like something that they would go for. I know Benny QT probably would be thinking about the Beatrix. Surprisingly, we haven't seen Beatrix the entire day. I know teams have gone for it. We've seen Moskov, Harif, even the Claude, but not the Beatrix yet.
Yeah, I think Beatrix is generally a fairly safe fallback, but it's definitely a jack of all trades, master of none situation, where other marksmen are just better at like being aggressive or farming more quickly or having more mobility or just better scaling overall. And because of that, we don't get to see a lot of Beatrix anymore, which is sad because it's always fun to see. But let's see what happens in game number 2 here, because RQ Hoshi on the red side, one game away from clean sweeping the series.
So once more, both teams stay on the same side as they did in game 1, but the bans slightly different. This time it's going to be Liquid Philippines that ban out the Joy themselves. Even though that they were given the Joy, they realized that we just cannot maximize her. They did ban the Matilda. Drusin banned out by RQ Hoshi. I know that Liquid Philippines did ban the Hilda in game 1 too. So with the Joy ban out, does RQ Hoshi, do they stick with Fanny Suyo?
What's your command? Your team is
They could, honestly.
Not the only one.
But if they really wanted to, they could even leave Suyo open. But it's a little more risky because I think Suyo is a little easier to play overall than Joy, and just is more effective throughout the game. So if you really want to limit Carltiz's hero pool, then denying that might not be a bad choice, though it does mean giving the Granger away.
Let's see, I mean, for RQ Hoshi, they are going to... I'm looking at... I think you probably open both. I do agree with the suggestion. You open both and then you just pick either or. Yeah, they banned the Granger out this time. So we go for the trade.
Yeah, so Liquid will go for the Suyo here. RQ could actually do something similar to what we saw from RSG earlier, right? You go for the... Oh wait, no, Matilda's already gone. So you can't do that. But Hilda is open. That could be an option.
Hilda Alpha?
Oh, the thing is, you don't have to pick Alpha now. Oh, Eve!
Oh wait, the Eve was open, yeah!
Even Harif is actually really... Yeah, even Harif, definitely. Because you don't have to lock in Alpha here. You can turn pick Alpha because Liquid is not going to contest it away from you.
That's true.
gaze the stars.
So they end up taking the Loi and the Hilda. This is a very... There's scarily... eerily, close. Like a carbon copy of what Onic Philippines would go for. You know, the Loi Suyo is one of like their signatures. So the Alpha does come true, like you said. It's the third pick for RQ Hoshi. Power picks for both teams, especially this Hilda, right? Like, but since there's the Alpha, it does dampen the effect that Hilda would have.
Hilda is still gonna be really annoying early on, but having Alpha, Harif, and Eve actually means it's a bit more difficult for Hilda to do the things that she would normally do, right? Just like run into the back line, try to take out the squishy heroes, or deny them, because like you mentioned, Alpha is actually pretty strong early on, and then Eve and Harif both have ways of taking care of themselves somewhat.
So there's the Glue and Khalid ban. So we're left with the Hylos and Katot as the next two in line. There's still the Tigru for RQ Hoshi. I think even in this case, it's not exactly the worst. The chip is still up. I know it's been led through a few times, but no teams have picked it up yet.
I think there is already a Loi in the game. If Liquid goes for chip and Loi, they would have some insane global pressure, yes, but they are also playing it into a real-world manipulation, which could be quite risky. And even worse if RQ decides to lock in the Tigreal again.
Who said there are no shortcuts in life?
Yeah, I was thinking the chip for RQ Hoshi, because I do feel like there is a way to kind of match the Loi. and kind of accelerate the game, right? So we might just go back down to the Tigreal for RQ then.
Tigreal would work just fine. Cho is actually an option as well, hasn't been banned out. But yeah, Enoch did a great job with it, got MVP in game 1. Why not go for it again?
It's not broken, don't fix it, right? So the Gatot has picked up, kind of saw that coming, so Hilda, this could still be a Hilda XP again. It's a very, very flexible pick. The question is, are they going to go Moskov again?
I think Iritel is probably still a little bit better than Moskov overall. In terms of like directly dueling Hari. You can also go for the classic counter, which is a Lunox.
That too, yeah.
I mean, Beatrix is also a safe fallback. Carry, I'm surprised we haven't seen Carry yet, but looks like Moskov is the comfort pick here for UTZ. They're gonna stick to it. That leaves RQ, Hoshi, EXP lane for your final pick.
Well, guess we have to wait for another day, potentially, to see that Carry. And now we're left with the XP lane. What is left there? I mean, part of me was thinking something like
CC is still good.
CC, yeah, I was thinking of the CC. Benedetta?
CC
probably
is still
not.
good. Nah, probably not. Edith is not too bad an option as well.
Arlet? Oh, okay,
Yep,
CC.
CC. Alright. I already say, they have Tigreal as an initiator already. I think CC is not quite as good as Phobius at opening up the team fight, but contributes a bit more DPS overall. So RQ Hoshi will still have lane priority, I think, in like every single lane on the map, which will allow them to play a bit more in control early game.
It's also the same. I think the SOP is also like, if I can tie the Moskov to one of his teammates, he is dead, right? And the same applies for the Suyo. So, and in lane, like you said, she just doesn't care if it's a Gatot or Hilda. She beats them anyways. Let's see if RQ having this lane priority, especially in the side lanes, you definitely alleviate pressure from that mid trio, but even better, you could start kind of spilling that lead to the lane of your choice. As we head into game number 2, we got Liquid Philippines on the blue side, RQ Hoshi on the red side.
So far, on the first day of the challenge season here at the Snapdragon Pro Series, only the very first match of the day has gone all 3 games. That was between Lazy Esports and Blacklist International. The rest have been clean sweeps. And right now, RQ on track to recreate that, unless Team Liquid Philippines can switch things up and show us that they still have what it takes to stand on the global stage in a meta that has so far been a challenge to them.
Almost felt like they were forsaken at one point. I'm looking to see if there's any off-tempo play, right? Because Kaukiri is on the Suyo. A lot of pressure on the Sanford early on, but he doesn't take the Revitalize. So it's a sprint for the Hilda this game. So the approach is going to be a bit different.
So he is intending to go for full rundown. I expect we'll see Sanford not really part of the initial fight and just looking for Toy most of the time just to deny the Harif any space inside the team fight itself. Looking at the rest of the emblems here, I did see Master Assassin on Yuptizi actually. So that's an interesting choice because even with it, I don't think he's really going to be able to win out against Toy in lane.
There's another, the only other issue that might happen is Sanford, you want to go for full rundown. You even took the Wilderness Blessing and the agility or the Swift. So it's all about the movement speed, but he's still not able to kind of move out lane first, right? I think that's something you want to capitalize. So far, Sanford is still looking for the opportunity. This could be it. Finding Susujin. First blood for Liquid Philippines.
That was an incredible collapse, actually. So without even noticing it, Susujin was suddenly surrounded on all sides by 3 members, and then they just all crushed him in the center into a pancake. So really nice first blood there. TZ gonna be able to get the first turtle of the game, and already it looks a lot different compared to game number 1. TZ, you can tell that he's a lot more confident playing aggressive on the CEO.
JP getting found out. Again, the duality reaction is it's not the easiest thing to play into, especially when you have essentially 4 close range in your face heroes, right? You're gonna get sucked in one way or the other. Kartizi takes away the purple ball. Susujin, a way better start compared to game number 1. Sanji even gets away. That's real world manipulation expended by Rins.
Yeah, the Purify at exactly the time the Spear of Alpha landed as well meant that there was no way for Sutsujin to continue dishing out damage. This is now a huge advantage actually for Liquid as multiple jungle camps are being stolen away by Sutsujin. Kartizi already a full level up and a 1k lead 3 minutes in for Team Liquid PH.
Even Dyron is struggling a little bit against Sanford. So current call was used. Kartizi bringing him down very, very low. Dyron, he's gonna force to take this recall.
Even though on paper, RQ should have pretty solid side lane priority, you can see that Liquid have been taking great lengths to make sure that they're not able to play off of it, and now actually regaining control over the other sides of the map. It's actually becoming difficult for RQ to roam around and create space the same way they did in game number 1, so this is now time to try and make a shift in priority. RQ has a very powerful team fight with Tigreal and Eve, so making sure they're able to group up and keeping the lanes subbed out so that they can all be part of turtle fights should be a little bit more effective for them.
The fact that we said that RQ Hoshi has kind of strong side lanes, and right now it doesn't matter as much. But this second turtle is going to be important, right? Like Susujin is a level behind Kartizi. JP is going to constantly look for an opportunity. They flicker Implosion, but it really doesn't matter. Turtle still goes over to Team Liquid Philippines and the AOG into a divergent play to the back line. RQ Hoshi getting boxed in from multiple angles. Another 2 kills for Team Liquid PH.
Team Liquid definitely feeling themselves now. The flicker implosion, like you pointed out, onto Kartizi specifically to make sure that he couldn't retry, and he still was able to get it. The timing was just slightly off because the rest of Team Liquid was breathing down Sutsujin's neck. Dyron now in some trouble again.
The Vengeance keeping him alive for a little bit, but not long enough. Even the curtain call is not able to save him. So that's the 4th kill for Team Liquid PH. So it's starting to become a bit of a problem. Your strong lanes are getting collapsed on. Susujin against Kartizi. Kartizi blazers away. So no shutdown for Susujin.
And this is why I was thinking that it was probably not a good idea to give the Suyo away the same way you did Joy. This is a hero that enables a lot more counterplay. And Enoch just blows up so much global presence from this team composition on Team Liquid. Immediately the diversion onto Toy.
I wanted to go for a Spear of Misery, but Toy able to dodge it in time. Still, they bring Sanford in, so Toy is still forced away from his own tier 1. They want to collapse onto Sanford, drop the curtain call, and the real world manipulation. Sanford just press a sprint. He's out of there. Top tier 1 falls.
Yeah, the sprint is very good at getting out of these particular forms of crowd control. RQ actually in a lot of trouble here. Even in game number 1, when Liquid was behind a lot of the time, RQ only really had a 1k net worth lead, and now, 6 minutes in, Liquid has 5 kills, 4k gold advantage. When RQ was supposed to have more lane and map priority in general, Liquid have been making a masterclass.
Ito is straight up dead, but he's gonna try and take Sanford with him. Implosion committed. Sanford surely is gonna go down. JP with the AOG. Susujin the next target. Oh my goodness, the duality is too much. Yuktizi wants to commit further, but finds no angle. So still at the end, Liquid Philippine, they find 2-4-1.
Loi is a pretty classic Sanji hero. It's been a long time since we've gotten to see him play it on a stage like this, but I am very happy to see it. And you can tell just how much it's enabling Team Liquid. They can rotate around very aggressively. Even if they make mistakes in terms of movement, a single diversion will instantly correct it and bring them right into the heart of the action. And RQ has a lot of heroes that ideally need a couple of items under their belt before they're able to really start oppressing their opponent. Liquid not giving them the opportunity to do so, it's slowly tightening the vice grip across the map.
Holy cow, one duality is half of Rince's health bar.
That's just low E gameplay for you.
It's just, yeah, it's low E in a nutshell. And you proc the Little Ignition just like that. So easy. So that's gonna be
Looking
Queen's
at
Wings next, I think,
items.
for Sujin.
It does look like it. He ideally needs something to survive. Diversion once again. They're looking for Toy.
Toy is so dead. He is actually just... He's helpless.
This Lo Yi has been enabling Liquid so much. It's not just the diversions, it's just straight up the damage from Sanji that RQ is not ready for. They're at least able to secure the buff here. Not stolen by Liquid, but Kaltizi isn't even in the area. Look at how much damage he does to Dyron.
Just AOG past the tier 1. Dyron is dead despite having the Vengeance. JP will be sacrificed. Great RWM. They're gonna catch Sanford in the crossfire, but Sanford has to sprint. He gets out. Kaltizi just casually walks out of the RWM. So 1-for-1 trade, but still Liquid, they have a 7k goal advantage.
This is a completely different team from game number 1. I did mention, right? Pick a composition, play gameplay that feels more Liquid. And if you ask me, this is feeling a little bit more classic Liquid in general. Like the aggression around the map, the coordination, the movements, the ganking, the insta-kills. Feels very classic. And it's good to see it. RQ, will they be able to adapt to this? Because Team Liquid has definitely surprised them here. They went into this draft with a certain degree of confidence. They were willing to let the Suyo through because they figured they could control it the same way they did Joy in game 1. And Kaltizi has shown them that that was a mistake.
Big mistake. But it's BOD, that's the snore of the game. Looking to further accelerate the gold lead. E-Dog, unlike game number 1, wasn't able to do too much. Oh, they're looking for Susujin.
They're looking for Susujin.
He has no idea. Spell of Alpha to disengage, but we'll have to give away the purple buff.
Sanji is so on top of things whenever he's playing Lo Yi. One of the first players to really show how aggressively Diversion could be used on the Land of Dawn. And RQ now on the receiving end of this. If we do end up going to a game number 3, I feel like this is a hero they have to respect somewhat alongside the Suyo, because Kaltizi does seem a bit more comfortable this time. First Lord of the game pushing up bottom lane shouldn't apply too much damage, but RRQ are really far behind in itemization.
Feels like this game, if Liquid wins the next fight, this game probably just ends right then and there. RQ Hoshi needs so much more time, for Rins and Toys, especially Rins, to even come close to a stage where he can start being a big threat.
Yeah, this has been a very unexpected result. I actually was a fan of the draft here. Oh, Sujin trying to engage.
Gets pinned to the wall, clears out the Lord in the process. I mean, all this considered pretty good defense, right? Basically resetting every single wave, so RQ Hoshi still keeps all in hims alive, but they are facing down a close to 10k goal advantage for Team Liquid Philippines. It's going to take a bit of a pause as we try to figure out what the issue was. But I mean, at this point, Liquid, they are just miles ahead of everyone else. Even the passive pierce damage from Yuktizi is straight out shredding the health bars of RQ Hoshi.
Yeah, this is a completely different performance here, and we did talk about how we wanted to see what Yuktizi was capable of. Well, looks like he has responded to our prayers. There is a nearly 10,000 gold difference between Team Liquid and RQ Hoshi right now. And that is usually the point where it becomes impossible to make that comeback unless your opponent just makes a massive mistake, because unfortunately RQ's lineup doesn't actually scale as well into the late game comparatively to Liquid.
I mean, on that note, what can RQ do? Like, is this game just set in stone, done and dusted, just just on top of the point where they don't scale as well into the late game, or is there still kind of a turning point that they could kind of get this game back on track?
It's still definitely possible for them to get this game on track. Like, their team fight is good. Their base defense is going to be solid as well, since they do have the real world manipulation to slow down a push. But I think Edok is going to need to pull out some of that MVP from last game again. In fact, I think he needs to not grab most of the enemy team. If possible, Implosion 1 or 2 members, if you can, give TZ being one of them, and then slowly take apart Team Liquid one by one. Because if you try to Implosion all 5 of them together, I don't actually think there's enough DPS to take them out.
I guess it comes down to the Harif once more. It's like how we've seen in a few of our previous games. Really, the Harif shouldering a lot of that late game damage capabilities. Unless, again, like you say, if Edok finds the set of his life. In this case, it's definitely slightly harder, as we are going to take a bit of time to talk more about the game, as the players kind of resolve whatever ongoing issues they are. Hope to kind of give everyone the most optimized viewing experience.
I think it's clear though from what we've seen that RQ underestimated Team Liquid going into game 2. Their plans for handling them in game 1 went incredibly smoothly, like super well. So I think they went into game 2 without really thinking that like Team Liquid would be able to fight back somehow. They gave them the Suyo over, expecting that, hey, we can manage it the same way we managed Joy and Carl TZ previously. We have like Tigreal and Eve. Our team fight should be very, very good. Then Lo Yi kind of slips the mind a little bit. And then it just falls apart a little bit.
Especially when they didn't expect that early game to not go according to plan, right? Like, the plan to control the side lanes, and especially that river area where Liquid Philippines just completely stopped them in their tracks. In the blink of an eye, they realized our strong side lanes are not strong, at least not in this context.
The side lanes were actually doing well in the beginning, but when they lost the mid lane prio off of Sanji's ridiculous yin-yang reaction damage, then that advantage started bleeding over to Team Liquid's side lanes, right? They were suddenly able to push more aggressively. RQ is not able to like force things as much or poke because they don't really have vision over where the rest of Team Liquid is going to be. And all of that slowly adds up over time to a point where,
okay, E-Dog, that's Implosion. It's all about looking for Stanford. Ain't sprinting away out of this one. That's the pickoff that we need to see. And RQ Hoshi, again, they buy some time for themselves. Without Stanford for another half a minute, Liquid Philippines, they're going to be down 1 member. But of course, RQ Hoshi had to expend 3 ultimates and a flicker for that play.
At the very least, it brought Toy up to his holy crystal timing. You're not going to get scouted.
He's just blown up. Like this Tigreal does not feel like a tank at all.
You gotta respect a fed Suyo. The amount of damage that this hero does when he has any sort of lead is a little bit ridiculous. So I like that RQ tried to push out when they were able to take out Sanford, but yeah, maybe a little bit more surgical with the way they're opening the map. So instead, Carl TZ gets the Lord once again. RQ can be forced into yet another defensive position.
It felt a bit sloppy that E-Dog was so far ahead, but no one else was actively checking the map, right? Like, you would expect Rince to help out a little bit, but he wasn't in position to do so. Of course, RQ Hoshi gonna be ready to give up at least an inhibitor. In this case, it would be the bottom one, as that's where the Lord will spawn.
Yeah, the best case scenario for RQ is that they only lose that one singular inhibitor, but the waves are being pushed up quite heavily by Team Liquid. Surprisingly, not that well synced. So there may be a way for RQ to keep their other 2 towers alive if all goes according to plan. But Lord is coming in now. Let's see how much damage Liquid can do.
That's the first inhibitor down. That one is expected. But yeah, I mean, the stagger wave actually keeping RQ Hoshi's other inhibitors alive. Toy almost a one-shotted, has to immediately go home. And with the fact that most of RQ Hoshi's heroes wants to be up close and personal, it's not that hard to get the duality stacks. And be careful though, E-Dog, another flicker into RWM Implosion. That's the combo that RQ Hoshi needed. They only find JP, and that's just immortality. All that effort to find 0 kills and losing 2 of your own. That has to hurt.
That was like such a good engagement, but a 10k net worth difference is nothing to scoff at. If it was any closer, it would have been a huge catch But here comes the diversion right into the base.
Right, decide they want them an inhibitor and they will get it. It's all about zoning out RQ Hoshi. Curtain call ties out UTZ and Stanford, but no follow-up from RQ Hoshi. The Dyra even forced to use his vengeance. So Liquid Philippines walks away with a couple of kills and 2 inhibitors.
All things considered, I think RQ did the best they could in terms of that base defense, considering the deficit that they are playing at. Looking at the items, TZ is already maxed out, just got that Sea Halberd to finish things off. TZ also full on items, Immortality completed on JP, that's what kept him alive previously, even a Winter Crown on Sanford because he knows he's going to be the most vulnerable. Only Toy can really match up in terms of gold right now, and he does have Holy Crystal and Divine Glaive, so his damage is respectable, but by himself is not enough to threaten Team Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, for Yuktz, he's already maxed out. Toy still has 1 more slot for his items.
Happy birthday, MLBB!
It's gonna be a bit of a headache. The 3rd Lord is spawning. This could be the end game for Liquid Philippines if RQ Hoshi can't find a way to remedy this. But it seems like they're not gonna even contest this. This is gonna give it away. It's all about the base defense.
Yeah, honestly, I think playing for the base defense is a much smarter idea coming in from RQ here. Diversion not gonna be taken. Rins did actually just complete his Wishing Lantern, so that's also a very important item power spike for the Eve. So RQ's base defense should actually be pretty respectable here, but still, 13,000 gold difference. That is rough.
You know that you are just unfairly ahead when the dream combo doesn't result in any loss of life. This loss should be easily taken care of by the damage that RQ Hoshi has. Sanford is doing so much damage to the curtain call.
Oh,
Yuktz caught out, able to zone himself away. The Lord needs to be taken care of. The dualities here, they're gonna look for the Crystal Yuktz straight for the end game. And RQ Hoshi will not close out the series the way they wanted to. Team Liquid Philippines ties it up.
Gotta give props to Yuktz. Eyes on the prize the entire time. RQ was trying to stop him from hitting Crystal, but the Lord was already on top of it, and it was a very slow but steady encroachment onto the base of RQ that left them with no chance to really defend because they had already taken so much damage before, not to mention the 13,000 gold deficit. Team Liquid looking a lot more comfortable in game number 2, and this is the classic Team Liquid that we know and love.
That and the Malefic Gun on top, right? The extra attack range actually allow UTZ to be in a safer position, slightly further away from the usual threats that he would face. But again, even when you look at the members of the side of RQ Hoshi, Rins deathless the whole game. A Toy only died once, and it was towards the very end before the crystal blew up.
Like, Toy was trying his best to farm, Rins was trying his best to farm, but when you get the Holy Crystal and Wishing Lantern only around like the 14-15 minute mark, when most of your towers are already gone, then it's already a little bit too late unless your opponent makes some kind of massive misplay. Edoc was only able to get those big implosions when Liquid was pushing into the base. That's how difficult the game was for them in the early stages, and all of it off of Sanji. This Loi Yi, just the ultimate headache for RRQ.
There's no way they can't run directly at TLPH. They have no idea where TLPH will show up at, and once they finally got an angle in, they just were too far behind. So this game is MVP. It's going to be TZ on the Studio, but we have honorable mentions, both Sanji and Yuktz.
TZ making up for a less than stellar performance in game number 1 and showing us that he is still capable of playing on these assassin types, just needs the right support system, the right timings, and maybe heroes that are a little bit more universal throughout the game, and Team Liquid is right back to fighting from the way that we always remembered them. You would think that RQ would have a strong team fight here. They have Tigreal, they have Eve, their side lanes have priority, and yet just a moment of underestimation in the early game where they gave up a couple kills too many and Team Liquid just completely take over.
And it wasn't a high octane game too. Feels more like a slow burn from Team Liquid PH. Of course, MVP Carl TZ the 405 with KDA on this Suyo. Honest, from start to end, he was uncontested. Like, he was so fed. We saw that Team Liquid PH have so much early game damage with Suyo, Loi. It wasn't even remotely funny if you are someone like Edoc who just gets blown up in an instant.
RQ just didn't calculate the early game damage potential of Team Liquid in this game, right? In game number 1, they were able to play around them very well because Liquid had mostly scaling cores, but this time, like you mentioned, they have Loi Yi, they have Suyo, they have Hilda taking up the other side of the map. It was just a mistake that they weren't able to get the lead they wanted. I think here as well, where Edoc tried to go for the implosion and still Carl TZ got the turtle, was a huge turning point.
Yeah, it really was. And even in the early stages, like, JP was willing to commit AOG just for one singular target, right? And a lot of the focus were just on Edoc and Susujin, the two main playmakers. And yeah, Dairon was sort of like the collateral damage, but they had the priority straight. It's all about shutting down Edoc. It's all about getting rid of Susujin. And without these two spearheads, our RQ Hoshi could not find a way back into the game.
I think you can see from the highlights as well, there is a reason why certain teams will ban the Loi Yi in the first. The diversion is just too much to think about. And even here with the beautiful implosion into the Spear of Alpha, there's just not enough damage. There's no way to punish. There's no way to make the comeback. And because of that, Team Liquid, with their massive snowball, their incredible lead off of some very clean gameplay and proper punishment of their opponents, are able to bring our final match of the day to a full series.
And it could be a unexpected ending, right? Regardless, I know this is probably one of the harder matches to predict, whether you are an RQ fan or a Liquid Philippines fan, and it could end either way. And right now, I think Liquid Philippines, they feel really good about themselves.
Yeah, I think this momentum is going to help them a lot going into game number 3, whereas RQ now needs to realize that, okay, we do need to respect our opponents a little bit here. It's not that we can completely deny Carl TZ just by giving him an assassin or something like that. He's the GOAT for a reason, you know? You still gotta remember the accolades that this man and the entirety of Team Liquid has been able to achieve in the past. But since we're going into a game number 3, we're of course going to jump into a short break to make sure that the teams are rested and are ready to compete and move on to the next stage of their group. We'll be right back after this, ladies and gentlemen.
Burning up all my desire to be great, I gotta just open the gate. All I need is saving from hitting the pavement. Understand it when I'm impatient, that only I give to me. All I need is a little love in lonely places, and strength to stand fear in the face, that only I give to me. All I need, understand it when I'm give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more. Yeah, we give it all that we got. Measuring what's in our pockets, then we give it a lot. Cause we've been hustling for years, now we up at the top. And no, it's still not enough, so we ain't gonna stop. Cause that's full throttle, zoom, zoom, hop, skip, jump. Gotta eat it up, but the goal is lunch. I'm the big goose, so I never duck, duck. Just keep my head up and yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we
know about our dedication. Not just hard work, it's also patience. Chipped away at it and ignored the hate. And now we big Tom status and it's us for the take and we eat. Dream about it every time we sleep. Making moves, just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Give it more. Oh yeah. Give it more. Give it all you got. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Oh yeah.
It is finally time for the final game of day one here at the Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Challenge season. Team Liquid Philippines and RQ Hoshi, neither side willing to give an inch because they both are eager to claim that easy passage into the challenge finals for themselves. For the last time today, my name is Staffa, once again joined by Husky.
Yeah, and it's gonna be interesting, of course. Right now, RQ Hoshi and Team Liquid Philippines, two of the, I would say the biggest teams aside from Onic Philippines today. Right, this series is probably the closest one, other than Lazy Esports against Blacklist International. RQ Hoshi definitely showed a bit of that that confidence that was quickly shut down by Team Liquid PH. But this makes it interesting because RQ Hoshi has shown us that they have a lot of pocket picks up their sleeves when push comes to shove. And I do wonder if they are going to reveal some of those in this game 3.
Yeah, obviously, a lot of teams would prefer not to reveal pocket picks if they can avoid it. But when you are in a position where the single loss drops you down to having to play through potentially the last chance qualifiers, then things kind of change a little bit. But now, the draft for game number 3.
Sir,
Team Liquid going to be on blue side once again. RQ still remaining on red. They want to try and force Carl TZ onto Joy again, I think.
I think there is a chance. Even the Hilda, right? They banned it out, which actually caused plenty of problems. And again, I felt like going into game 2, the approach was different with Sanford on this Hilda, and I thought that RQ Hoshi had it under control, but once that fell apart, this Hilda was just all over the entire map. And for the third time in a row, both teams remained on the same side. So the priorities are set pretty clear. RQ Hoshi, they want that gotcha pick opportunity on the red side.
Looks like Team Liquid taking a very long time with this final ban here. They know how it affected them in game number 1. And it looks like they will go ahead and hand out the Eve. So this gives RQ the opportunity to go back to the Suyo ban here to maybe force out a Joy on Team Liquid.
They banned the Jushin instead, and I think this makes a lot more sense. Like you have to ban the Jushin. So this should be another Suyo Joy matchup.
Liquid should probably go Suyo.
I think so too. Then the question becomes, does Sujin play the Joy?
No one can resist.
I have a feeling. Oh wait, no. Both go through.
That does make sense because RQ will have no reason to lock in both, right? So Liquid is just basically passing the hot potato back to RQ and telling them, okay, you guys can choose instead. We'll just grab whatever you don't go for and lock in Granger while we still can. But Granger is also kind of countered by Iritel. Even Harif doesn't do too badly into it, so I wonder if it's worth passing up the prio pick on Suyo and Joy in exchange.
I think on top of that is also, I was about to say, like the Loyi getting picked up. Because a part of me was thinking, what if they just put Susujin back on that alpha, right? We've seen like certain examples where in a long series, they put Susujin on the same setters every single time, but clearly they will switch it up a little bit. Suyo goes over to Carl TZ, and we get the Lucas for Sanford. So it's a complete switch up on how RQ Hoshi wants to approach this game 3.
Sanford had a really tough time on the Lucas in game number 1 though, oftentimes just instantly bursted down by RQ before he could really do too much in the team fight. So I'm eager to see whether they'll be able to switch up their lineup a little bit to set things up a little more easily for their EXP laner. RQ now have the I do think they should go Irritel personally. It just feels like the hero that would be the most contested in the second phase bans.
Funny enough, it's not worthy enough to get... The Irritel isn't worthy enough to get banned out consistently. It always kind of falls through most of the time. But this Edoc Tigreal showed very early for RQ Hoshi.
I don't really feel like they needed to lock this in so early. Edoc still has deeper pockets than this, and if they're worried about Liquid like picking it, they can just ban it out themselves. I still personally feel like going for the goal laner would have been a more solid option, but it's like RQ wants to go for a bit of a comfort pick at themselves, and well, if you diversion the Tigreal into the backline, that can be pretty dangerous too.
That's true. I do wonder what's the thought process for RQ Hoshi, right? And this one I kind of want to draw a bit of reference to kind of a conversation I had with Arashi. Like Edoc is a big playmaker, obviously Tigreal falls into that category, but you also have the Belleric, which we saw. We have the Ruby and the Arlet, which of course we won't have the chance to see today on him. But I feel like it's something that they can consider down the road if they want to kind of bring back that version of Edoc. So we'll see. I mean, this Tigreal for me feels a bit too early, and if you're Liquid PH, now you have a way to kind of play around it.
I am a little sad that we don't get to see Ruby anymore. There was a time where got to see it a lot. I'm a fan of the hero, one of my favorites, so it's a bit sad to no longer have her around, but it's obvious that she no longer offers the durability that a frontliner really needs in this current meta, despite the amount of CC that she provides. So it is understandable why we don't get to see too much of those types of heroes anymore. And yep, the Irritel will get banned out by Liquid alongside the Moskov. Basically, we're gonna be seeing Liquid force RQ back onto that Harif again. Let's see if they go for it.
Yeah, no Moskov, no Irritel. Feels like a Harif game once more. We've been just cycling between like what 4, 5 heroes in the gold lane. If we take the Claude out, it's probably just 4. It's a pretty honest and straightforward draft so far by RQ. I think. Do you just go straight for your XP lane now? Oh yeah, there it is. The Tamus. I mean, talk about
Tamus to directly duel Lucas.
Yeah, talk about man fighting, right? Like you want to fight me head on? Let's see who is the scarier beast. Belleric goes over to JP this game, and they pick up the Vexana to close out the draft.
The Joy counter right there, and Vexana definitely respectable here as well. Actually, not too bad at dealing with Joy if you can get that Terrify out in time. Now, the gold lane for RQ going to have a bit of a tough time here. Belleric counters a lot of your basic marksmen. I did wonder if they would go 1-1, but I wasn't sure if they would actually like decide the way to go here. But looks like Toy feeling confident. Both teams actually pretty powerful lineups, but I really like what Team Liquid has brought to the table here in terms of counters. Belleric actually works well, like both Loyi and Joy.
Yeah. Then again, I want to get your opinion on this, because the way I'm seeing it is direct confrontation feels like you're running straight into a Belleric Venus flytrap, but maybe RQ will be looking a lot more to use this Loyi to get Edoc into off angles to kind of give them the advantage in these fights instead of running straight into Liquid.
It is definitely possible, because in game 1, the success factor from Edoc's Tigreal came from him being able to delay the implosion off of Dyran's Phobius. Tamus, not quite as effective, but still fulfills a similar role, so it could be a good way for them to just split the fight in half. And since you have Toy on a 1-1, Implosion sets up really easily for the crossbow of Tang.
Just keep them all in place, breaks the weakness points fairly quickly. Game number 3, once more both teams are going to be on the same side that they have been in the entire series. RQ Hoshi red side, TLPH on the blue. They're starting on just a mirrored jungling this time. Both junglers starting on the orange side, but Kartizi is going to try and hit that early tree by claiming the entire bot side. JP with the Revitalize going to heal up off of his passive as well. One of the few annoying things about dealing with the Bellaric, like these damage is one. It feels like one of the few front lines that you really want to punish, but he punishes you instead.
Well, it is like you trying to punch a tree, right? It's not usually going to work too well. Dyron also having a tough time here. I've never really seen the Tamas versus Lucas matchup since the hero is still so new. I thought it would be fairly even, but looks like Lucas's early game damage is just a really hard handle.
Oh, they're gonna find JP without Revitalize. This is first blood over to Rins. And that's the start you want as RQ Hoshi. I think Liquid Philippines, they saw Dyron take that recall. They want to make that early move, but sadly, when you have a Luo Yi, it is just so hard to walk past her.
Unfortunately for Dyron though, he came back to lane a little bit too late to catch that second EXP minion, so he's gonna be half a level behind Sanford for most of the game now without lane priority. And makes it a bit more difficult for RQ to roam around the map because this Lucas is always going to be around, potentially causing havoc.
The first turtle spawning top side. So Carl, he did start on the orange buff, so they're both going to be at the same level. So Sujin waiting for the electrifying beast, will be forced to unleash it very early on. Kartizi takes the turtle away. The shockwave from Sanford not enough to take down Susujin, but Dyron, he's left to his own devices as Rins will escort the rest of his teammates out.
I think Tamas is in a really tough spot right now. The fact that he blew up so quickly with Vengeance is not a good sign, actually. Like, you ideally want to be able to hold them for a lot longer. And Team Liquid already building up that initial lead. The XP lane is just completely gone at this point, even pulling in Sanji to continue, making sure Dyron cannot play the game.
Man, even forcing his ult out. So this has just gone from bad to worse. First of all, he hits level 4 late. After he died, comes back to lane, gets forced to use his ultimate instantly. They do force Revitalize out of Sanford in the mid side, so that is something that at least you kind of make it even a little bit. Rins having the diversion. They want to go is for Sanford. Interception. Sanford did not see this coming. Into an implosion straight. Sanford flash stab to try to get away. Heal up with the combo, but it's not enough. Dyron gets revenge.
That was beautiful timing. Rins knew exactly when Sanford would be reaching the tri-bush there. And that helps a lot. It was very necessary for Dyron to get some existence at this point. Otherwise, the Tamas just falls into obscurity too early. And that is something that RQ cannot afford. Net worth difference, honestly, not that big at this point. But Kartizi is still in quite a powerful state.
He will be forced to use his flicker, but that's the Wrath of Nature out from JP. Not to mention, that one kill onto Sanford puts Dyron ahead in XP now. The recovery, pretty quick. But Sanford, he's going to be able to catch the wave to kind of neutralize the state of that lane. It seems like it's a lot of a push and pull between the XP laners.
Yeah, EXP lane has always been a very important matchup after all, especially nowadays since the EXP plays a very important initiating utility role.
Susujin looking for turtle again. Once more, Kartizi gets the objective. Susujin will be forced to retreat, and Dyron to be caught out once more. Flash stab on top of him. Sanford sticking on the Dyron like glue. Dyron tries to fight this, but the flash combo and Sanji to help him out takes him out. Yuktizi purifies, tries to back off with the Rondo, will make himself safe.
Team Liquid still winning out the engagements. Kartizi has always been known as a pretty good retribution user. And we can see that Susujin having difficulty stealing these objectives away from him, even though the rest of RQ are trying to breathe down his neck. Liquid have been able to build up a 2k net worth lead now which helps a lot since UTZ was able to survive that previous gang. There is an entire 1,000 gold difference between UTZ and Toy specifically, and the Granger does intend on going for that Sky Piercer second item, so RQ has to be very careful here.
Not to mention the bot tier 1 just got soloed by UTZ. Sky Piercer done. Liquid, it definitely accelerated their power spike a little bit. And Dyron is going to be forced to share the wave with Rins. That means it frees out Sanford topside. Diversion to the bottom. Edoc sees it's happening, but JP is there though. Not the best target to go onto, but they will try. Burst him down. Wrath of Nature forced out. But still, not enough damage to finish the job, but enough to get Toy that bot tier 1.
It's something. At this point, RQ will just take any advantage they can get, because their lineup is actually pretty good in the late game, right? Rins, Toy, Sutsujin all scale pretty well in terms of damage. They do still have to contend with Yoktizi, but they're a little bit more effective once they have like their third and fourth items than now at this stage of the game. As long as they don't fall too far behind in gold, it'll be pretty good for them.
They just camp Sutsujin. Well, that's so early on, and Carl TZ will get a free buff. And this is starting to become an insanely big problem for Sutsujin. Every objective fight, he's being forced out of the fight and had to use his electrifying beast way before the retribution range, and now being behind in experience, 2 levels in fact, which means it won't be any objective for RQ Hoshi anytime soon.
Yeah, Sutsujin's being punished really badly here, and I mentioned earlier in the day that Joy should win out the 1v1 against Rio a lot of the time, but Team Liquid is specifically making sure that Sutsujin never is able to reach that point in the game. They are consistently ganking, they're keeping an eye on where his rotation is on the map, diversion play comes out.
JP misses the Wrath of Nature as Toy and Dyron are able to hop away in time. I guess the philosophy for Liquid PH is just, oh, you're good at 1v1s, how about we play a 2v1, right? It's a team game, so we're gonna bring my whole team to fight you. There's no rules against that. Right, they might find Sanford mid-side underneath the turret. Sanford, he flash stabs and accidentally finds himself within range of an implosion. It's a bit of an interesting interaction with the flash stab connection. He goes down, Kartizi gets found out but escapes.
A good combo in the mid lane to finally get another kill onto Sanford there, but Kartizi is the true threat at this point there. He's ahead of Sutsujin in farm, in terms of EXP. Liquid is specifically funneling a lot of space and money into him. Conceal comes out from JP.
And somehow the taunt catches Toy. Rins does get out alive, but not before having to expend his flicker. Gotta say, despite Liquid Philippines having that advantage, because RQ Hoshi are still trying to make proactive moves with that divergent into implosion play.
Yeah, they ideally have to. The thing is, Liquid is positioning themselves very wary about this possibility. It genuinely seems like something they've considered might happen before the game even started, because they're always making sure to watch their backs, keeping an eye on where Edoc or Rins are so that they're not able to set up for that. At the very least, Sutsujin has finally gotten his Holy Crystal. It's actually still a very respectable timing right before the 9-minute mark, so he should be able to do some good damage, but I really like that Sanji went for the Winter Crown here. He knows he's going to be one of the most vulnerable targets, and you would never expect the Vexana to go for it this early.
That's concealed by Edoc. Diversion. They're gonna go for a 2-prong attack. Eternal Guard completely misses. They're looking for a retreat. JP being the brick wall of Team Liquid Philippines. RQ Hoshi is looking to wait out the big ultimates from the side of Liquid.
A very good disengage there. They didn't see the diversion coming, but they responded to it so effectively, splitting themselves apart, making sure that RQ are not able to catch multiple people in the implosion together. Edoc though, in the back.
They catch one, they have to eat the Wrath of Nature. The full team fight, RQ Hoshi wants it. They gotta watch out for Toy though. This 1-1 is a threat, and they probably don't even need him in the fight because Sutsujin has just mowed down Team Liquid Philippines. It's a maniac for the Mercenary and a wipeout for RQ Hoshi.
Sutsujin has been bullied for a while this game, not even being allowed to play in his own jungle, and finally finds the space he needs, even a diversion to send Dive into the bot lane to stop that wave being pushed out. The implosion, Sacred Hammer push onto Karl'Teze, even though it was cancelled out by the Wrath of Dryad, set up RQ in a perfect position for Rins to just pelt them with the yin-yang reactions from behind, and Sutsujin to delay his entry with the electrifying beats to do maximum AoE damage across the entirety of Team Liquid. They need to be able to set up more fights like this. It's difficult to do so now that Liquid has seen it once, but it is finally the momentum that RQ has needed in the mid-game.
Not to mention that Toy wasn't even fully involved in the fight, right? It was mostly Sutsujin and the rest of RQ Hoshi. Toy was just hopping behind, waiting for the cleanup moment and realizing that he doesn't even need to participate because Sutsujin did most of the work. And the diversion play, Liquid Philippines, they know. And there's going to be some movements in that bush. Yeah, Karl'Teze checks it and it confirms the suspicion. Now it's all about whether they can deal damage to the inhibitors.
Lord pushing in mid. It's only the first Lord, so it's not going to crash in. Inhibitor doesn't actually end up taking too much damage, but the final tier 2 will fall for RRQ in the bot lane. They now have a 5k gold lead thanks to that previous wipeout. And this is where Sutsujin really becomes a threat. This Joy has reached his 4th item power spike. And Team Liquid actually doesn't have all that much CC against it. They really have to save the Wrath of Dryad now.
Even then, it's not a be-all, end-all solution, right? Like, Sutsujin could still maneuver around it if he's just aware. You might not get crowd control immunity, but you certainly can remove crowd control with the electrifying beats. Ritz will be forced to flicker, but they find another kill onto JP, and Sanford ain't getting out of that. Sacred Beast slain. 2 more kills for RRQ Hoshi.
Oh boy, like we mentioned, right? Sutsujin's damage is really high now, and Edok is again being put in a position where he can comfortably save his implosion to catch Liquid on the disengage. He was able to find Sanford and JP there, and even when the Wrath of Dryad came out, the electrifying beats just did so much damage.
Edok's not done yet, even using the concealed toy. He's going to be showing a lot more presence. Extra aura points as RQ Hoshi takes out 2 inhibitors in a blink of an eye. And this game has completely fallen out of the hands of Team Liquid PH.
It's not impossible for them to reverse this, but they're definitely playing on the back foot now. I don't think Yuktezi has reached the point where he has enough stacks on the Granger to really just continuously pelt RRQ from afar. And that lack of vision makes it a little bit more difficult for them to play around this diversion. Toy also hasn't actually been part of too many of these team fights. We haven't seen the crossbow of Tang being set up on top of the implosion yet. The RQ is still saving that as a final secret weapon.
Wow, a solo implosion on a JP. They have the damage to break him. Even with the Wrath of Dryad, it ain't enough. Look at Sutsujin. Just the mercenary again. Just steps on Yuktezi and kills him. Sanji goes down. Sutsujin item swaps into the immortality. The Lucas from Sanford. Just enough to take down Sutsujin, but his whole team has fallen. Karl'Teze left alone to defend the kingdom. But the true kings of kings are here. They not just want to defend their own, but they want to take what belongs to Team Liquid Philippines, and RRQ Hoshi advances to the next stage and takes out TLPH.
The kingdom ascends once again as Team Liquid are not quite able to close things out. That's gonna drop them into the lower bracket where they'll face off against RSG Singapore. And the next time we witness RQ Hoshi, they will be facing Alter Ego.
It's gonna be an ID matchup in this Group B upper bracket, but also a PH matchup in the Group A upper bracket. What a setup we already have, and this is just day number 1. We haven't even gone through Group C and Group D, but for now the moment belongs to RRQ and specifically Sutsujin. The recovery that he found on this Joy after getting completely just strangled in the early to mid game was incredible.
There were some very good ideas by Team early on where they were just disrupting Sutsujin's farm. They were Edok out. forcing Dyren to not be able to play in his EXP lane either. Yet, RQ still came out on top. Holy crit timing on Sutsujin could not have come at a better time. And RQ immediately capitalized on it. They knew that time the team fight and that they could even punish the Bellaric, putting him into his own team. You would think that would be dangerous to do, but no. RQ knew that it was time to get going. Team Liquid just weren't ready.
They definitely were not. I mean, just very good initiative from RQ. We saw, I mean, Edok, even on the Tigreal, right? The solo implosion, sometimes all it takes is just to eliminate key targets, and the entire time JP was giving them problems, so Edok's idea was, let's just remove JP from the game. And this Bellaric just couldn't do enough to keep his team, to keep the rest of RQ away from TLPH, and once that Wrath of Dryad is out, Susujin just 1v4s the backline.
I mentioned earlier that if you try to punch a tree, it's usually not going to have much of an effect, but it sure is a lot more effective if you bring a bulldozer and push it over. That's basically what Edok was doing a lot of the time, and without their front line, Team Liquid couldn't really continue initiating. Like, Sanford does feel a little bit uncomfortable on this Lucas. He doesn't seem to be able to sustain for as long as he'd ideally like for the rest of Team Liquid. Dyren, I'm honestly very surprised. I thought that, like, early on when I saw the Tamis being whittled down so quickly that he wouldn't be able to be a solid front for RQ to play around, but once he got a couple items under his belt, it genuinely became difficult for them to remove him because of the way that RQ was layering their engagement.
Yeah, it's so tough to deal with this draft once it comes online, and we even saw the whole Bellaric kind of weakness again, right? It was something that was echoed again and again during the M series, where it is pretty good against people who want to be in your face, but what happens afterwards, right? You kind of feel like you are out of gas right after you use the Wrath of Dryads, and in this case, JP just runs out of steam way too fast, and unfortunately there was nothing much the rest of TLPH can do.
JP's goal was to try and pop the Wrath of Dryad anytime Sutsujin went in, but RQ kind of one-upped Team Liquid here by having Edok continuously push him out of position and force the Wrath of Dryad in a position where the rest of Team Liquid wouldn't actually be able to follow up on it. Looking at the highlights, we still have to give some props. Carl Teasy's retry timings are still very, very clean, and Team Liquid was doing a great job of outplaying RQ initially. But then we start seeing Rins play around with a diversion to catch out Liquid during rotations, and that is when they start getting punished a little bit more across the map.
Oh yeah, and like this all started, and of course we saw like this moment where Sanford just got in range thanks to his flash step, and then we start seeing this play where Susujin was just like, he was uncontrolled. Look at this guy. He's just walking over everyone on the side of Liquid Philippines. And just in a blink of an eye, that one fight basically sealed half the deal for RQ Hoshi. And from that point onwards, Edok was just solo implosion onto every single target he sees, and primarily it's just JP.
Yeah, the Wrath of Dryad was used way too early during that Lord fight, and it gave Sutsujin free reign to go in. I'm also very impressed by his mechanics here. Switching Winter Crown to Immortality halfway through a fight while setting up his skill 2. Man, the Mercenary. There's a reason I have been keeping an eye on this player, and I'm so happy to see that he's still continuing to find success here, as RRQ Hoshi deserved a GG well played for a hard-fought match and a very clean victory.
Yeah, congratulations to RRQ Hoshi once more. Again, they will have some time to prep for their next upcoming series, and that one's gonna be a bit more interesting, where they have to fight Alter Ego, right? It feels like a matchup that we've seen over and over again back in MPL ID. Feels like home for both of the teams, but only one of them is gonna lock in that challenge final slot, at least for Group B. So half the stage is set, but we're not even done yet, because we have to talk about how Susujin recovered in this game.
Yeah, Sun Jin had to play a very, very defensive game, as you can see here. Just operating around his side of the map, maybe sometimes going over the lane to help gank and push the tower. But generally, you're not going to be able to try and invade and take fights against a Belleric earlier on in the game when you don't really have the items for it yet. You even see that death right there where Team Liquid set up the ambush around his orange buff.
Yeah, and surprisingly, despite only killing him once, it really felt like he died a lot more times than that, just because of the chokehold that TLPH had, until that Lord fight where Susujin ran through 4 members of TLPH and proceeds to do it once more in that final fight, and we saw that impressive quick hand item swap to ensure that there was no crumbs left for TLPH.
We talked about the Luyi Tigreal combo, how Rins could just send Iraq into the backline to catch out someone with Implosion, and it finally came into play with that push onto Carl TZ right into the Wrath of Dryad. Now we get to see our updated group brackets a little bit here. Group A, we saw this earlier. We're going to see Blacklist International versus Onic PH in the upper bracket. One of them qualified directly to the Challenge Finals. Whereas in the lower bracket, Lazy will have to face off against Evos. And the winner will face off against the loser of the upper bracket to see who gets to move on to the last chance qualifiers.
And that is just Group A. Of course, for the lower bracket, whoever loses between Lazy Esports and Evos Glory will unfortunately be eliminated from the Snapdragon Pro Series. For Group B, we got Alter Ego taking on RRQ Hoshi for that slot into the Challenge Finals. And of course, in the lower bracket, we got RSG Singapore against TLPH. And winner will have to still play another series in order to have a chance to qualify for the last chance qualifiers.
The last chance qualifiers is an entirely new journey just to make it into the Challenge Final. So it makes your entire journey here in the Snapdragon Pro Series a lot more difficult. You'll have to play so many more games that end up revealing more strategies and face more chances for you to be eliminated from the competition. It'll be a lot easier if you just qualify to the Challenge Finals off the upper bracket itself. But of course, we still got 2 more groups that we haven't seen yet, and that's going to be happening tomorrow for day 2.
In day 2, we're gonna witness Group C and Group D teams duking it out. Same format as today, 4 best of 3, starting with Homeboys against Evos Holy, followed by Team Flash KH against Team Liquid Indonesia. And then we got Mirko's favorite team in the world, Bigotron Alpha against AI Esports, and we'll close out the day between Todak and Aurora.
As both of us are Malaysian here, Husky, I think tomorrow is a day that we'll be a little bit nervous to watch, with both of our representatives taking the stage, Homeboys and Todak. We want to see what they've got for us. Obviously, a lot of eyes on TLID. Second place at M6 brings with it a lot of accolades and a lot of expectations. And Aurora as well, a team that many expected to make it far in the M series and yet fell short very early on. I'm sure they'll have a lot to prove here at SPS themselves.
Yeah, one came in as the super team but fell short at the M6 M series. One came in as a revamped super team that went to different iterations but fell short of a top 2 spots. But unfortunately for both of them, there's a world where they both make it through, but there's a world where both of them don't make it. And hopefully, in this case, for Todak and Aurora, for a lot of people, I think it's their most anticipated one. I know I'm looking forward to that matchup the most tomorrow.
Yeah, same as well. I'm gonna be excited because I think I will be getting the chance to cast it as well, so I'll get to watch it. And in all its nail-blighting glory here on the SPS. But with that, we are officially able to conclude at the very first day of the challenge season. There's been a lot of ups and downs today. Did it go how you were expecting, Husky?
I mean, got all my predictions right, so that's the first. And then after my abysmal track record for the M series, I am very happy that I am 4 out of 4 today.
Yeah, I think I got all of my predictions right today as well. In fact, I think I got all of the scores correct.
Yeah, you got all of the scores.
That literally never happens. I'm definitely gonna hold on to this because it's never going to happen again.
Yeah, the only one I missed out was the last series, right? I went 2-0 RRQ, but still, RRQ got the win. So yeah, that's good for me. I needed this boost of confidence after what happened at the M series, where I basically just I tossed my predictions out the window. Every team that I predicted to win lost. So it's a change that the teams that I predicted to win won their games.
No worries, sir, because a lot of my predictions for M series were completely wrong as well. That's just how exciting it was, how unpredictable it was. But I expect the Snapdragon Pro Series to be just as unpredictable the further we go in the competition. For now, we're gonna close out a day number 1. Hopefully all of you guys have enjoyed. Don't worry, there'll be even more SPS coming tomorrow and the day after, and even more afterwards. For now, my name is Stafa, joined by Husky once again. Thank you for watching today. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Let the weak melt away! Killing spree!
Got easy, let's take the kill back.
action.
Guess what? It's action. Come, let's have it. Bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it. Bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it. It's time to get wild. Come, let's have it. Bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it. Bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it. It's time to get wild. Change the track